Especially when those cameras are a little elevated off the ground, you get a stronger wind force a few hundred feet up, so those cameras do have a little more instability if they're not mounted very well. It seems like the one on the FAMU campus is pretty well intact, where there's not a whole lot of motion with the camera itself, but it doesn't mean it's not windy. In fact, one of the recent wind gusts from the FAMU campus was 35 miles per hour. So we certainly have the wind that's stirring things up, and you know, if you've been here for a while, you get winds that are frequently gusty or sustained for a while, you start to lose power. So here's an update on some of those numbers as far as households and customers that are losing power service right now. And they do range from just a few hundred in a few of our western counties like in Decatur and Gadsden to over 2,000 in the central Big Bend, 5,500 estimated customers in Leon County without power. Suwannee County has the highest number at this point in time with nearly 1,000 customers without power. So that gives you an idea of what the force of this storm is doing, especially for those that are kind of in the path of this. Jasper, you're going to be in the corridor of where you can have some of those stronger winds, and right now things are looking okay. I can still see a little extra sway in some of those taller timbers off in the distance at the Hamilton County EOC. So we do have the adversities that are going along with the winds that are still buffeting many of our communities here, and it looks like maybe a frozen frame from the I-10 rest area camera in Suwannee County. So sampling of some of the activity that's been going on. Similar story in Madison. It looks like a little catch up on the framing there, but nonetheless, there has been quite a bit of wind motion going on across our area, and those wind speeds are still going to be something to deal with into the next several hours. But we have seen that overall northeastern push of the eye, which is going to make landfall around the Steinhatchee to Horseshoe Beach area. So that has consequences and it has some benefits for certain areas. The consequence is if you're in Lafayette County, Mayo, Cooks Hammock, San Pedro Junction area, those are going to be locations that will have increasingly strong winds. That is the edge of the Eyewall that is on the Highway 19 corridor and its connection with Florida 51, and that is going to be a zone where winds will be increasing. So Mayo, you may have had some stronger winds already. If you were watching about 10 minutes ago with Michael Paluska in Cross City, those types of winds will be heading towards Mayo, where it can just extend the flag and cause perhaps some things to fly around if things aren't securely positioned on ground. So you will have worsening weather in Mayo within the next few minutes, especially when it comes to the extent of the wind flow. Winds coming in from the east and southeast, and that's going to push anything like, say, if there's a tree that's susceptible, that would likely fall in more of a westerly or northwesterly direction, just to give you an idea of what can be expected with the strength of the winds heading into Mayo. So make sure that in Lafayette County, you're dealing with a lot of things right now, and that's understandable. The sustained rain, the high rain accumulations, and now you have the stronger winds with the eyewall that will be clipping, and not just clipping, but passing right through your area along 51. Cooks Hammock, you have the strongest winds right now rotating through, and that will lift into the Mayo area within the next few minutes. So make sure you are aware of the hazards that will come from this, including the additional loss of power in portions of the interior Big Bend region. You also have that flash flood warning. It's going to stay around for quite some time as rain continues to accumulate in very high amounts across this portion of our region. That's certainly the consequence of having the eye coming in at this angle into this region. In Perry, you certainly have some stronger winds. The eye is still to your south, but you'll still have east to maybe even northeast winds. And once that portion of the eye gets closer to you, right now it's near the Athena neighborhood and a little way south of Fenn Holloway. So those will be some locations near and south of Perry, near the Pineland neighborhood, where you will sort of see the same type of winds that you'll see in Mayo and Cooks Hammock. So that will be circling around while the entire eye lifts in from the southwest moving towards the north-northeast. If you are in Steinhatchee right now and you're streaming us on your device, there's a good chance that you're having calmer weather conditions. That is the eye that's starting to come through from there through Horseshoe Beach. That's that clear gap right there as it circles around. The stronger winds rotate around the calmer part of that eye. And just by rough estimation, it may be, I'll say maybe 20 miles wide, maybe a little bit more than that. So you'll have a period of time in the Steinhatchee area where there's not going to be much going on. Don't be fooled. And I know for those who've had experience with past storms, you know that if the eye comes over, you get calm, but then as it continues to pass through, you get the backside, which may not be as intense with the wind, but you'll still have some pretty forceful effects with the other side of the system beginning to push through in due time. So monitor that trend in Steinhatchee. And for any of our Scripps News reporters that are out there, that's probably a piece of advice to pass along to them for those who are within that Cross-City, Steinhatchee to near Athena neighborhoods in that region of Highway 19. Tallahassee, you're faring pretty well. Yeah, we've seen the rain and the gustier winds, but again, that's one of the benefits of having a system move in this general direction. Someone has to get the consequences and the not so great side, and that's very regrettable. But there are some areas that are getting in pretty easily just based on where the storm has gone. So tri-state regions, Gadsden County here in Midway, we've had occasional rain and gusty winds. Tallahassee, we've demonstrated how those winds have been blowing around about 35 mile per hour gusts, but the rain has been manageable. And that certainly will fare better compared to this system if it would come closer to the Tallahassee metro. That would have caused many more issues, which were feared by many folks, but the overall turn has been verified based on what we're seeing and observing, but it's not a good outcome for folks who are here in the Suwannee River Valley with the ongoing threat of gustier winds that will continue for a while, as well as the heavier rain. And still, there's going to be that storm surge issue that may be more focused across Steinhatchee to the south, because now the winds will be coming offshore in some of those marshy areas in western Taylor County. So that can decrease the water levels on that northern flank, and perhaps the storm surge can kind of cease a little bit. At least the water levels can maybe start to settle in before the winds start to go back offshore or parallel in Steinhatchee. So we can see some improvement in the water levels there in relation to the storm surge, but as we were reporting from earlier, the Horseshoe Beach area just outside of our region, that's where we've had more of that direct onshore wind, and that's where the storm surge has been the highest thus far, and likely that's where those highest amounts are going to be encountered in relation to other areas. Now, don't be fooled by the possibility of getting by without any kind of forceful wind even going north, and that's why, because of the corridor of movement of the eye as it begins to diminish over land in the next several hours, there's been an extension of hurricane warnings now from Brooks County through Lowndes and Lanier, but also into Clinch and Eccles County, simply meaning you can encounter more than likely gusts of hurricane force. I don't suspect we'll have sustained hurricane force winds that far inland, but you can get gusts that are a little bit higher and can maybe threaten that threshold of 74 miles per hour. That's certainly a higher possibility to get those kind of wind gusts across Taylor and Lafayette County with the Eyewall coming through, and that hurricane warning has been in effect for a while. Wakulla County, you're still in it as well, but again, with the Eyewall staying away from Wakulla County, those offshore winds will still be pretty brisk, but likely to avoid any kind of sustained or prolonged bout with hurricane force gusts for Wakulla County. Tropical storm warnings continue to arc around the warning area for the hurricane. So many of our counties, including Leon, we've seen those wind gusts getting close to tropical storm force. So we're seeing some verification of that warning. It does stretch across Thomas County to Decatur, north to Tift, and then around into southeastern Georgia. And that's simply because we can see those winds gusting at or above 39 miles per hour more frequently, a little less frequently in portions of interior South Georgia, like in Miller County.
All right, thank you for those updates, Cass. And as we watch that corridor that he was mentioning, as the storm heads north of those hurricane warnings, we're keeping an eye on its active situation. Florida Highway Patrol indicating there is actually debris, a tree on the roadway on I-10 eastbound at mile marker 292. We also have this live look at the Hamilton County Emergency Operations Center. It's kind of hard to see because the sun hasn't come up, but the winds are blowing there, and the winds are blowing in Perry. That's where we find neighborhood reporter Maya Sargent. Maya, how's it looking there?
I'm Mayor Sargent, live in Taylor County. You've been following along with us. You might have seen we've been out here since 3 a.m. this morning, tracking Debby as the storm approaches. We've seen the weather get worse, the rain get worse, the wind get worse, and we are tracking it as Debby begins to make landfall. Some of the updates from here, I just got off the phone with the Emergency Management Director, who tells me that they are preparing to set up FDEM crews over at the airport, and actually this feels nothing like Idalia in terms of the damage, but the thing they are looking out for the most is the storm surge. I just got off the phone with John Lauk, and he says that the storm surge time has been moved between 1 to 2 p.m. So that's the one thing that they're looking out for. They want to remind neighbors that there is a curfew in place, so no driving out on the road. We have seen police cars, fire trucks going up and down, first responders, but really just please be careful. Please do not go driving on those roads. We're going to send it back to the studio, over to Channing.
All right, thank you for that update, Maya. And we do want to check in with other parts of Taylor County. Our Capitol reporter, Forrest Saunders, is there this morning. He's keeping an eye on the conditions there. Forrest, what have you got?
Well, guys, welcome to Perry, and I can tell you it is deteriorating here. Over the last couple of hours, things have gotten worse and worse. The wind has picked up, the gusts have gotten stronger, and of course, our favorite thing, the rain, continues to pound us here, and that's obviously the big issue in places like Perry. Further inland, you don't have to worry so much about the storm surge, 6 to 10 feet in some areas, but you've got saturated soil. I've been saying that a lot all morning. You've got this ground that was already soaked before the rain arrived with Debby because we had more rain than normal up here. And the concern that a lot of officials have had is that with this steady, constant rainfall that we're going to see probably over the next 24 hours or more, you're going to have this potential for trees, power lines, those kinds of things to get knocked over a lot easier as this wind picks up. So obviously power is a main concern in places like this that are further inland. Falling trees, another big concern. Obviously, we're in the middle of the Apalachicola Forest up here in North Florida. There are trees everywhere, and there's always concern that those trees coming down could hurt somebody, could crush a car, could hit a house. So that's a lot of potential danger there, too. Right now, Perry has been fortunate to not lose power. The hotel we're staying at still has it, but obviously that is an ongoing concern as well. And this is an area that was hit by Idalia less than a year ago. These people already know the struggle that can happen when you have one of these powerful storms smack into their town. They are still in the middle of repair and recovery in some places. There are tarps on buildings from Idalia, and now they're getting socked with all this rain and water. We do have power crews staged throughout the state. Governor DeSantis said yesterday somewhere between 12,000, 17,000 utility workers trying to surge to different areas when the power does go out to make sure that it can get back on as quickly as possible. But this is what we're talking about, these winds that gust out of nowhere, bringing that rain smashing into your face, feeling like sleet almost. This has been an ongoing thing all morning, and we expect it to continue as Debby continues to make its way inland, guys.
Forrest, thank you for that. We certainly are seeing the effects of that Eyewall, and that looked like the Holiday Inn Express on that southeast side of Perry. So that's not far from where we're seeing at least some of those effects of the Eyewall, which is still hovering around the Athena to Salem neighborhoods there on Highway 19, also affecting the neighborhoods that are along 361 leading towards Keaton and Deacle Beach. And that's going to be a trend that continues to be more frequent, those bursts of winds within Perry, and then perhaps more sustained stronger winds here within the reach of southern Taylor County as well as southern Lafayette County. So we'll use some of our radar tools to kind of highlight how the winds are behaving at a higher level of the atmosphere. This will be in the range of about 4,000 feet off the surface. We'll put some samples on here, and that's where we're seeing some of the higher winds at that level, roughly around 74 miles per hour. That would be right at hurricane force, but again, that's off the surface of about 4,000 feet up. So with the heavy rain that's falling, that certainly does translate into stronger wind gusts that can be encountered across this entire region. So there's plenty of reason to continue to keep in mind that the wind forces here will continue to be rather significant. And even though you may not have that kind of wind happening in Madison County right now, don't go outside to look, but those low clouds are likely just racing just a couple thousand feet up off the surface. And that's an indication of just how strong those winds are at that level. So we do have to keep in mind the possibility of those stronger winds that can certainly be encountered as you move towards the surface, combined with some heavy rain. So again, about 4,000 feet up, you have about 82 mile per hour wind force in Madison County. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, that just a little ways up, you've got a very strong flow of air around this entire system, and that does factor into the caliber of wind gusts that you might be able to experience in this region, thanks in part, or thanks entirely, to the overall circulation of the hurricane. So those are the bands that are dropping the rain at a pretty consistent rate within Madison County in particular, but higher up, that's when those winds are really kicking, and some of that will influence the gusts that you feel within Madison County itself. And that's why there's the concern for those higher end tropical storm winds, the gusts that can be closer to hurricane force in some isolated cases, even that far inland. So that's something to really keep in mind for our friends and neighbors near the Osceola River and to the east into the Suwannee River and Withlacoochee River vicinity. But those strongest winds, as far as surface-based winds are, will likely be encompassing this segment of the Eyewall that is moving north, beginning to affect Mayo over the next several minutes. So that's where it's not going to necessarily be a burst of wind. It can be something a little more steady and sustained, but very, very strong with that Eyewall moving in and even scraping the southern edge of Perry over the next few minutes. That's going to be something that will continue to work its way towards Suwannee County over the next couple of hours, Hamilton County, and then north from there to the state line, Lanier, Lowndes, Eccles County. Some of this effect will be in your vicinity heading into that time frame where you will have stronger wind gusts and the effects that those conditions will create. Now, rain totals continue to be pretty significant over the last 12 hours, even the last 6 hours, where some of those rainfall totals are still in the range of 3 to 4 inches, and they'll continue to increase in many areas. Near the Hatch Bend area, about 4 inches estimated near the Branford vicinity. And if we put that 12-hour rate on there, that gives us about 5 to 6 inches within this region. And it's still coming down, and it will continue to come down even after the eye passes through near or just south of this region. So we're going to see continued flooding risks with high rain accumulations next several hours. And this will also start to shift towards the north as far as that trend of steadier, heavier rain, which will also translate into higher flash flood risks in portions of the state line area, I-75 region, and into the south central Georgia area along this tier, the state line tier of counties there. So there will continue to be the ongoing presence of this significant storm that may not be the strongest we've had, but it is going to bring some pretty significant effects into Suwannee County. And that's where we have neighborhood reporter Alberto Camargo.
You're looking at a live image of I-10 eastbound. We just crossed the border into Columbia County, so we're very close to the junction with I-75. Over the last few minutes, I've been seeing the wind really start to pick up. Some of the trees in nearby are swaying very hard. The car itself is starting to sway from the wind gusts. The rain is getting pretty hard as we're coming up here on the junction of I-75. Like I mentioned, we're going to turn around, head back toward the Live Oak area to see what we can find back where we were overnight. Again, you're looking at I-10 eastbound near the I-75 junction. We're going to head back into the weather center with First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse.
Thank you much, Alberto. Please be careful on that highway. It's good to see that it's pretty clear from other drivers there. Just mentioning just how significant the rain can be in some inland areas, as well as the stronger winds. Just recently had a flash flood warning issued for Madison County as well as Brooks, Lowndes County. That's in effect until 2:15. It's what, 6:20 or so? 2:15 is a long time from now. It's 8 hours from now. So that gives you just how long of a duration it's likely to be to have these very strong downpours that will continue to add up to multiple inches of rain. So already kind of a precautionary measure to put folks on notice within this region of Madison, Lowndes, and Brooks County, where flooding is expected, and it may already be happening in some cases. But with the expected continuation of heavy rain for an extended amount of time, that's going to create flooding issues across the state line area here in Madison, Brooks, and Lowndes County. That includes Valdosta, Clyattville, Quitman, Madison, Pinetta, Greenville. All those areas and neighborhoods will be impacted by the steadiness of the rain, the intensity of the rain, and the accumulation of the rain. So we were just talking about that. Now that's going to translate into a formal flash flood warning for these areas. So if you have some high rain already around Madison County, it's just going to get higher as we go into the next several hours, and you must be aware of the hazards that high rain totals will create and the flash flooding risks that can come about with that. So one more hazard to keep in mind as we go throughout the rest of this morning here in portions of the eastern Big Bend. This was something that we were certainly very concerned about with the rate of flooding, and I mentioned that I think the flooding aspect will be probably the more predominant hazard that more of us will feel in comparison to wind. Wind is certainly one of those issues, but there's definitely the ongoing aspect and probably a more prolonged aspect of those high rain totals that will have an effect on the flooding issues in a short-term sense, and as well as what runs off into various rivers and tributaries in the days to come. That's going to be something that will be perhaps very difficult to deal with for those areas being affected by this. The more west you go, we're still looking at a trend of breezy conditions, but not quite as frequent, not quite as strong, and less rain. So that's why we do not have flood warnings in Tallahassee or into Wakulla County, nor in Thomas County, because a lot of the heaviest will stay to the east of that Highway 319 corridor. But the concern for flooding and the combination of that and strong winds will continue to be highlighted here in the southeast Big Bend, in Lafayette County in particular, and within Taylor County, where those wind gusts are still rated to be very high, especially when it comes to radar estimates off the ground. But even looking at a few observations off screen from time to time, those gusts have been very frequent at or above 50 miles per hour. So that's going to be something that will still be dealt with very likely. Channing?
All right, thank you, Caston. As we track this storm moving north, this is a live look at Valdosta, the Lowndes County Emergency Operations Center. The wind's starting to pick up there. And as that heavy rain moves into Perry, we want to check in with our Kenya Cardone.
Thank you, Channing. Yeah, things are definitely picking up here. I'm Kenya Cardone. I'm currently standing at the Taylor County Elementary School in the Perry neighborhood. I'm live right now. As you can see, I'm going to step away so you can see how hard that rain and that wind is picking up. It's getting hard to even just stand here, to be honest with you. This is one of the shelters we've been telling you you can seek emergency shelter in Taylor County. You can see how hard that rain is picking up. I want to point you over here as well, where you can see that just the rain and the wind skirting across the road here. You can definitely tell flooding is going to be a concern, as it was during Hurricane Idalia. Now, on the way over here, we were driving on the road. We were already hitting some puddles. We were already running into a bit of flooding, some debris on the road, and we did see people driving on the road. We want to remind you, it is not safe to be out here for this very reason. This kind of rain that we're showing you right now can make debris come your way. It can make things blow your way. We did hear some items, some chairs from the school kind of knick-knacking and kind of hitting each other. So again, it's not safe to be out here right now. We will, of course, be staying on top of this all throughout the way on air and online at WTXL. Of course, please stay inside, please stay sheltered, and please stay safe. That's the very latest live in Perry. Kenya Cardone, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Kenda. Stay safe out there with that wind and that rain. Good to see you're taking shelter. Just down the road from Perry, about a 40-minute drive into Steinhatchee. We're keeping a close eye on the Steinhatchee River. Kate Hussey's there for us monitoring those conditions. All right, sounds like we're having some technical difficulties there, but we are continuing to monitor the situation here. I'm keeping an eye on Florida Highway Patrol's incident map, and where that strongest band of the Eyewall of the storm is moving through, we are seeing reports coming in now of debris on the road in the Branford area. If you have to drive through that area, stay off the roads. Debris is landing on the road, and FHP is warning people to stay off the roads because they have to clear the roads as trees come down and things get blown around with those strong winds. We've also got a report of a vehicle crash with roadblocks. This is at County Road 344 and County Road 341 in the Bell area. So if you're going out on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger. And a reminder, a lot of first responders have a policy that when winds get above 35 miles per hour sustained, they won't respond to calls, no matter how urgent, because they can't put themselves in danger while trying to rescue other folks. So as we keep an eye on Valdosta, the wind's really starting to pick up here. This is going to be a long duration event, and we're going to be here with you every step of the way. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cass shows us the wind field and how big it is and how it's going to go beyond just the center of that storm.
For sure, Channing, because the tropical storm force winds have been very expansive. The center and going east of there, they stretch about 140 miles out. And that's why there's a lot of wind in a lot of places, because the overall messiness of the storm originally never really got too compact. So there's still a broad wind field, especially on the north and eastern side of the center, which is beginning to push onshore on the south side of Taylor County. So anywhere within that range of about 140 miles, you're going to get those strong winds, even sustained. In fact, a couple of reports from the IFS site to the west of Mayo, 56 mile per hour wind gusts just within the last 10 minutes, and about 45 mile per hour gusts from the WeatherStem site at Lafayette High School. So we do have those stronger winds in connection with the approach of the Eyewall. So those winds will continue to stay on an elevated, higher rate of speed, and maybe even increasing for some areas. So we'll go through this map, which kind of gauges how fast the winds can be, just throws a few numbers out there. This is the forecast where wind speeds and wind gusts can be easily within tropical storm force, and we'll roll through this. And you can even watch these areas here in the western zones, the tri-state and the Tallahassee metro, because we've had some gustier winds. Again, this projection displaces the eye, so this would be a little farther to the south, which would certainly have an effect on the wind flow. Most of these areas would have mostly a northeast wind instead of an east or southeast wind, but I do believe in the overall numbers that are being thrown on here, and it can be even us underestimating some of those numbers. That wind field does make progression towards the state line. Those brown shades indicating winds that are above 50 miles per hour. And again, these are forecast gusts, those little quick bursts that come and go. While you may still have lighter sustained winds to follow, you can get those quick outflows of gustier winds that can be clocked at a higher rate. So some of that trend will continue to advance into the Withlacoochee River area, into I-75, and eventually even into the Alapa River area east of I-75 in southern Georgia. So even though this will be in a weakening phase, no doubt in terms of wind, there's still going to be a lot of that overall momentum and that wind force that's going to continue to be carried farther inland, even though you don't have the fuel of the warm water to enhance those or strengthen those winds necessarily. Plus, with a weakening storm, that wind field can expand even more. It will be on the lighter side of a tropical storm force scale, but it can reach more territory. So that's why there's those ongoing tropical storm warnings even far inland across interior South Georgia, including Berrien County, for example. Those wind gusts by later today likely in the range of 40 to 50 miles per hour, for example, within that area between Brooks and Berrien County and the Elapa River. And even into this evening, with the overall expectation of this system moving slower as it moves north-northeast, we'll still have a time where those gusts will be steady and it'll last for a while. So you can certainly have some effects with power availability or trees that can be blown over, especially if the gusts are frequent and the sustained winds are still within that range of high-end tropical depression, 35 or perhaps even 40 mile per hour wind speeds that can still be achieved this far inland. But on the backside of this, we'll still have mostly an offshore wind, so those breezes and gusts will be a little less frequent, but they'll still be out there. You can tell it's not going to be your average Monday evening just by the feel of the air and the overall trends of even breezes that will be below the tropical storm force across the Tallahassee metro and the tri-state area. But there's definitely still going to be this hint that there's still this tropical system around, and it's still going to keep things a little unsettled in terms of the wind values going into the nighttime period. But even after that, the winds will further decrease, but the rain will still likely be a big issue for areas across south central and southeastern Georgia. We're seeing those issues transpire right now across the Suwannee Valley with those flood warnings as that system, as the eye continues to move inland. The forecast model has a good grasp of where that eye is. So this is a good, what we call initiation, good setup for the data that follows for the forecast that carries the rain and wind farther inland. I'd say the timestamp may be a bit off, but if it does slow down, it is certainly possible to have ongoing rain and wind bouts even around the state line area up until late morning. Western areas will see less frequent rain and lesser gusts, but we'll still have the rain and the wind combination that moves into the Elapa River area of southeastern and south central Georgia. And then as the slower progression is expected, that means a lot more rain will fall in the first coast as well as some sections of southeastern Georgia, whereas it slows even further, that can translate into feet of rain over the next several days from the Savannah River into the low country of South Carolina. So that's going to be an issue that is ours right now with the rain and wind. It's going to be an issue for the Georgia and Carolina coast when it comes to the overall slow movement and the high rain accumulation. But by then, we'll start to get in on a drier patch for Tuesday, and that will help to diminish the rain chances and the rain coverage for us. But in the wake of this, we'll probably still have a few drier days and hotter days. So those without power, hopefully it can get restored pretty swiftly, because there is that possibility that our temperatures climb back into the mid-90s by midweek. And if you don't have power in that situation, it can be pretty miserable.
Absolutely, Cass, and it's remarkable this is happening almost a year after Hurricane Idalia roared into Steinhatchee. And that's where we find our Kate Hussey. She's monitoring the situation there now.
I'm Kate Hussey reporting from Steinhatchee in the Big Bend of Florida. This area of Taylor County getting hit hard by heavy bands of wind and rain already. The impacts of Hurricane Debby already being felt here. Many of these areas have been issued mandatory evacuation orders. Their biggest concern is the Steinhatchee River just over my shoulder. Last year, it was less than a year ago, that folks here saw about 12 feet of storm surge. They're gearing up for potentially about 10 feet this year and possibly as much as 12 inches of rain. Many of these businesses already hit hard. Millions of dollars in damages hit here during Hurricane Idalia just under a year ago. So we'll provide some more coverage for you. For now, reporting for Scripps News, I'm Kate Hussey. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Kate. Now, I'm just checking the Steinhatchee River gauge here from the National Weather Service. Thankfully, that water has not come up quite that high yet. It's sitting at about a foot below normal level there. So we've been to Steinhatchee multiple times throughout the year, tracking the recovery at places like Roy's and Krabby Dad's and the Sea Hag Marina. Hopefully that water does not come up and undo all of the hard work that's been done over the years. This satellite image shows just how expansive Debby is, affecting areas like Tallahassee, Live Oak, Valdosta. It's going to be moving north, as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cass Nurse has been telling us throughout the morning and the last few days. Cass, I'm curious, as we see that Eyewall move north, are we anywhere close to landfall being declared yet?
Hasn't been declared yet, but we will get notice through the National Hurricane Center as far as the pinpoint location of landfall and the time that it occurred and at what strength the storm is. But I'd say it's just a matter of time, maybe a few minutes, or just a formal assessment of things from the standpoint of the National Hurricane Center before we get that information coming out. But it will come out once the point is determined and half of the center of the hurricane has pushed over land, somewhere between Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach. They will certainly nail down exactly where that landfall point is going to be. But after it moves beyond that, it will move into some interior sections of our region, especially across south central Georgia. So this is where I'm really concerned about the rain rates. Not that I'm not concerned about the Suwannee Valley, because I am, and there's been several inches already happening there. That sort of trend will move inland as well. So we do have to monitor for flooding risks. There's a flash flood warning in Lowndes County. We can have rain totals over the next 24 to 48 hours that can perhaps exceed a foot in some cases, especially if it moves at a much slower rate compared to what's going on now. Okay, I thought I heard that the director told me something, but I guess I'm just hearing things. Nonetheless, the overall expectation for the rain, it's going to be a little too much over that time frame. So flooding is a big issue, and the runoff will cause those water levels along various tributaries like the Alapaha, the Withlacoochee River, the New River, the Little River. Those are going to be some areas where we can see some higher response in the water levels, and that can cause some spot flooding along the rivers of their own in the days to come after the results that we're going to see across those areas throughout the course of the next day or two. In the interior sections of the Big Bend, Tallahassee Metro, Thomas County, I've lowered the rain totals just based on the overall movement of the eye and the rain that's fallen already. I've seen some numerous rain gauges that over the last 6 hours have just had maybe a ½ inch or so. We'll certainly see more between now and the end of the day, but I think 4 inches within the 319 corridor is definitely on the higher side of the scale. Most areas will have about 1 to 2 within this region. That can be manageable in most cases. There's not going to be any kind of major shift in that rain shield to the west. So I do not anticipate overwhelming rain totals for the Rose City, for the capital city, or for our neighbors and friends in Wakulla County. But there can be numerous power outages with the gustier winds that can be in the range of 35 to maybe 65 miles per hour. If we were to have a gust of hurricane force, I think it would have already happened, and it would have been confined towards Wakulla County. And I haven't seen that in the observation data that I've reviewed so far today. In the tri-state, you're getting by pretty well. I know there are some school closures for Decatur County and other impacts to normal Monday schedules in these areas, but we're not going to have a whole lot of rain. I'd say 1 inch is a little too much in terms of the estimate or the forecast, with a little extra 4-inch rain total being considered. If it took a closer approach to this region, 4 inches I think is out of the game for your tri-state areas. But you can certainly still have occasional gusts. They can be around tropical storm force at times. We've seen that getting close to that level in portions of southwest Georgia. But as a result of less frequent, less intense wind gusts, I do think the power outage levels will be more in the range of an isolated, scattered nature, maybe a few hundred. But if we do certainly have additional impacts in that regard, there is the high likelihood that this will be the area that kind of gets by without the significance of the combination of rain and wind to really stir things up for communities and neighbors in that region. Here's how it looks right now from the radar perspective. We'll go back to the radar after this goes by, but the radar perspective still showing the high rain totals and high rain accumulations that are happening in this region of the Suwannee Valley. So Monticello, you have maybe not so much in the way of those strongest winds, but you're still on the western flank of the circulation, and that is definitely giving you at least a little extra wind flow coming in, mostly from the northeast, but also the heavy rain. And some of that is making its way into eastern Leon County. So from the Miccosukee area through Chairs, Capitola, into the Corey neighborhood, those are going to be some areas where you can see some steadier rain and downpours, and some of those can be accompanied by some briefly stronger gusts. Channing.
All right, thank you, Caston. As we see that rain band move north, take a look at Dowling Park. The wind is starting to whip up the trees here. This water expected to come up here in the hours ahead. Michael Paluska standing by in Dixie County with the conditions there.
You know, I want to say that we've been in the Eyewall now for about an hour or more, but it feels really like an eternity. We actually came in under cover here at the hotel we're staying at in Dixie County in Cross City because there's been so much debris, and we really can't see where it's coming from, and we've been hearing explosions off in the distance. I don't know if it's lightning or transformers exploding, but the power has flicked on and off here at the hotel where we're staying. But intense Eyewall winds coming through with rain. We had a little bit of a lull, and it was just a little bit of wind, and then out of nowhere, like someone turned on the jets, it just cranked up. So we got a big tree over here, oak tree, and that's been throwing a bunch of limbs this way, and then palm fronds. But we are able to go out and get a better look at what's going on now, and we're starting to see the first light of day just in our position, our vantage point. But really, where we're set up now is pretty much a wind tunnel. So the wind's coming from the southeast, and now it's starting to shift even more, almost from the east directly. Right that way where you're looking, that's towards the Gulf of Mexico. 6 to 10 foot storm surge in that area. Horseshoe Beach is that way, where some of the folks in this hotel have evacuated to, and we've been told they're texting neighbors, and neighbors have said there's water in their homes, we don't know how much, and that one lady texted and said that her home was collapsing around her, and so she said she would come out and try to give us an update about what's going on. You can see about 5 minutes ago, I couldn't stand where I'm standing right now because there was so much debris going through this area. But now it's a quick break, and that's what's been happening in the Eyewall as it's rotating around, maybe wobbling a little bit and shifting its track as it comes ashore, which it's probably going to be coming ashore soon. We're thinking that we're going to get an alert that it's made landfall somewhere close to where we are. And so there you go, you got that one. You can't see on the other side of this car, but we moved because there's so much debris. There's a trash can, there's limbs, there's palm fronds. We got another TV crew guy here who's hunkered down behind a vehicle so he doesn't get nailed. Off and on, we'll hear big bangs on the top of the roof of things that are coming in and hitting us in this area. But yeah, really intense stuff now. We expect to be in it at least for another hour or two. And then, of course, as the tail end of this whips around, winds are going to shift and we're going to get more. So we really want to be able to go and see what's happening at the coast with this storm surge. Also, this is a very wooded area. If people aren't familiar with Florida and the Big Bend area, it's called the Nature Coast because there's really nothing but beautiful wildlife management areas, marshes, not far from Apalachicola, where we have the amazing oysters. And so this is really a gem of Florida. It's old school Florida, and people here are a tight-knit community. I had mentioned Horseshoe Bay and the family that was hunkering down in the upstairs of their home. Well, someone said to them, hey, my house is new, it's up higher. I left my front door open so people could run to it. So people have left their doors open, their homes open, to hopefully save the lives of their neighbor, of their community member that might not have made the decision to evacuate. But you know, this is the second storm in this area in less than a year. We had Hurricane Idalia that came through and pretty much wiped out Keaton Beach. Idalia was a Cat 3, and really this area, there's nowhere to go. There's so many marshes, so much low-lying areas, and when these storms come in this part of the state, they're very dangerous to cover because if you put yourself in the wrong spot, there's only one road in, one road out. And if you get caught in a storm surge, there's no way your car is going to make it out. And that, to me, is absolutely terrifying. So we are starting to see a little bit of light. We've seen some flashes in the distance. So far, so good on our electricity here at the Putnam Lodge. But explosions, power flickering, extreme wind, extreme rain. You know, you just want to ride this thing out for as long as you can, and then just wait, too, to go check on your home. Just wait, because we know that the roads behind me are flooded, especially if that 10-foot surge actually verifies. For now, we are live here in Dixie County. Michael Paluska, Scripps News.
All right, thank you, Michael. And just checking with the National Weather Service. In fact, Dixie County High School gusted to 57 miles per hour not too long ago. So it's no wonder those winds are gusting through there like that. We do have our neighborhood news coverage around the area. I want to check in with Kenya Cardone. She's been standing by in Perry all morning. Kenya, how are the wind and rain looking there?
Good morning, everybody. Once again, we are live outside the Taylor County Elementary School in the Perry neighborhood. Last time we saw you, it was a bit darker. Now the sun is starting to rise, and let me tell you, that wind and that rain is picking up as well. It is quite literally smacking me in the face. I'm going to move out the way so that you can see the way that it is once again skirting off these roads. It is swirling. It is picking up. It almost knocked our camera down. That's how strong it is. I want you to see throughout the campus how it is literally just blowing to this one area here. It's kind of pulling and swirling in that one area over there, and it's definitely making me think that we're going to see some flooding pretty soon around in this area. Now also, that wind is so strong that we have literally heard some objects nearby, some tables and some chairs just clanking and kind of moving around. That's exactly why you should not be outside, because this kind of wind can knock debris in the air. Like I said, this wind is moving strong. I'm having to brace myself. We're going to continue to see effects like this, but for the most part, everything right now is just wind is swirling. Everything's moving around pretty hard. No severe flooding just yet, but I'm starting to see it pool over there. I'm just going to show you one more time. I want you to see how it's swirling over there, all over the ground, all over the road. It is definitely hitting us pretty strongly here. And another thing that we're hearing, I believe that's a generator kicking up too. We've kind of had concerns for power here, but for the most part, again, that wind and that rain is hitting strong. This is one of the shelters where people have come to seek emergency shelter in the Perry neighborhood. And so that's what we're seeing at the moment. That wind and that rain blowing strong, literally smacking me quite literally in the face. For the most part, again, I can't. The wind is so strong that it's even getting hard to just stand here. We are going to continue monitoring this, but as I said, it's not safe to be outside. It's swirling. Our camera tilted just a few moments ago. As you can see how hard that wind and that rain is coming towards us. It's exactly why you should stay inside. You should stay sheltered because of the severity of that. You don't know how hard things can be blowing, and maybe an object or some sort of flying debris. We saw that on the road earlier, actually, driving over here. We saw some debris already on the road, some puddles building up. So that's what you really need to be aware of. Look at how strong that is. Point over there to that. Look at how strong that is pulling over there. All of that swirling rain and wind over there. It is crazy right now. It's only starting to pick up. That sun is starting to rise. Like I said, again, things are getting crazy around here, but we will, of course, stay safe and sanctioned here. We'll keep you updated. For now, it's the very latest live in Perry. Kenya Cardone, ABC 27.
That is incredible to see. Please watch out for that debris, Kenya. We don't want anybody getting hurt. And let's take a look at the map here. So Perry is right here. That's where Kenya is. And our Alberto Camargo, he's been driving around in our live drive in the Suwannee County area, monitoring situations on the road where we've been seeing reports of debris on the roadway. So let's send it out to him. Alberto, what are you seeing?
Here's a look at some of the damage that Hurricane Debby is causing here in downtown Live Oak. This is Douglas Auto Repair on US 129. We're very close to downtown Live Oak, and you see the tin roof being blown off, almost blown off by the winds. We got debris running across the road. We've had siding flying right in front of the car as we were driving down US 129. Even on I-10, the wind was taking a lot of debris off the trees, putting them in the road. It's just hazardous for anybody driving through. You see in the tin roof there, catching some of the wind gusts here from Hurricane Debby. Again, we're in downtown Live Oak, very close to the city center. It's close to the intersection with US 90. We're gonna keep an eye on some of the structures here in Live Oak, as this roof looks almost about to come off, but we're gonna keep, just had some siding go in front of the car. We're going to keep an eye on the damage here in Live Oak as the morning continues.
Thanks, Alberto. Appreciate that. And again, safety first, not just for our reporting crew out there of high numbers, but for the residents and the folks who live in these neighborhoods, who call these areas home. Safety is very paramount, and you have to make sure you're staying sheltered. Even though you may have been roughened up by earlier storms or other severe weather events, each one carries different characteristics. Some things may be similar, but you just don't really know what kind of hazards can be thrown at you in just a split second. So keep it tuned in here. We're going to get you through all these storms and the gusts and the nastiness that's been going on thanks to the imminent landfall of Debby. Now that we're getting close to 7 o'clock, the National Hurricane Center likes to keep interval time like at the top of the hour. So I'd be very curious if we get a release from them at 7 o'clock saying that landfall has happened, because just based on the radar imagery here, that is the broad eye. You split it in half. Half of it is over land, half of it is over water. So there's going to be a statement before too long that a landfall has happened. But with those gustier winds that were being highlighted by Kenya Cardone's live shot in Perry, that's the northern edge of the Eyewall, and it's coming right into the southern edge of the city. Recent wind gusts have been upwards of 62 miles per hour at Foley Airport, so that definitely corresponds with the strong wind effects that an eyewall will give in a Category 1 hurricane. So that goes very well with that coordination of what's been happening with the quick burst of wind and the relation and the positioning of the eyewall. Stretches right on 27, so that's a rough go from Fenn Holloway right to the county line over today, and then south into Mayo. Those are going to be some areas where winds are also kicking at a pretty good clip. Where Alberto is in Live Oak near the downtown city center, portions of this eyewall will move in. So I would suspect if there's any kind of roof damage like what he highlighted in his drive shot, there can be maybe more of that to occur as this segment of the band. This will rotate counterclockwise, but the whole area will lift through Suwannee County within the next hour. So you will have those similar wind gusts that you're seeing in Mayo. A recent gauge of 61 mile per hour wind gusts in northern Lafayette County. So again, that plus the observation from Perry and the positioning of the eyewall, it just matches together very well. So those winds will continue to be an issue over these portions of Taylor and Lafayette County, and eventually Madison County up to the I-10 corridor. In Lee, you're going to start to have similar wind characteristics and heavy rain. Live Oak, you'll have that pretty soon, and this will continue to move towards the state line as well. West of there, the winds are still pretty noticeable, no doubt, but maybe not quite as strong. In fact, definitely not as strong as what we're seeing in Perry for areas in Monticello. But you may get some squally weather coming at you across Leon County, especially the eastern half of the county. So over towards, say, the Lake Lafayette area, downpours are likely, and that can come with winds upwards of maybe 30, 35 miles per hour. So you can have an effect with those gusty winds. If you've kept power up to this point, don't be surprised if maybe the lights start to flicker a bit more on the eastern half of Leon County thanks to the rolling in of this portion of the rain band here within Leon County. So we do have the ongoing presence of these areas of rain and gusty winds. I'm curious to see if we have any storm reports that will come up into our system. I think I did see a few pop up, but yeah, they're a little slow because there's a lot of information coming in, but definitely some wind reports that have been noted by the National Weather Service, including some wind gusts around the Suwannee County Advent Christian Center. That's the Dowling Park camera that we showed earlier today. Doesn't show an actual wind gust value there, but there's definitely been those winds that have been clocked at a pretty high rate at various points within Suwannee County in particular, and certainly some areas that will eventually start to get those verified wind reports that will come in through those storm reports here across our region. So watch for the rain and the wind combination. It's going to be picking up pretty significantly across northern Taylor, most of Lafayette, Suwannee County, and eventually Madison County over the next 30 to 60 minutes. Channing.
Yeah, Cass, and as things are developing here, I just want to kind of give you some updates on the fly here. First, I want to start with this live look at Cedar Key. That is south of our viewing area. But take a look at this. It's kind of hard to make out, but there are white caps on what appear to be a parking lot. There are trees coming out of the ground. There are buildings here. The storm surge is surrounding these structures and these trees, so that high water is persisting along the Big Bend coast. And Cass, you mentioned those power outages. Also, we just got an update from Talquin Electric saying that there are more than 9,000 customers affected by power outages. That's about almost 17% of their service area. And according to their map, the Chairs substation and is 100% out, and the Shadeville substation is 76% out. So even areas well removed from the center of this storm are experiencing power outages. If you do have access to the internet, we do have a running list of resources that you might need. If your power is out, you can find that at WTXL.tv. And I also want to remind people, if you have those portable gas-powered generators and you're thinking of firing it up today, make sure it is far away, at least 30 feet from your home. You don't want those fumes coming out of the generator and going into your garage or going into an open window, because those fumes can be deadly. So please make sure you are being safe. We do have multiple resources on how to safely use a generator posted to the WTXL Tallahassee Facebook page. But again, just look at your screen, the bottom left-hand corner, those trees coming out of the water, that building surrounded by water. Cedar Key is one of those locations that's especially susceptible to that storm surge. It is just south of Steinhatchee and places like Keaton Beach, where the center of that storm is making its way onto land. We are tracking power outages around the Big Bend in South Georgia, and my guess, Cass, is that those numbers are going to continue to climb as that Eyewall continues moving north. How are the numbers looking on your end?
No doubt, Channing, we're going to see more of these numbers increasing. You mentioned the power outage for the Chairs area. I don't think that's been factored into the estimated numbers. These are updated about every 10 minutes. So as that information is received, the numbers will change. But the overall numbers continue to increase in terms of the number of customers within a service area of a county losing power. And keep in mind, when you have the peak of the storm and winds as gusty as they are, for those who have been through the storm before, you know that it's not going to be something that's restored very quickly, not in 30 minutes or anything like that. This storm is going to take its time to move out, and then you have to have the assessment of where the damage is, having to clear trees and whatnot. If you've been through it before, you know the process, and it's just going to take time and patience. And these numbers will continue to add up, at least when it comes to the more densely populated centers, because of how the storm has moved in relation to, say, Tallahassee, where I would not anticipate having 90,000 power outages or anything like that, but there will be certainly those occasions where the gusts have been picking up and you can see more areas losing power. And it was interesting to note that the Chairs area on the eastern side of the county is one of those locations where we are getting a little bit of wind enhancement from the latest little surge coming on the backside of this region. So that's why we're going to see maybe a little pickup in the overall numbers for Leon County, especially on the east side. It would not surprise me if a few more areas start to lose power there, but that's kind of on the outer fringe of the whole circulation, where the strongest of it will be near the Eyewall, which is impacting Taylor and Lafayette County right now. And if my understanding is correct, Maya Sargent has a report to check in with.
Stand by. Good morning. I'm Maya Sargent in Taylor County. As you can see behind me, conditions have picked up significantly. There's significantly more amounts of rain, of wind. We just lost power for probably about 30 to 45 seconds. And it's really, really starting to pick up. We're seeing a lot of flooding, just a lot of water collecting, hence why those flash flood warnings are out at the moment. But really, these conditions are getting a lot worse. The wind is hitting me in the face. The rain is hitting me in the face. We're completely just witnessing these stormy conditions really as Debby's landfall approaches. The electricity is the main concern out here. We've lost it probably about 4 to 5 times over the last couple of hours, but really just feeling these conditions get worse. And I've been speaking to emergency management, and their biggest concern is that storm surge. So I'm really just thinking about those coastal communities. We were at Keaton Beach yesterday. We saw what that water is like. We saw those levels get high, those water levels rise during the day. So imagining those to be pretty big when that landfall happens. Actually, we've just lost electricity, I think, inside of this building. So electricity is getting spotty. Those power lines are moving. We're hearing a lot of just clanking, signs moving. We're not really sure where many of those noises are coming from, but it's a combination of signs of power outages, of power lines moving, and then just a lot of wind and rain, a lot of water collection, debris moving, trees just scattered across the road, and we think this is just going to get worse as landfall approaches. That's what we've got out here at the moment in Perry. Outside, just off of US 19, emergency management cautioning neighbors to remember that there is a curfew out on the road. Lights are flickering just right now. Oh, power is going, but we'll keep you up to date. Channing, back in the studio.
Thanks, Maya. And an update, you said the landfall is approaching. The landfall is here at Steinhatchee. That's where we're seeing the pinpoint of the landfall officially being given by the National Hurricane Center. That's where the clear-cut eye is, and it's right on top of Steinhatchee. So an official landfall has been declared as this storm moves now onshore as a hurricane at a Category 1 rate of speed. Those gusts of wind continuing to rotate around that eye, so it's calmer right now in Steinhatchee proper. But like you were saying, Maya, those winds around Perry, like what you're showing, they're definitely very forceful, and they're going to continue for a little while. So don't be surprised if more power is lost within Perry, more than what you've already seen. And that similar effect will be felt from this segment of the Eyewall. That's over the eastern side of Dixie County. Guess what? This rotates around towards Lafayette County again. So Mayo, you've been really hammered and buffeted by those winds on that segment of the Eyewall. This next portion will likely rotate from Cross City right over to you along the Swanee River. And then as this whole mass moves inland farther, we're going to have more of that effect being shown and felt in Live Oak, and neighbors and neighborhoods to the south will encounter similar weather conditions. This section of the Eyewall will rotate around, but again, as the whole thing moves inland, next in line will be folks in Madison County, as well as Swanee as mentioned, and then even into Hamilton County. So those are going to be some zones where those wind gusts, based on what we've seen so far in northern Taylor County, wind gusts frequently 60, 65 miles per hour based on the observation points that are there. That similar wind trend can be expected for Madison County. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, perhaps even a little bit higher in some cases. And those downpours, which will just soak everything and really start to add up because of the slower rate of movement of this hurricane, which is now officially a landfallen hurricane within the Big Bend. The second time in 2 years we've had such an event happening, and it's pretty remarkable that we're seeing it really heavily hitting a lot of the same areas that were affected by Idalia last year. So the rain and wind will continue to spread a little farther towards the west, not necessarily of this intense caliber, but again, the moisture wrapping around is increasing the rain coverage across the US 19 or 319 corridor, and that includes Leon County as well as Wakulla County. And again, some lower end gusts near tropical storm force are certainly possible, I'd say probable, within some of these coming back around on the west side. But as the whole system keeps moving inland to the north-northeast, we will see more of the most intense action still being focused across our eastern areas. And as the system makes more inland progress, we'll start to have the rain totals adding up within that region. So we're seeing a very high amount of rain. Rainfall estimates have been upwards of 4 to 6 inches so far in the southern extensions of Taylor and Lafayette County. So these are our current flash flood warnings. Also, we have them up in Madison County in anticipation of high rain rates and high rain accumulations, which can also have an effect into Brooks and Lowndes County. So those warnings are in effect until later this afternoon at 2:15 is when the Madison, Brooks, and even northeastern Jefferson County, that's when those flash flood warnings expire, and then an expiration time of 10:45 here in Taylor, Lafayette, and Dixie counties. So this is not going to be something that just goes away. In fact, here's the latest 12-hour estimates, and as mentioned, about 4 to 6 inches, even approaching 7 inches now being indicated in portions of Lafayette County. So that would certainly cause too much rain to gather in a confined area, more to fall. Watch for some standing water, and hopefully you don't have to watch for it because you're already within your safe space and your shelter across this region. I did see a wind report of a tree down on 51 just outside of the Tennell area. So that's another hazard to keep in mind, not just in Lafayette, but other areas where maybe it just happens and it hasn't gone through the proper channels to get to the National Weather Service to be distributed broadly. So if you definitely don't have to go outside in these conditions, please don't. Just stay where you are. And even use caution in these slightly lighter areas where the rainfall rates have not been as intense and the accumulations are just beginning. But you can also have those similar wind hazards even within areas where you've only had maybe just marginal tropical depression winds, or maybe upwards of 40-mile-per-hour winds that can still cause issues for even areas outside of that Eyewall zone, which will still have an effect for locations a little more heavily populated across the Tallahassee metro. Heavy rain continuing here in Suwannee County, where officially you do not have a flash flood warning, but you're right on the verge of the one that exists to the west and south of the Suwannee River, and you'll still have those increasing rain and wind patterns here in the Live Oak area going into the next few minutes as the system continues to move mostly towards the north or maybe slightly east of due north. But again, as mentioned at the top of the hour, landfall has occurred, and we will continue to have the inland effects of what will be a diminishing wind maker in terms of Hurricane Debby, but the rain maker is still going to be something that we'll be dealing with for several hours to come, and perhaps even several days from now as it makes further progress into South Georgia. So even though you're far inland from the coast in the Azalea City, those wind and rain effects will be coming for you later this morning, and you will certainly experience some adverse conditions because of that.
All right, thank you, Cass. And as we continue to watch this Eyewall move to the north, areas like Mayo getting in on the action right now. One place I'm really concerned about is Live Oak, where I'm seeing multiple reports of debris on the roadway from Florida Highway Patrol. Let's check back in with our neighborhood reporter, Alberto Camargo. He's in Live Oak. He's been seeing damage to buildings. Alberto, what do you have for us now?
All right, we've been driving around Live Oak looking for different damages from Hurricane Debby, and as you can see, we have something right here in the road in front of us. We're in the Lowe's parking lot, the Lowe's on US 129, and you can see this metal canopy that's been blown entirely over on its head right here at the very front road here in front of Lowe's. We came to check and see if any of the outdoor equipment may have been affected by the storm. A lot of the sheds are in good shape, but this metal roofing right here has been blown over. It's slowly moving towards us with every wind gust, so we're just kind of keeping an eye on it. But it just goes to show the damage that Hurricane Debby has been doing here in Live Oak. We've shown you some tin roofing almost coming off. I've told you about debris flying across the road, and here we're seeing something as large as this metal canopy on the road, on its head, flipped over by the wind gusts. Just a little piece of evidence of how damaging the wind gusts have been so far here in Live Oak in Suwannee County.
All right, thank you for that report, Alberta. We'll check back in with you in just a bit as this storm continues moving north. I did see a report from the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office that mentions that there are trees down on several roads throughout the county. There are a few places where the traffic lights are out, so be careful if you have to go anywhere. And areas that are moving into the storm, moving into places like Valdosta, Madison, Jasper. These winds, they're very intense, as we're seeing on those live pictures. We're tracking the power outages just got an update from the city of Tallahassee where there are 84 outages affecting about 2,400 customers. TCEC, Tri-County Electric Co-op, they're reporting about 10,500 customers without power in the region. It's really no surprise when you see this Eyewall moving through that region. First to know Chief Meteorologist Cass Nurse has where the storm is going next. Cass?
Still likely to continue that northern movement as far as the eye goes, but the moisture is deep and it's broad and it will continue to circulate around that center. So we are seeing rain rates increasing on the west side. It's not corresponding to the same level of intensity as what we have in the Suwannee Valley, but there's definitely going to be a prolonged time where the rain, even on the lighter side, is going to be steadier, and it can come with some modest wind gusts for the Tallahassee Metro. Checking in on some of the rain and gusts that have been combined here in the Suwannee River area, especially Lafayette County. Recent wind gusts in Mayo, right in the heart of the town, right about 65 miles per hour based on the observation point there. So we're still having clear evidence of those bands connected to the circulation surrounding the eye that's producing higher level gusts of wind across this region here. And again, I keep giving you that advance notice that we're going to see those same types of wind characteristics moving into Madison County. If you haven't really heard it yet, it is on the way. And we're letting folks know that in Madison County, you may not have, a long duration of very strong hurricane winds, but you don't have to have the 74-mile-per-hour winds to have an effect there. So just be prepared within Madison County for those higher level gusts that can be upwards of the 60 to 70 range. That's also a possibility here in the Live Oak area, as well as the Highway 90 connector there between Lee and the Falmouth neighborhoods. Those will be locations that are going to be more susceptible, more prone to the rate of strong downpours as well as the gustier winds. So next 15-30 minutes for you within that 90 to 10 corridor up towards Highway 6 as well, along and where the Suwannee and Withlacoochee rivers meet. That will also propagate a little farther towards the north. So folks in Lake Park, Georgia, Clyattville, Valdosta, Madison Highway area, those are going to be some zones where you will also have strong winds coming at you during the 8 o'clock hour, most likely, giving you a little bit of a framework and not using the model data all that much. Like I mentioned last night, when you have the real-time observation from the radar, you can kind of toss the model data out. It does have some use in this case to just give you some figures and numbers, but it takes a little while for that computer data to get in sync with what's happening right now to give a better projection of what's happening down the road. So it's almost more useful to me just to go off of what we're seeing and just kind of give an estimate as far as what will be happening down the road and to the north across our I-75 corridor into the late morning hours. The more west you go, hey, Bainbridge, yeah, you can get a little bit of rain coming at you. Cairo, you're encountering that as well. We've been mentioning that little burst, if you will, coming through eastern and southern Leon County into Wakulla County. So yeah, you can have a little bit of wind effects from that, as well as a spread of rain as the moisture wraps around. And also keep in mind, now that the system is over land, as it moves further, it will lose its structure and then kind of expand out even more. So even though the rain may not be overly intense for some cases, there's a good chance that we can see at least a period of time of showers. And that's why we account for that possibility of about 1 to 2, maybe 3 inches of rain in the tri-state area. And we'll still hold on to about 1 to 3, maybe even 4 inches of rain for the Tallahassee Metro, although 4 inches could be more of an isolated case in the eastern side of the county. It's still a possibility to have just a little extra saturation just thanks to the overall effects of the moisture coming around into the metro area of the capital, as well as our southwestern Georgia areas near and east of the Flint River. But at a lesser amount, lesser intensity, a little gusty, a little squally still. After all, there is a hurricane that is nearby, and you will certainly have some of the effects just because of that fact. But if you're closer to the eye, which is continuing to keep it kind of calm over the Steinhatchee vicinity, even in Keaton Beach, you're getting in on at least the edge of the calmer section of the circulation. So a little decrease in the overall force of the wind and rain, a temporary break for you there, as that will likely begin to fill back in on the backside, which is a little weaker, but still, as it is over the water of Appalachia Bay, you still have the unabated flow of wind, which keeps those speeds higher. So you're still going to have a little backlash of winds that will be mostly offshore or parallel to the coast, but they will pick up once again, and they can be at a fairly significant rate of speed. You can also have maybe a little more of that storm surge that tries to emerge once again from Horseshoe Beach over to Steinhatchee, just depending on the angle where the eye comes in, and that backside rotation can maybe cause those stronger winds to bump right back up and maybe cause a minor return of some water levels that exceed areas which are typically dry. So keep those factors in mind. Certainly it's way too premature to try to go out and see what's going on in a general sense, but there's certainly a reason to continue to monitor things on site where you are and not try to venture out. But definitely stay in your sheltered place across the Suwannee River. It looks like a new flash flood warning has just been issued in the last few seconds, which includes Suwannee County. Now that's in effect until noon because of the anticipation, the already occurring high water rates or high rainfall rates, and that will likely continue for quite some time. So now we have that effect going on into Suwannee County, including Live Oak and all the neighborhoods surrounding there and to the south. It also includes portions of Columbia County. Does not look like it includes Hamilton County quite yet, but with the overall trends that we've seen so far this morning, one set of heavy rain as it moves into a section that has not had as much heavy rain, that will continue to influence the need for future flash flood warnings because of just what has been going on with high rainfall accumulations over the last few hours closer to where the eye has been moving.
All right, thanks, Cass. A few things I want to update our viewers on. Take a look at this live picture of the I-10 rest stop in Suwannee County. The trees are bending in the wind here. That heavy rain still coming down. Cass, you mentioned that potential for surge coming into Steinhatchee. The latest river gauge update shows that it's at 1 foot, which means it's come up about 6 feet since low tide. We'll see if it goes any higher. We do want to check in with Perry right now. Our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders is standing by with a look at the conditions there.
Hey guys, so obviously conditions have really deteriorated here in Perry. This has been an ongoing thing throughout the morning. We've seen the winds start to really pick up. The rain is starting to get really, really strong. And one of the things that I've really noticed here is that it feels like sleet because it's hitting you with such force. It almost feels like you're being pelted with ice, just like needles on your face. I'm having a hard time even seeing or keeping my eyes open because we were getting so much rain and so much wind. My fingers are actually pruned like I've been swimming out in a pool. And obviously the rain is the big concern here. We did just lose power in Perry maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago. We were wondering whether or not that was actually going to happen. But what I will tell you was it was a stunning sort of light show because over in the distance you could actually see what might have been a transformer going down as it sort of lit up the sky. You could see all of these bright blues and purples in the clouds and in the rain, in the mist. Fortunately, we are now having the sun come up. That will help people as they start to recover. But yeah, my hotel has lost power now. You have a lot of people that came up from the shoreline, Keaton Beach, Cedar Key, Steinhatchee. They're all staying here trying to get away from the nasty storm surge that's happening down there. But now, obviously, they are here without power, and that's probably how it's going to be for at least a little while. But the state was very prepared for this. They recognized that power outages were going to be likely, so they've done a few things. They staged utility crews up and down the peninsula, somewhere between 12 to 17,000 utility workers, linemen ready to go for when the power goes down and the storm clears. They can get out and repair things as fast as possible. They're also trying something new this year. We told you a lot about it just yesterday, which is they have these things called tiger dams. They're basically these long orange tubes. They've got about 10 miles of this stuff, and they've deployed about 9,400 feet around power substations, around wastewater treatment plants. They can stack these water-filled tubes up about 8 feet and prevent water from getting into those vital, critical infrastructure spaces. And that's going to hopefully help on the back end of this storm. You're going to have quicker recovery and potentially less damage in some of those vital areas. But right now, obviously, the conditions in Perry, not great. What I've been hearing from meteorologists is that we are seeing some of the strongest bands right now of Debby hitting us. And I'm telling you, I can feel it. I'm about 165 pounds, 170, depending how close we are to the holidays. And the wind is so strong that I've had a hard time standing up in it. I've sort of adopted that Captain Morgan stance from time to time. It has been a wild ride, and it sounds like it's going to continue at least until Debby gets out of the way. But again, the big issue with this storm is that it's a slow mover, and so it's just going to keep dumping all of this rain on top of areas like Perry. You can see behind me, water is already starting to pool in sort of that green space there. So that's one thing we're going to have to watch for, is a lot of flash flooding in some of these areas, and then just ongoing flooding in some of the river basins and other parts of North Florida as Debby continues to move on. That's the latest out here. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Forrest. As we watch this storm, I got to tell you, I'm monitoring 4 screens right now. I want to start with the biggest one behind me, Ochlockonee Bay. Take a look at this. I guess you would call them brown caps because of that brackish water. They are rolling onto shore here. The dock appears to be at a normal level, so Ochlockonee Bay not really experiencing too much surge as far as we can tell. A major road issue right now that I just saw on Florida 511. Debris on the roadway on US 90 eastbound at Hillside Road. All lanes are closed. This is just east of Monticello, so well away from the center of the storm, but debris still coming down, blocking roads. We've got another road blockage, Highway 122 at Skipper Bridge Road. This is in Lowndes County. Some pictures we received show a large tree down, but there are firefighters from Lowndes County working to cut it down. There is some good news, though. People are finding shelter in this storm. I want to read you this tweet from Leon County Schools. They say that as the storm made landfall, 98 people are sheltering safely in 6 of their school campuses. We told you about those shelters opening up, so it's good to see people taking advantage of those opportunities to stay safe. And we are not out of the woods yet, Cass.
That's right, Channing. The landfall has happened, but as we've seen before, as we're going to see this time, things just don't collapse and go away. You still have lingering effects from gradual decreasing wind, but it's still windy in areas closer to the eye in particular, but even extending outside of that zone. But we also have the rain, and I think that's going to be something that is really going to be persistent in many areas in terms of the flooding aspect of this. We've seen those high water levels and accumulations already, 4 to 6 inches and more to come as this moves at about 10 miles per hour to the northeast. So 10 miles per hour takes 6 hours to go 60 miles in that case. So this is going to be something that really sticks around, and the rain really adds up. So we were talking about this days in advance, that this will be more of a primary flooding concern in many cases where we have the landfall and the surrounding areas, and it definitely seems to be coming to that point where it is translating into a flood risk that is going to be continuing to increase, especially in the eastern side of the Big Bend area. The heaviest of the winds continuing to show gusts upwards of about 40 to 60 miles per hour, depending on the various observation points I've looked at. The weather stem gauge at Madison High School had one of those in the 62 mile per hour range coming in from the northeast, with sustained winds that are lower. But nonetheless, it does lend some evidence and credence to the belief that as this northern edge of the Eyewall pushes closer to these communities here in Madison County, we will have enhanced wind gusts. They're already already pretty strong at an elevated level of about 3,000 feet, where we have a very strong overall flow, mostly coming in from the east and moving to the west. And again, these are not ground level wind estimates, but they are in a higher level of the atmosphere, and that's where we're seeing at least some evidence of stronger gusts, at least about 2,000 feet up in the range of hurricane force. So again, not advised to go outside and look, but maybe if you have a window view and it's safe, you might see those low clouds just moving right along very swiftly, and that's the evidence of that very strong low-level flow that circulates around this system. And that's evidence that the winds are very strong at that level, and it doesn't take much to get those gusts to come back to ground level, especially when coupled with the rain. So those wind gusts are going to be pretty hazardous as you move forward in time across sections of Madison County. So starting off along the Highway 53 region near Lee, and then south of there towards some of those campgrounds off of 53. Those are going to be some particularly concerning spots when it comes to the rate of wind gusts on those RVs and campers. That's not going to be a very good combination to deal with.
Yeah, Cassie, we've been talking about the danger of this storm ramping up for days now. We said that it was going to become a Category 1 hurricane, and that's exactly what it made landfall as just a short time ago. The unfortunate thing is, though, as this storm moves farther inland, it's having a bigger impact on our inland counties. So I'm talking about Lafayette County and Madison County, Hamilton, and places like Live Oak, where we're seeing the damage already being reported. Our neighborhood reporter, Alberto Camargo, is riding around showing us the damage to roofs and canopies that are blowing off. I'm checking the Florida Highway Patrol incident map here. The yellow triangles have gone from like 2 or 3 before dawn to probably more than a dozen now. So there are a lot of incidents coming up here. I believe this is the live camera from Alberto showing us in Swanee County the conditions there. The rain still coming down. Those clouds overhead. Are we able to take this full and have Alberto tell us where he is and what it looks like downtown Live Oak? Alberto, where are you, if you can hear me?
The only one who likes taking them, because he's just like, I know I won't get towed. That's true. We are live in Live Oak, coming up here on downtown, the junction between US 90, US 129. We've been driving through town early this morning just to see what the damage has been looking like. We've seen, down branches, debris on the roads, debris flying across the roads in front of us as we've been driving down the road. We're looking to, we got a wind gust picking up now. Perhaps you can see some of the wind affecting the trees here in the distance. We're gonna head south on 129 toward Brantford. We maybe meet the eye wall of Hurricane Debby as it comes, as it's now made landfall in the Big Bend. We're here in the First to Know Storm Chaser. I'm Alberto Camargo.
All right, Alberto, please be safe out there. This is a live look over North Madison now. You probably can't see it because of the, well, you can see it there. The flag is just whipping in the wind here. The trees are being bustled around as that heavy rain moves in. It reminds me of scenes from Idalia almost a year ago. In Perry, that's one community that was just recovering from that storm. Maya Sargent's been tracking the recovery there for the last year. She joins us live from Perry with an update there.
I'm Mayor Sargent in Taylor County. We had to move inside because of the rain and the storm and all the wind that we were getting. We didn't want that to get on the camera, so we are here inside. Just moved in for a little bit of protection. I have an update on power outages here in Taylor County. I got a text from a neighbor saying that her power went out at 4 p.m. yesterday, then came back on at midnight, and then went out at 6:30 this morning. I got a message from the CEO of Doctors Memorial Hospital here in Taylor County, who tells me they're currently on backup generators. On top of that, the hotel that we're staying at, the O'Connor Lodge on US 19, that's just lost partial power. So really, we're seeing the impacts of these storms, and we're seeing the impacts of the wind and the rain causing these power outages. I'm sure they're going to get more widespread as we understand and come to learn the consequences of this storm. But currently live in Perry, Mayor Sargent.
All right, thank you for that update, Maya. That community has been through so much in the last year with roofs ripped off, buildings damaged. People are still rebuilding because of Hurricane Idalia. Now they'll likely have to rebuild because of this historic storm. First, the Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Veneris has a look at where exactly landfall happened, how strong it was, and where this storm is going next.
That's right. Landfall point was at Steinhatchee, and that's where we see the overall calmness of the eye. And that was declared about half an hour ago, and we were monitoring just how broad the eye was stretching across the northern Nature Coast and the far eastern side of the Big Bend region. So that's where we had the center of the system moving inland. So now we're going to start a gradual weakening phase when it comes to the winds, but it's not like you flip off a light switch. It's going to take some time to see that overall wind power begin to fall down to more manageable levels. So while we're still here, just 30 minutes after landfall, there's still going to be some longer duration of those gustier winds. It's doubtful we're going to have 80-mile-per-hour winds because once the storm moves inland, unless you're right near the point of landfall in the immediate time frame as that happens, you're not really going to get the sustained peak maximum winds. That's why when we talk about highest sustained winds of X miles per hour, in this case 80, that's the highest that's going to be expected in terms of sustained winds. So now that we have it over land, those 80-mile-per-hour winds are going to be less expected, but having 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've seen that frequently. In fact, that one report from Madison High School I spoke of a few minutes ago, it's been verified by the National Weather Service. So it's legitimate. And those winds will carry inland. You don't have to have 85 or 80-mile-per-hour winds to cause issues, as we've seen already this morning in many areas, in Live Oak and Perry, and even outside of this region. Even in where we've seen lighter winds in comparison, we've already had some of those effects of down trees, like what Channing mentioned a while back in Lowndes County. So there's going to be those issues that are going to stretch for several hours. Landfall does not mean the end of the storm. It's just the passage of one phase entering another phase. And that phase will involve, in this case, a lot of rain and some of those local effects from gustier winds, which will still be experienced along Highway Interstate 10, 90, up Madison Highway 145, and surrounding areas as well. So those are going to be the prime spots for those effects to be felt, while the power outages will still be an issue in areas even outside of that strongest zone. In fact, some new numbers just coming in. The number of customers out in Taylor County, as Maya had been mentioning, power was lost there. Now about 10,000, closing in on 20,000 in Suwannee County, and numbers gradually increasing throughout Wakulla and Leon County, as well as Jefferson. Lesser totals across South Georgia at this point, but we can expect these to increase for Brooks and Lowndes County, as well as surrounding areas east of Interstate 75. Governor DeSantis, I understand, is speaking at this time.
Joining me today to discuss some of this will be Kevin Guthrie, who's the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, and you'll hear from him shortly. We are still at a level 1 activation. We continue to utilize all available resources of the state emergency response team to respond to this storm. This is a Category 1 hurricane. It has followed a track very, very similar to Hurricane Idalia. The storm area. To contrast that with Idalia, Idalia reached close to 120 mile per hour in sustained winds. We have seen significant storm surge. We have seen inundation. We have seen and will continue to see flooding in various parts of the state of Florida. This storm is expected to move throughout north central Florida and likely go into Georgia and in the Carolinas. Yesterday and into this morning, we saw impacts throughout the west coast of Florida, starting in southwest Florida and continuing up the coast. This storm has produced and will likely produce significant flooding events from Sarasota, Bradenton area all the way up to northern Florida. And that's not something that just happens when the storm passes. There's a threat, ongoing threat of that over the ensuing days. Now that Hurricane Debby is making landfall, the most important thing to do is to just protect yourself and protect your family. Don't go out into this storm. Don't drive on the roads, particularly when they're flooded. We have had some traffic mishaps over the last 12 hours. And when you have flood situations, that is the #1 way where we will see fatalities, is by people being out on the roads and hydroplaning or having other problems. So do not go walk or drive into flooded roadways. There are hazards there. They're dangerous. We want everybody to be safe. Power. So far, we have about 143,000 Floridians without power. We have a lot of restoration personnel ready to go to get it back on. I think because this is a Category 1 with 80-mile-an-hour sustained winds, the total number of power outages are not going to reach the level that they did with Hurricane Idalia, and certainly not the level that they did with Hurricane Ian back in 2022. But we do have 17,000 linemen that are ready to assist with restoring power immediately. And I know a lot of the utilities have already restored hundreds of thousands of folks starting yesterday. We also have Starlink internet ready to deploy if that is needed. So we're standing by. We want to assist all the local communities with anything that they need. As I mentioned yesterday, we have been approved for federal disaster assistance. Our pre-landfall declaration was approved. Our National State Guard are ready for search, rescue, and humanitarian assistance as needed. State emergency response teams also fully engaged in preparedness and now our response efforts. We have our Florida Highway Patrol that are ready to enter their Alpha Bravo shifts. That's 24-hour, round-the-clock, nonstop shifts. We have 3,000 service members from the Florida National Guard that are on standby, and that includes search and rescue, route clearance, distribution, and protection of critical infrastructure. They have 10 rotary aircraft and over 400 tactical vehicles staged to support relief operations. And we have our Florida State Guard, where we have 100 soldiers, 9 shallow water vessels, 10 UTVs, 2 amphibious rescue vehicles, and 7 search and rescue crews ready to be deployed from Camp Blanding as needed. Florida Fish and Wildlife, as the flooding happens, they have 12 swiftwater rescue teams ready to go, and they are going to be very dynamic in this and move to where the problems are. We've also have on hand for this storm statewide 11 million bottles of water, almost 3 million shelf-stable meals. We do not anticipate needing to put a major dent in that at this time, but we will be ready if those circumstances change. Our Florida Department of Transportation has been clearing roads and shoulders for the last few days. Cut and toss efforts to clear roadways and highways will start as soon as the storm passes. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge and the Howard Franklin Bridge have been temporarily closed due to high winds and will be reopened as quickly as possible once conditions improve. And there are a number of roads that have been flooded and that have been temporarily closed. And so as soon as it's safe, they obviously want to get everything back open. We also have FDOT crews staged to inspect coastal bridges, and we'll be monitoring water levels at low-lying bridges near major river crossings, particularly in the northern part of Florida. As I mentioned yesterday, people with disability or special needs, if you need assistance, you can sign up at snr.flhealthresponse.com. That's Florida Department of Health, snr.flhealthresponse.com. Although we haven't had major power outages compared to some of the past storms, if you are without power and you want to use a generator, please do not use that generator inside your home. Make sure you're operating it 20 feet away from the home. We don't want to see anybody get killed based on the carbon monoxide that will build up when those are run inside people's homes. I want to thank everybody who's been involved in the preparation efforts. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. There's going to be a lot of water that's going to be dumped throughout the state, and we're going to see effects of that not just today, but in the ensuing days. But we are prepared. We have the resources that we need, and those will be deployed as needed to help with the recovery and the response efforts. And I'll turn it over now for further details to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate you being here early this morning and late last night and helping provide the necessary leadership that is needed for such an event like this.
All right, you've been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis and other emergency leaders in the state of Florida give an update on their response to Hurricane Debby, which made landfall at 7 o'clock this morning in Steinhatchee. The governor talked about FDOT and how they have been working to clear drainage on the roads so that those heavy rains can drain off of our highways. The governor also mentioned that Florida National Guard is mobilizing up to 3,000 guardsmen. The governor also has said that about 17,000 linemen are on standby in the state, ready to move in and help restore power. And speaking of power outages, I did just get a text from the city of Tallahassee. They say that right now about 3,000 customers are without power in the capital city. They do anticipate additional outages throughout the day as Debby moves to the north, and I'm sure that that story can be the same for communities in North Florida and parts of South Georgia where we're already seeing outages reported. Let's check in with First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse to see where the storm is right now.
We're seeing evidence of those winds coming into South Georgia. The trees in Hayhira are modestly swaying in the winds that are beginning to increase. Even in the northern side of Lowndes County, they're not necessarily at major force, but I do anticipate that we'll see more motion here as the lingering effects of the Eyewall will move in this general direction of Lowndes County. So this is where we have it right now, that northern edge has been pushing through Perry, and we've seen the pictures and the video from our neighborhood reporters there of some of the stronger wind gusts that have been occurring within that region of northern Taylor County. This will continue to rotate around, and again, as the system moves on land, we can see a little bit of an expansion, not necessarily at the same intensity, but we can certainly have some gustier winds that start to approach the Osceola River, especially around the Lamont area to the south from this band that will be still rotating around but kind of expanding its overall reach in terms of the area of the Eyewall. So that's something we'll monitor here for Jefferson County in particular, especially near Lamont, Caps, and south of there towards, we'll say, Wassissa, Osceola, and various neighborhoods like that. But that will continue to circulate around. The other one on this eastern flank will continue to lift in, right now lining right along the Suwannee River, coming towards Hatch Bend and Branford, and then up Highway 19 and 51 in Suwannee County. So within these Eyewall regions, we've had those gusts more frequently around 60 miles per hour, and that's certainly been clocked at some of the reporting sites within Madison County itself, and that can continue to be the case heading into the near-term future in this region, as well as the onset of ongoing downpours, which can certainly worsen any kind of saturation that's already been occurring because of high rain totals within this region. Now, the heavier rain and the gustier winds will also make an effect towards the Dowling Park area right on the river between Lafayette and Suwannee County. So that is anticipated to occur, and I'm looking at one of the weather stem cameras off screen and seeing the effects of those gustier winds at an elevated level in the Dowling Park area. So that's certainly a hazard that will continue for a while and will spread towards the north into the Highway I-10 and Highway 90 corridor, Lee, over towards Falmouth, and over towards Live Oak as well. Those will be areas that will have some effects from that storm. This is one of the views from Live Oak, just mentioning that from our roving reporter Alberto Camargo. He is on one of the highways there where some branches have fallen. And again, you don't have to have maximum winds to have obstructions on roadways.
You're looking live at It's a picture of a tree branch here blocking a road just off of US 129. We're still in Suwannee County. We're outside of Live Oak, heading down towards Branford, where the Eyewall of Debby looks like it's approaching any time now. And you can see how the damage from the winds of Hurricane Debby have blocked this road off entirely. And we're just heading down to Branford to see how the damage continues down there. I'm Alberto Camargo live.
So clear evidence of those wind gusts that are beginning to affect areas on the southern end of Suwannee County. And again, for those who are out there, either because you just have to, hopefully you don't have a reason to be out in any of this, and the road looked pretty clear. So that's a good thing. But just be aware, once things start to settle down, there can be some areas that still sustain some lingering damage. And that's also been the case in Dixie County, where we are going to send things to our reporter there with an update.
To the minute.
He is immediate. Yeah, I'm not. Just.
This is why I'm
Stand by. We're on? All right. Sorry about that. Trying to get this thing set up. Michael Paluska here in Cross City in Dixie County, talking to some of the other journalists here just about everything that's going on. And, you know, the thing that we just got, breaking information, I just got off the phone with the mayor of Horseshoe Beach, Jeff Williams. A lot of people evacuated from that town, and we're watching these Facebook Live videos come in, and the mayor just told me he thinks they got 6 to 7 feet of storm surge. No power right now. He said the entire town is cut off, and they're surrounded. At one point, when the Eyewall was coming ashore, he said Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach were both in the middle of the Eyewall. So one part of the town was, and then the other part of the town was. We're about 20 minutes from Horseshoe Beach, but what the mayor's relaying to me and what I can describe watching in the video that we just confirmed and got permission to use, we're trying to turn it around. It's that they had the surge come up, and he thinks it's about 6 to 7 feet, and he said the winds never stop when the eye came ashore. We've been getting these types of gusts now for maybe the past 2 hours. We've been in the eye wall, started to come around, and we're starting to get the backside. But you can see all of this debris behind me. We have a large canopy above us, a big roof that's been protecting us from a lot of the limbs and palm fronds and dangerous debris that's been flying all over this place. We had a flagpole behind us that we were using to gauge the wind. It actually got knocked over, and so you know, there is a lot of damage and destruction, but what we're being able to confirm now, Horseshoe Beach is cut off. About pretty much the whole town doesn't have power. And there's also a resident there. I think the folks said she's in her 60s. Their house is actually collapsing, and around them, the ceiling, I'm told, in one of their rooms ripped off. So they have rain pouring in, and then the front porch ripped off. And neighbors are telling them to run to get to another house that's open. A lot of people left their front doors open that have sturdier homes so they could get in. This whole thing is unfolding less than a year after Hurricane Idalia came through here as a Cat 3 hurricane. That made landfall on August 30th, and it pretty much followed the exact same path. So they haven't even recovered from Idalia, Hurricane Idalia from last year, and now they're getting another storm a couple of weeks before the anniversary of that storm. So really terrifying stuff right now. They're definitely going to need help in that area as soon as first responders are able to go in there. They can't go anywhere right now. They're in a hold pattern. You know, as we've covered these storms, 911 calls, they're going off, and all of these 911 call takers are, you know, trying to calm people down. But Horseshoe Beach apparently did get 6 to 7 foot of storm surge, and the mayor said that he thinks some of it's still going up. Mayor Jeff Williams, who we just got off the phone with. So a dangerous situation unfolding right now as we speak, 20 minutes from us along the coast. And then as this storm moves inland, there are a ton of saturated trees, pine trees. This is a very wooded area. The Big Bend part of Florida is called the Nature Coast. Not a lot of like real civilization here. Bunch of homes up on stilts, small mom and pop places, grocery stores. Think of old Florida charm, salt of the earth type people that love being on the water, fishing, and just enjoying this type of lifestyle. So it's going to be a long road to recovery. And as I mentioned, they haven't even recovered from Idalia. So we're going to try to get some more of that video, turn it around, and send it out. But for now, we're live here in Dixie County. Michael Paluska, Scripps News.
All right, thank you, Michael. Stay safe. We're going to get you a live look now at Dowling Park. Take a look at this. The trees being pushed around in that wind actually whipped pretty violently here. Here's the Suwannee River. We do expect it to come up due to all this heavy rainfall that's moving through. You heard Michael talk about Steinhatchee and what they've been through over the last year. We want to check in with Kate Hussey, who filed this report. Okay, it looks like we're still working to get Kate. Sorry about that, technical difficulties, but it is severe weather and it's unpredictable and you never know what's going to happen. But look at this tree just being bustled around in the winds. It's really incredible to see. Fortunately, those winds are relatively compact to the storm, but they are moving north, as First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova has been telling us all morning. Areas like Valdosta come to mind, which have had multiple rounds of severe weather over the last year that we've told you about. We're going to be checking in on that community throughout the day. And let's go check in with Cass right now and see if he can tell us where the storm is now and when Valdosta can expect the worst of those winds to move in.
We'll certainly cover that all because what's happening in Dowling Park right now, zooming in on the general region, this is northern Lafayette County, western Suwannee, Hamilton County here, and Madison here. Where we see the Chansey neighborhood is pretty much where Dowling Park is, just a little bit to the east of there. So that's County Road 250, and Dowling Park is right there. That camera is hoisted at the Christian Advent Center, which is right on the river here. So at an elevated level, you do have those stronger winds, and I just checked, they were in the range of about 54 miles per hour from that perspective of the camera. So we do certainly have those stronger winds, and this is right on the edge of the Eyewall, which is still draped over the Day community, as well as on Highway 51 towards Louisville. So we do have the effects of those winds connected to what's left of the Eyewall, and that's helping to enhance the wind speeds. It's good to see that there's still some power and internet connectivity there with that camera, despite all the winds that are going on within this region. And this will continue to have an effect in Live Oak, as well as Lee, over towards Madison, near the Eridu neighborhood, over towards Nuttall Rise as well in the western side of Taylor County. These are all communities and neighborhoods. They may not be big, they may not be heavily populated, but people live there, and this will have a big effect on them, either in a short-term sense or even a long-term sense, especially, again, considering the effects that we had from the hurricane last year. This is not something that's necessarily desired, and any size community that gets in on this action is going to be heavily affected by that. So we definitely keep those aspects and those factors in mind for the folks who are being impacted by this once again. But there's still that sharp contrast between what's happening to the east and what's been happening to the west. The one area of caution, I would say, would be along the Osceola River, where this section of the Eyewall will kind of break around, and that will maybe have a gusty wind effect for communities that are close to a wildlife refuge, but also another lightly populated area. But still, nonetheless, some communities such as Wassissa and Osceola, those will be some communities that can maybe have the weakening effects of this Eyewall still come around and come close to the river itself. Lamont, you're included in that, so just be aware of the possibilities of some enhanced wind gusts that will start to come towards you over the next half hour or so coming out of Taylor County. This is pretty much close to where the rest area is on 1927. That's where we have some of those stronger winds right now. We begin to subside a bit in Perry as far as the strength of the winds go, but it's still going to be something that causes major hassles for another several minutes to come. And then this will expand more into Suwannee counties. We've been warning over the last half hour, this will continue to lift in. I do think I have a motion version of the radar coming up, and that can kind of give you at least some perspective as far as how much rain has fallen over the last 12 hours. This will continue to add up, so we're getting in on the 6 to 7 inch rain total in Lafayette County, thanks in part to the positioning of the current heavy rain right now. That activity will also continue to add up by quite a bit as we extend into the next hour or so. And this, moving at 10 miles per hour, I'd say what's left of this will work towards the state line area. We're approaching 8 o'clock right now, so I'd say give it about another hour or two. So by 10 o'clock, we'll have what's left of this Eyewall moving into the Valdosta vicinity. That's going to be a point where we can certainly have some deteriorating weather conditions, more so than what we've had already. It may not necessarily look exactly like we're seeing in Dowling Park, but you'll definitely have some wind-blown rain around, and that can certainly have an effect for power availability and just the quality of overall travel. It's not really advised when you have a hurricane that's still moving in your general direction, albeit in a weakening phase gradually, but there's still not going to be a whole lot of opportunity to find quality weather conditions within this region because too many hazards are unfolding. Just the heavy rain, the debris that can be blown by some of those strong winds. We're not talking like a EF3 tornado. It's not that kind of wind gust, but you can certainly still have, like we saw from Alberto, trees and branches down on roadways. You may not anticipate it. Power lines can be snapped and they could be live. So there's just not many good reasons to be out, especially not to just sightsee and storm chase. If you don't have to do those things. You don't have to go out there and get a viral picture if it puts your safety at risk. So just hang tight and let this stuff go by as long as you're in a safe spot. Just keep those things in mind, especially for our friends and neighbors in interior counties like Valdosta and Lowndes County, as well as Brooks County, and be aware that the heavy rain will continue to increase through the rest of the morning, so those flooding risks will become a little more enhanced as well as we go towards the midday hour.
Yeah, Cass, and speaking of Lowndes County, I want to talk about the Hayhira neighborhood because you can see the trees starting to bend in the wind here as those stronger winds continue to move north. Continuing our tour of this storm and how it's affecting neighborhoods across our area, we want to head to Steinhatchee, where Kate Hussey filed this report.
I'm Kate Hussey reporting in Steinhatchee, where Hurricane Debby is currently making landfall all around us. We're in the eye of the storm, so you can see we're not really experiencing any rainfall, just a little bit of wind, but this storm already has caused some damage ripping through this area. You can see over my shoulder what appears to be a roof ripped off a building right along the Steinhatchee River here. If you look closely, you can see part of that metal roofing actually peeled back on the side of the river. That river is the biggest concern for residents and business owners out here. It's what flooded and inundated businesses and homes right along the waterfront during Hurricane Idalia when we were here just less than a year ago. So while we are in the eye of the storm isn't over yet, and we'll continue to monitor potential flooding concerns. I'm Kate Hussey for Scripps News.
All right, Kate, thank you for that update. And checking the Steinhatchee River gauge live right now with the National Weather Service. The good news is that it's not even to minor flood stage at this point. In fact, it's at a normal level right now. Let's hope that it stays that way with the way that the winds are blowing the water toward the coast. But it's going to go beyond the coast, where the flooding is a concern. We have multiple flash flood warnings in effect right now. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Delaneur shows us where the heaviest rain is.
The heaviest rain is accompanying the Eyewall, and it's been in place for the last couple of hours in terms of higher rain accumulations here in the Suwannee River Valley. That's why we're seeing a continued spread and issuance of several flash flood warnings, because there's already been the effects of multiple inches of rain being indicated in Lafayette County just based on radar estimates, and I'm going to step off later on to see if any rain gauges have shown verification of those multiple inches being indicated on the radar. But that's why there's been flash flood warnings, because 4 to 6 inches on top of more rain that's set to fall over the course of the next 12 hours. The calmness of the eye will start to move over Lafayette County pretty soon, so those winds will begin to diminish a bit in Mayo, but you still have those downpours. In fact, the UF-IFAS Extension Office to the west of Mayo had a wind gust in the mid-60s range recently, about 65 miles per hour with sustained winds around 34. So you definitely have those stronger wind effects in terms of occasional stronger gusts, and that's bound to cause issues, along with the rain that you really can't see very much through, and the rain accumulating in such a high rate. In fact, those rainfall totals, we can put a 6-hour estimate in this region here. And within that warning zone, those darker shades indicating about 4 to 6. If we saw a little bit more of the pink and purple, that would indicate more than 6 inches. But it wouldn't surprise me if we put a 12-hour rain rate on there. We do have those purples. So that's estimating since about 8 o'clock last night, upwards of 6 to 7 inches within portions of Lafayette County. So that is definitely causing a lot of saturation on the land. The ground can only soak up so much. Yes, we've had a recent dry spell, but the last couple weeks we've had frequent bouts of downpours with summertime thunderstorms. So we've kind of caught up, and the ground can only soak up so much. So when you add a whole lot of water volume in terms of multiple inches of rain, there's just not much absorption that it can take. So you're going to have the standing water, you're going to have some rushing water perhaps, and again, considering a hurricane is on top of you, just no reason to try to venture out. But just make sure that the flooding issue is at the top of your mind, because if some situations come to pass, you may have to take some action regarding that. But hopefully you're in a safe enough spot here in Lafayette and eventually Suwannee County to where you can withstand any kind of flooding issue that tries to come up. Those overall warnings continue to spread, as mentioned, into portions of the Suwannee River. I believe there was one for at least portions of Hamilton County. I'll have to verify and recheck that once again. But nonetheless, that band is set to move north, where those rain rates are going to be pretty high. In fact, we'll go into the rain rate, simply meaning if this area were to stay on top of this zone for a whole hour, this would be the result of how much rain can fall. It's not necessarily a forecast, but it gives you just an idea just how intense that rain activity is. So if these areas were to sit on top of Mayo for another hour, you can pick up another 5 to 7 inches. Of course, that's not necessarily going to be the case. But again, the intensity of the rain and the motion of that band, which has been in a fairly persistent pattern here over the last hour or so. We'll remove some of that decibel data, but to give you an idea of why the rainfall accumulates so heavily, because of how it all accumulates over time in this region. So that's been one major issue when it comes to just how much rain can fall over a short amount of time. That has been the problem across this region, because the overall rotation of that rain band and that eyewall kind of goes over the same area. And that causes the rain to add up pretty significantly. So that's the flooding concern that will continue to make its evidence more clear in portions of the Suwannee River Valley, along Highway 51, 129, and eventually into Madison County. So again, that's why there's been the issuance of that flash flood warning. It may not be happening in your neighborhood right now, and hopefully it continues to stay that way, but nonetheless, we cannot disregard the possibility of sustained heavy rain, slow to move out, connected to the eyewall, that can cause high rain accumulations. And there's also going on the wind effects that these storm winds will cause, with more evidence of downed trees blocking roadways. And of course, during this time, it's not advised to be driving out, but this gives you just an idea, in case there is any doubt in your mind that these storms can cause issues for roadways and travel and hazards. Well, here's evidence, as our neighborhood reporter Alberto Camargo has been out and about in Suwannee County trying to get around Highway 129 and thereabouts and surrounding neighborhoods. It's been a tough go. And there's been more evidence of these gustier winds that aren't even necessarily at hurricane force, but they still create issues like that blocked roadway. And that's not just a Suwannee County thing. That's going to be a widespread issue across many of the eastern sections of the Big Bend, and perhaps even closer to some of our metro areas, not necessarily in the same amount of quantity, but definitely gusty winds will create some issues even in a lower wind category for some areas. Especially we need to monitor that area in southern Jefferson County and southwestern Jefferson, where the eastern, or rather the western side of this eyewall, as it circulates around the eye, it can bump up against the Alsilla River and nearby neighborhoods and communities there. So that is a possibility to keep in mind in terms of wind effects that may be felt in areas from Lamont to the south, where you may not have had so many effects up to this point. That could certainly be the case. As we continue to track the movement of Hurricane Debby here on WTXL, Tallahassee, Thomasville, Valdosta. You're watching First to Know weather coverage with me, Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse, and the whole team. Our executive reporter and manager Channing Frampton is also manning the anchor desk to pass along all the latest information about power outages, highway issues, and other pieces of information that you need to know as we continue to work through the next few hours with a hurricane in our neighborhood. And it's in the eastern Big Bend, where it's causing more issues on top of already sustained hurricane effects from last year. So this is definitely going to be something that keeps this sort of story in the top of our mind when it comes to another storm, another hurricane that's affecting our neighborhood. But at least we are here to get you through it one more time, and it's just going to take some time to get all this mess out of our region. But as the day goes on, we will find some areas of improvement. I guarantee you that. But it's going to be a little rough go for areas that will still have to endure times of gusty winds and rain. Tallahassee West, you're looking all right. Bainbridge, good morning to you. If you're watching coverage, you may have a little bit of a wind gust here and there, but not much in the way of rain. 319 has been a sharp cutoff barrier between the have-nots and the haves, if you will. You have the gusty winds. You have the heavy rain in the eastern areas. And more concern will be given for accumulating rain and flooding issues that will transpire across sections of the state line area and into the I-75 corridor, the Alapa River area. You may have less frequent of those stronger tropical storm force wind gusts, but I would suspect between now and about 10 o'clock, we'll start to have those wind characteristics picking up for you in areas like Valdosta, over to Lakeland, Statenville, as well as Hayhira. So those gusts are already being noticed, at least in a milder sense, with some sustained winds upwards of 20 to 30. Those gusts will kick in a little bit more, and especially as the overall lingering effects of the Eyewall start to move closer to the state line, we will have those diminishing weather conditions in areas such as Jasper, Jennings, Lake Park, Clyattville, and eventually into the Azalea City, Valdosta. Thomasville, you're still kind of on the outer edge. You'll have some steadier rain and a pretty decent northeast breeze that can gust up at times, but it seems like you will stay at least somewhat of a buffer between the heaviest rain and the flooding risk that is there for you in Quitman and surrounding Brooks County neighborhoods, where we will not necessarily see the same rain rates, but we do have to monitor just how much can accumulate over time and see if any of that flooding risk does tend to sneak into some of our western areas where the rain has been a little less intense in comparison to portions of the Suwannee River.
Yeah, and Cass, you talked about Valdosta. We've been following safety patrols there and damage reports. Let's get to some video of some trees that we saw down earlier. Take a look at these photos. Earlier, our Valdosta neighborhood reporter, Malia Thomas, told us police are on patrol looking for people who need help. This shows Lowndes County crews out and about working to keep people safe. Paige Dukes sent us these photos from Highway 122 and Skipper Bridge Road earlier in the morning. That's east of Hayhira. It shows crews cutting through those trees as they come down. I want to get you a live look now of the Southwood neighborhood, also of Tallahassee, where the clouds are just racing overhead. This retention pond filling up with water, even on the outsides of those storms, that the rain bands are heavy. Our neighborhood reporter Terry Gilliam is monitoring the situation in the capital city.
I'm Terry Gilliam in the Northeast Tallahassee neighborhood, still right outside Childs High School, where it's one of the 6 shelters here in Leon County. I can tell you that the scenery is much different than what we've seen in Live Oak and even Perry for that matter, but I can show you better than I can tell you. I'm going to step around the camera real quick to let you all see what's going on here, but as you can see, the rain has kind of picked up just a little bit. Not a whole lot of wind, but just some rain, and it looks like it's coming in sideways, but don't be alarmed to see the parking lot that's empty. A lot of people decided that they wanted to park right next to the gym because it's easier to get inside, but there's about a good 15 to 18 people here, and right now people are safe, but this is all that I have for you. I'll have more updates as soon as I get them.
All right, Terry, thank you for that update. As people wake up to this storm, it's moving north. It's heading through the parts of the Big Bend, leaving areas like Steinhatchee and Perry behind. But we still have plenty of more neighborhoods in line for the heavy rain and the flooding rain and the strong winds that we've seen doing damage, bringing down those limbs, tearing off pieces of roofs in Live Oak. First to know Chief Meteorologist Cass has an update on the strength of this storm. Cass, I have to ask, it's been over land for a while. Is it still a hurricane?
I do have to verify that with the update that just came out at 8 o'clock, but there's still some evidence of winds around 65, 70 miles per hour in portions of Lafayette County. So there's still at least near hurricane force gusts. I'm going to leave the first frame here of the forecast and focus weather data, forecast data on there, because it does have a pretty good distinct view of how we can see this storm going. And just verifying that, yes, it is still a hurricane as of the 8 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. 75-mile-per-hour winds. That's a minimal level hurricane force, but it's still a hurricane. So we have to keep that in mind. Here's the forecast as how things will kind of play out over the next few hours. We'll go hour by hour based on this projection. It does have a pretty good set on where the eye is, good approximation. So we call that the initialization of the model data. It does have a decent representation of what's happening now. So let's go forward in time. Here's 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. The rotation of the Eyewall on the northern and eastern side lifts through Suwannee County, encounters the territory of Hamilton County, and then the northern edge of it kind of starts bumping into our state line South Georgia region. Brooks, Lowndes County, by 10 o'clock you'll start to encounter that northern Eyewall. And as some of the stronger elements on the east side rotate around, that can give you a decent time estimation of when you can start to encounter a bit more of those frequent stronger gusts. So Statenville, Lake Park, perhaps around the Kinderloo neighborhood, and then over towards Quitman, I'd say the 10 o'clock hour probably provides you the best window of opportunity to get in on those stronger wind gusts. So be aware of that. I'd say don't set your clock to 10 o'clock, but I think that'll be a good time to expect those stronger wind gusts to occur. By 11 o'clock, continuing to make some motion towards inland areas, towards Lanier County, so Stockton, Lakeland in the 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock time frame. Those will be some areas that will also start to get in on strong winds, and this will move towards Clinch County and Homerville. While the eastern side of the Eyewall moves into northeast Florida, the backside will still encounter and provide some periods of rain and perhaps some gustier trends by the midday hour near and east of Highway 319. And into the afternoon, we'll start to have decreasing rain coverage and decreasing wind speeds across our western areas. They're already at a lesser extent compared to the east. But that Eyewall, what's left of it, will still make an advance through the Arabia Bay vicinity near Homerville, and the lingering effects of it can stretch into Berrien County. So that's why there's still the expectation, even into the afternoon, you can still have to fight against some of those stronger gusts of wind while what's left of the eye pushes through these very same areas around I-75 at the state line by late in the afternoon. And that's considering that it can be slowing down in overall forward speed, but at least by later this evening, say about 8 o'clock, the rain intensity will start to subside. There will still be some passing showers and lighter breezes, but at least the heavy rain threat will start to decrease, although any kind of leftover issues from the flooding that's occurring now and in the next few hours, that's going to be an issue that stretches into Tuesday and beyond.
All right, thank you, Cass. And I do want to circle back to Steinhatchee real quick. The water has come up. It is just below minor flood stage, so the water continues to rise in Steinhatchee. Meanwhile, in Suwannee County, take a look at this live picture on your screen. Our crew, featuring Alberto Camargo, has been traveling around the county looking for damage, and it looks like they have found some. Hopefully, whoever was in that truck is okay. It appears there is a tree on top of the truck. Alberto, if you can hear us, I would love to know, where are you? Is that person okay?
Thanks, Channing. Here we've got another look at some of the damage caused by Hurricane Debby. We're on US 129. We were heading down towards Brantford from Live Oak to maybe catch the eye of the hurricane and follow it up north again, but the road has been completely blocked off by this massive tree that's down on the road, blocking both lanes. In fact, you can see there to the right a red pickup truck that presumably tried to get around and is now stuck and is not able to move. We have not been able to verify if there's still someone in there, if they're okay. We haven't seen anybody come out or around the truck, but the truck does seem to be stuck at this moment, and looks like US 129 is entirely blocked off by this tree down in the road. We headed back into the studio. I'm Alberto Camargo, live in the First to Know Storm Chaser.
All right, thank you, Alberto. Please stay safe. Those trees can come down so quickly, especially with winds blowing so strong. We've seen gusts from the coast inland from, I think I saw a report of 90 miles per hour at one stem along the coast, and other places seeing 50, 60 miles per hour. This is a serious storm, and it still has a lot of power within it. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Maneris can show us where some of those strongest gusts have come in and who is in line to get the next round.
That's right, Channing. We have seen multiple reports of wind gusts 60 to around 70. And you mentioned the Horseshoe Beach report from the WeatherStem camera. Well, I did glance at a tweet from them. And you may recall from Idalia, Horseshoe Beach was one of those harder hit areas. Some quality control has to go into that report of 96 mile per hour wind gusts. It was also cited by the National Hurricane Center. But I do think there needs to be at least some massaging of that data. And so we'll check back to see if that verified. But considering the hurricane at 85 mile per hour wind and gusts that can go higher, you know, is certainly a possibility. But we'll just have to see if quality control verifies that report. Nonetheless, it does not dispute the fact that we've had some high wind impacts across our area, and they're still occurring. So the power outage numbers are increasing. We've seen the pockets of damage, trees down, and of course with saturated ground with more rain on it just makes some trees and their roots a little weaker and more susceptible to any quick gust that can knock it over. So that can be a big issue across many of our areas, especially those neighborhoods where we have a lot of trees up and a lot of forested landscape. So going zone by zone with the effects that are still anticipated through the rest of this morning. We've already seen wind speeds around 30 to 40 to near 50, and when you account for gusts, they have been closing in on 70. Haven't quite seen 80 mile per hour gusts across inland areas, so I think that may be a little tough to reach. But the point is, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 65, 70, that's been common near the Eyewall in Lafayette County, moving into Suwannee. That will move into Madison. Plus those rain totals. We've already surpassed 4 inches in many areas, closing in on 7 to 8 based on radar estimates in Lafayette County, so we are well within that range of 4 to 10 inches. We could see that increasing as you move into Hamilton County, and based on some of the estimated power outage numbers, that is becoming a bit more of a widespread issue, and we'll probably reach that widespread range in terms of maybe the percentage of a county without power. It could be on the higher side going into the rest of this morning into the afternoon. And then into south central Georgia. Usually you think inland areas don't have much storm effects, but history has taught us with Michael and even Hermine back in 2016, you can certainly have effects, in Idalia just last year. So there will be some, not necessarily wind-related effects at a high magnitude, but definitely the rain effects, especially when the center, what's left of the eye, slows down. That's going to cause higher rain totals to gather here in the I-75 region of Lowndes County and into the Alapa River area of south central Georgia. So be aware of rain accumulations that can range from 6 to 12 inches. That includes areas like Homerville, Highway 84, and points north and east of there. That's where some of the highest totals are likely. And yes, you will have a few more power outages, even though the winds will start to decrease from their potentially high peak of 70 mile per hour gusts, but still 35, 45, 55 mile per hour winds, even in gusts, can have an effect on power availability, trees, snapping power lines, transformers, that bit. So we do expect that to be a little more common across our interior South Georgia regions. We're faring okay, I'll say, in the Tallahassee metro in terms of wind gusts and the effects on power outages. They're still reaching numerous levels. At last check, about 65,000 customers from the various utility services within Leon County. So those numbers are elevated. And of course, with the storm conditions as they are, it may take time for restoration there, but still in a numerous range. Rain totals will vary quite a bit. I think 1 to 4 is still fair to expect. I'd say the lower end as you're closer to Lake Talcott. The higher end, if you're on the eastern side of Leon County or perhaps even Thomas County, maybe 2 to 3, near 4 inches in an isolated case. That's certainly possible. And those winds around tropical storm force, I think 65 is tougher to achieve as far as the sustained wind right now. And Wakulla County, now with the eye to your east and moving away, your wind range will start to decrease as well. You've probably already had your peak wind gusts this morning. They'll still be a little blustering and squally with any kind of rain that comes comes through, but we can see maybe a decreasing amount of wind intensity. In the tri-state area, definitely looking at it fairly easy in comparison to our neighbors in our eastern side. Occasional wind gusts, maybe upwards of 45 if we're lucky or unlucky, whatever your perspective is on that. And rainfall will be much lower, 4 inches maybe out of reach, but maybe an inch if some of those rotating areas of moisture get that far to the west. But we've been saying for a while that tri-state areas would not get in on much storm action. Just depending on where the eye went and considering where it is and where it's going, those western areas are looking pretty good. But watch for the heavier rain. We mentioned just a little while ago, we can see some downpours that can turn into these inland central Big Bend areas, and that's where we can certainly have some high rain accumulations that can add up to a quick inch or two if this trend here from Monticello south towards St. Mark's is sustained. And even within the eastern reaches of Leon County and some eastern Tallahassee neighborhoods, certainly some higher rain totals are possible, while the strongest winds are still likely to be felt beginning to approach that I-10 corridor between, we'll say, exit 262 and 275 or 283. So that corridor there is going to be a very tough route to travel, and it's not advised to do so if you don't have to.
Hey, Cass, I'm always so impressed that you know every single exit and all the roads. You really have that amazing expertise. I want to take you live out now to Jasper, where the rain was coming down in buckets really just moments ago. It seems to have let up a little bit here, but look at this tree. It is really being pushed around by those powerful winds moving north toward the Florida-Georgia line. And over on this side here, this is the Hamilton County Emergency Operations Center. You can see there are cars parked here and people out working to keep people safe. I've been checking with Florida 511 in that area where we saw Alberto Camargo's live shot of the tree, which looked to be on top of the truck. It is one of several roads that are completely shut down in the Suwannee County area going north to south. The reports on Florida 511 show that there's debris on multiple major roads, including 129 and 47 here. Traffic on these roads, it really shouldn't even be happening. There shouldn't be people out and about because these winds are dangerous. This debris is out there. If you come across downed power lines, they can be very dangerous. So I'm hearing that we have another live look at this situation where Alberto Camargo is. Again, this road shut down. You cannot get through. Hopefully some first responders will be on the way to this scene soon, although we do know, we've talked about law enforcement, they have policies where if the winds are 35 miles per hour or above sustained, they will stay put until those roads, until the conditions improve, because it's not safe for them to be on the roads. So hopefully these winds die down here quickly, but as Cass was saying, this storm is moving sluggishly northward. So we're going to continue tracking it along with reports around the other areas. I'm just wondering how long this is going to take to get through here. It's eerily similar to the same time of year, same position that Hurricane Idalia passed through less than a year ago. It was a much stronger storm, of course, but no doubt that there are neighborhoods in the same areas that we're just cleaning up that are going to have to start that process all over again as we go into the latter part of this year. And unfortunately, it's the time of year that when this storm clears out, the temperatures can go through the roof. And if you don't have power, you don't have AC, it's going to make recovery very difficult. I know First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cass Nurse has been talking about how temperatures could soar again later this week.
That's right, and it's not uncommon to have a rebound in temperatures just depending on the angle at which a hurricane or tropical storm moves. And in this case, given that it's moving northeast of the region and the circulation on the backside is counterclockwise, that will eventually put us in more of a westerly wind pattern and a drier trend. There's what we call subsidence on the western side of a system where the air kind of sinks a little bit and suppresses the lift heat that's needed to cause the thunderstorm cycle that we would typically have in the afternoon. Doesn't mean we get low humidity and cool temperatures. We're not in that season, but we do get fewer of those showers to form and hotter temperatures because of more of that strong sunshine that we have in August. So I would anticipate mid-90s coming back, maybe some upper 90s by midweek. Hopefully with the power loss as it is and the resources that are on standby to get things restored, hopefully that process will be swift. But you have to keep reality in mind. It takes time for thousands of customers who lose power to get it back. And nature is not going to wait for power to be restored to crank up the heat. So that's something that we'll have to really be cautious about in this midweek time frame, as this will be to the northeast and we'll have a drier zone across our area with a suppressed rain and thunderstorm cycle to cool things down. But while it's here right now, we are going to continue to see some wraparound moisture that keeps rain a big presence in Perry, and that's where we have our reporter Forrest Saunders.
Well, guys, I can tell you that the conditions have maybe improved a little bit. The wind isn't necessarily as bad as it has been. That's not to say that things are good and safe and you can go out and enjoy your day. That's not the case, and it's not going to be for a while with Debby, because it's a slow mover and it's just going to keep pummeling us with rain. In fact, pummeling is the great word, because that's what it feels like. It feels like you're getting hit in the face with little pieces of sleet. For any of my friends from up north, that's exactly what it feels like. Maybe little tiny balls of ice hitting you in the face because it's coming at such speed. The rain has been the issue with this storm. It will continue to be the issue with this storm. You can see a little bit of the flash flooding in the grass behind me. It's also pooling here in the road in front of me. And this is going to be an ongoing issue. That's one of the reasons why the state has taken so many precautions. They've built up these water temporary dams basically around power substations, around vital infrastructure like wastewater treatment facilities. They're doing everything they can to protect from the water, because they know that Debby's going to keep bringing inches and inches of rain. They don't have to worry so much about the storm surge, obviously, here inland like in Perry, but what we've found is a lot of the people that are staying at the hotel where I'm at right now, they're coming from those coastal communities, places like Steinhatchee, places like Keaton Beach, places like Cedar Key, all areas that were impacted by Idalia, and now here they are waiting out this storm, wondering if their property is going to be okay this time around. So it's just a constant battle here in Florida. Obviously, they are all too aware of how dangerous Mother Nature can be around this time of year. And just think about it. This is just the start of hurricane season. How crazy is that? There are already other systems out there in the Gulf that could potentially spin up this way. We're going to have to wait and see on that, but it is definitely concerning. It is definitely scary, and it's definitely not safe to be out until this storm passes. And you see a lot of people are heeding that warning, because the streets are barren behind me. A lot of businesses are closed today, as they should be, because this is still a developing and dangerous situation. But I can tell you, that is the latest out here in Perry. We will obviously keep you updated as things progress.
All right, thank you, Forrest. And we've been talking about the danger of being out on the roads right now. I'm going to give you a live look at I-10. Take a look at this. This is a tractor trailer jackknifed on the side of the road. There is a crew out here working to remove that truck following a crash earlier today. There's a lot of debris on I-10 right now. This camera is courtesy of the Florida Department of Transportation. I want to send it out now to Maya Sargent. She's in Perry monitoring conditions there.
I'm Maya Sargent in Perry, in Taylor County, just slightly more inland than where Hurricane Debby made landfall in Steinhatchee at 7 a.m. this morning. I want to show you what we're seeing in town. Lots of wind, lots of rain, creating those flash flood warnings, a lot of water, but we are seeing people out on the roads, even though there is a curfew, and emergency management are advising people to stay off those roads. On top of that, we're seeing a lot of power outages here. Hotel that we're staying in on US 19 is sustaining power outages. Doctors Memorial Hospital have told me they're currently on their backup generators, and I've received lots of text messages from neighbors saying that they're sustaining power outages in their homes as well. In Perry, Maya Sargent, ABC 27. Like many others, David West spent part of his Sunday storm prepping.
Making sure, number one, that all my rechargeable batteries are charged up. The next thing is anything that can blow away and do damage, secure it.
He says he has been through several storms in his Killarn Estates home and is no stranger to getting ready for impact. That process is something Leon County Emergency Management Director Kevin Peters says ideally should have happened before the sun went down.
It might be too late as the storm makes approach.
He says neighbors should already have all of the supplies they need.
And we'll have more from Kendall Brand coming up as we continue our coverage. This live look over Wakulla County now shows the dark clouds moving relatively quickly with this system as it continues to move. The trees aren't moving quite as briskly. There is a flag down here that's flapping in the breeze, but the strongest of the winds definitely more toward Madison County and Suwannee County, moving up into South Georgia. First, the No Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse has an update.
Channing, that's right. When we talk about wind gusts versus sustained winds, the sustained winds are those that blow pretty consistently for about a minute. That's a sustained wind. When you have a gust, that's more of those quick bursts that last maybe 5-10 seconds, and then you kind of fall back into that more sustained trend. So the sustained winds have been mostly in the range of about 25, 35, even 45 miles per hour at times here in the Suwannee Valley, Taylor, Lafayette County in particular. And there's more than just these official observation points. There are many that are run. You hear us talk about WeatherStem. They're a great organization that has all these little devices, weather observation stations, and they measure all kinds of weather data around the clock. So we use some of those. The University of Florida Agricultural Organization has several of those, and there's other privately run ones. So it's not just those that we see on here, but an access of a network of various points that show weather observation information. So those across the Suwannee Valley have been pretty consistent in that 30, 40, 45 range, and outside of those little points that are not shown on the official map. So those wind speeds have been pretty steady. The wind gusts have been pretty consistent as well, and that Foley Airport has been at 52. But some of those independently run sites in Lafayette County around Mayo have been steady and consistent with their screens, with their wind gusts upwards of about 60 miles per hour. And I was noticing that just myself a little while ago. There's still that eyewall effect that's giving those wind speeds a pretty good amount of height when it comes to the range that they have been able to achieve with those gusts. So that's going to continue to be the zone closer to the eyewall and where it moves inland. So we can still have those enhanced gusts in portions of, say, Suwannee, Hamilton County. Forecast wind gusts, those quick bursts, can still be around the mid-range tropical storm force, 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour. And that can also have an effect across inland areas. So Brooks, Lowndes County, you know, your hurricane warning at last check, I think, was still in effect, but having a 75 mile per hour wind gust is not quite as likely. However, you can still have a wind gust in the range of 40, maybe even 50, and that can last into the afternoon. And don't discount the possibility of some gusty winds that kind of bring up the water levels maybe at a lesser extent compared to earlier today in Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee and Horseshoe, but there is that possibility for steadier winds that can still gust upwards of 40 to 50, and that can keep the breezes and those effects going for areas along 361 and even towards Highway 19 in Taylor County. While western areas, again, with a little displacement of the forecast of the eye position, there will still be at least some times of a good chance for 25, 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts in the 319 corridor, and perhaps even deeper into South Georgia, closer to where 319 intersects with I-75. So there's still going to be some winds to deal with, some branches to be knocked over, and probably a lesser effect on actual structures unless trees have an impact on those. But just keep in mind that the winds will start to ease. It'll be a gradual process. The rain, however, is still likely to be an issue at least through the late night hours, and as this slows down, you'll have more rain accumulating in sections of southeastern Georgia.
All right, so Cass, the winds might be easing, but the power outages certainly are not. Take a look at your screen. Taylor County right now has an estimated 12,000 customers without power. In Leon County, the capital county, 3,000 customers are estimated without power. Suwannee County looking the worst right now with an estimated 20,000 customers in the dark. And you can see the counties in South Georgia, including Thomas, Brooks, Lowndes, Eccles, Clinch. Those numbers are inching up into the hundreds. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go even higher than that as those strong winds move north. I just got an update from Talquin Electric Cooperative just 20 minutes ago. They posted on their Facebook page that they alone have 21,012 members without power throughout their service area. If you are looking for power resources while you wait for crews to respond, or if you're using a generator and want to make sure you're doing it safely, I want you to look for the ABC 27 News app. It's WTXL. Download it to your phone. And we've got an article, Debby causing power outages in the Big Bend in South Georgia. We've got links to all of the outage maps from the different providers. We've got Ashley Engel telling you how to use a generator safely. And we've got links to ways that you can stay safe and go find shelter in our app as well. So make sure you have that while you work through this storm. We're going to continue tracking these outages as the storm continues to move. It looks like Alberto Camargo is back on the move in Suwannee County right now, though that rain is coming down very hard. Look at this. No traffic lights. They are in the dark there. So if you are heading out and you come to an intersection, be very careful. Look for other cars. It looks like he's coming up on another piece of debris as we speak. What is this? This looks like a tree that has come down across the road. It looks like there's a car stuck on the other side. I'm not sure what road this is on. We do know that he was trying to get to Brantford, coming down south from Live Oak. And as he focuses in there, that is a pretty sizable tree blocking at least 3/4 of the road there. But just look at the sheets of rain that are just coming through as this storm continues to move north slowly, albeit. I heard Cass mention 10 miles per hour not too long ago. So it really just a brisk walk of a pace. Looks like they're going to try to go around this this mess here. So one person stopped monitoring the situation on the other side, and I'm sure this isn't the last tree that they're going to come across as they continue to work their way through Suwannee County. So really developing situation. And at last check, as of the 8 a.m. update about 30 minutes ago, Cass told us this is still considered a hurricane. 75 miles per hour. And you can see from this map where exactly it went. The yellow counties, some of the hardest hit areas. You've got all those canopy trees. They are really a situation that can be dangerous for a lot of neighbors. So while we work to keep you informed, Leon County is working to keep folks informed with their emergency managers. Neighborhood reporter Kendall Brandt has an update on what they are working on.
Rain is still coming down. We're still feeling some wind gusts here in our Leon County neighborhoods. I'm Kendall Brandt in northeast Tallahassee near the public safety complex. And again, we're seeing that rain come down. It's coming down a little bit sideways. It's not too heavy right at this moment. But again, you should be staying inside. Even if you think conditions are okay to go outside, you need to let this storm pass through before you go outside or get on the road. So we encourage you to stay in a safe place in your home or friends and family's home, or in a shelter to where you are safe from these elements. And again, the wind is picking up just a little bit. While our conditions here in Leon County and Tallahassee might be more mild than others, again, it's important that you stay inside. In northeast Tallahassee, I'm Kendall Brandt.
South now to Cedar Key, just south of our viewing area, but a place that many neighbors may visit frequently. This is storm surge flooding, and this isn't from Idalia last year. This is from earlier this morning and overnight as the water from the Gulf came in with the strongest winds associated with Hurricane Debby. And we are watching the water come up in this community. It's covering roads there. It looks like some rapids there with the wind blowing in. We've also been keeping a close eye on the water in Steinhatchee, where storm surge flooding is also a concern. Fortunately, it looks like it may be approaching minor flood stage, but it's hard to say how much higher it's going to go at this point. That stop sign almost submerged there. That is incredible. So take a look at Alligator Point now. This live look from Franklin County. The wind still whipping these palms, the whitecaps out on the water. This is interesting though. It looks like the leaves are being blown in a slightly different direction than what they were earlier. I imagine first to know Chief Meteorologist Cass is going to explain why.
I certainly can and will, as the winds are now becoming more offshore across portions of the Forgotten Coast. So a little wind shift. Before the eye came in, it was more of an east wind pattern. Now that the eye is over here, the circulation goes around that way. So there's more of an offshore northwesterly wind component across the Forgotten Coast. So that can kind of change the orientation of how those trees are blowing. I was curious about the status of the hurricane warnings for those interior sections of southern Georgia, or rather the state line areas, but inland from where the eye made landfall. And indeed, hurricane warnings are still in effect. Update just came out from our local National Weather Service folks. So it verifies that the warning is still in effect in Brooks and Lowndes and Lanier counties in South Georgia, plus Clinch and Eccles, as deemed necessary by the Jacksonville National Weather Service folks. Also, Jefferson through Lafayette still in effect, Taylor, as well as coastal Wakulla and coastal Franklin County and all of Appalachia Bay. The one area that has been taken out of the hurricane warning is inland Wakulla County. Getting some reports from my in-laws, my family in Wakulla County, who are saying that there has been some power outages, but things overall have been okay aside from the power outages. So that's good to know from folks I know and trust, my own family. But definitely seeing at least some easing of the concerns when it comes to the wind effects, or the extreme wind effects that a hurricane force gust could cause in some areas, but it's still going to be a concern across the eastern side of the Big Bend and South Georgia near I-75. Tropical storm warnings are still in place in areas where we earlier had the hurricane warning, but still a tropical storm warning for interior Wakulla County. Winds can still gust pretty significantly. We still have them in effect from the Gulf County area through the Apalachicola Forest, and then over into the South Georgia communities near and east of the Flint River, and over into the Alapa River area, including you in Berrien County. So you can still have those times where wind gusts in particular can be at or above 39 miles per hour. And if that were to occur, it would likely be within the next 12 to 24 hours, or already occurring. There have been some counties taken out of the tropical storm watch. Miller County, Baker County, and Seminole County. You are out of any kind of tropical related advisory. That's great for y'all. So y'all can hopefully have an easier Monday to go forward through, and maybe just deal with occasional breezes, passing clouds, and maybe a shower, but nothing as extensive as what we've been seeing across our eastern areas. And that really lines up with our original forecast, where western areas were not going to get a whole lot of anything. Eastern areas would bear the brunt of the rain and wind. That's exactly how we've seen it pan out over the last several hours. So we'll take a look at what's going on right now in terms of the rain and wind activity. And anywhere we have the downpours associated with the Eyewall, you're going to have some gustier winds. And that's been moving at least out of Taylor County somewhat, as what's left of the eye in the calmer area continues to envelop areas from Perry south along Highway 19 over into southwestern Lafayette County, the Cooks Hammock area. You don't have so much of active wind motion. There's still some breezes around. The rain is breaking for you. Mayo, you've been inundated by the rain-wind combo. I've seen numerous wind gusts upwards of 60 to 68 miles per hour from some of those reporting sites there. Things will start to ease back for you, at least temporarily. You just have to give it some time and some patience, and hopefully, I'm sure folks there can get through that, but it's still a rough go for another several minutes as the lingering Eyewall continues. But we'll rotate around and push towards Live Oak, so your winds have been gusting in the 40 to 50 range off and on for the last hour or so. That will likely continue. In Madison County, this is where the northern edge of the Eyewall is getting to you. So your winds are a little bit enhanced. And I'm just going to step off very briefly to check some of those reports from various networks and their reports. I see a wind gust of 61 based on the WeatherStem site at Madison County High School, 42 at the Creative Arts Academy, and 41 at the Madison County EOC. Those are the recent wind gusts being reported. So that does match up pretty well with the positioning of the Eyewall. So 40, 50, near 60, that's been pretty common in terms of of wind gusts. Sustained winds have been right around 20 to 30, so that definitely has an effect on the quality to be outside, the availability of power, the susceptibility of trees to be impacted, branches or perhaps even whole trees that can be knocked over by even what seemed like modest wind gusts in comparison to a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. But as we've seen in so many occurrences and seen with our own reporters, trees down will be a common thing across many of these areas being impacted by the current positioning of the Eyewall and the future movement of it. Hamilton County, you're kind of next in this. From Live Oak south on Highway 51, this will kind of roll through. So I'd say another hour or so, you'll have those gusts of wind more frequent in the Jasper-Jennings area along 41. Along 129, Highway 6 as well. Those will be some zones where you will encounter those steadier winds and occasionally stronger bursts of wind that will come with the approach of what's left of the Eyewall. And of course, through the next hour or so, by 10 o'clock or so, we'll have those same effects coming into a more densely populated area of Lowndes County. So be aware of the similar conditions that you can experience. Winds have been, I'd say, maybe manageable for the time being, but we can certainly have those 40, 50, 60-mile-per-hour gusts coming a little more often into southern Lowndes County by about 10 o'clock or so. That can also have an effect in Eccles County near Statenville. Those winds will be higher for you. And we do have to monitor just how much rain can fall from this area where we've seen some high evidence of high rain totals, more rain coming, more rain adding up. Too much in certain areas causes a flooding issue for flash flooding. That's why flash flood warnings continue to be in effect until 2:15 for Madison, northeastern Jefferson, Brooks and Lowndes County, and then an expiration time, I believe, at 10:45 for Taylor and Lafayette County, and then the flash flood warning goes until noon in Suwannee County. And with more heavy rain coming through the heart of Suwannee County, we can see worsening flood situations in some neighborhoods and local roadways in that region.
Yeah, Cass, and if you're not able to watch us, we do have a live blog that we're updating on our website at WTXL.tv. It's got videos, it's got updates from emergency management, one of which, as we mentioned, this storm is moving north, and it's going to moving into the Valdosta, Lowndes County area. I did want to let you know, Lowndes County Emergency Management posted that they have officially activated the Emergency Operations Center. So the folks in Lowndes County are working to keep neighbors safe as this storm moves north. If it's any indication of what is possible with the trees that we've seen come down and the heavy rains that we've seen bringing up the waters, it could be a long day in Lowndes County and much of our viewing area. Also checking with the roads with Florida Highway Patrol. I mean, you look at the Interstate 10 between Tallahassee and the Suwannee River, essentially, and it's just a line of yellow triangles indicating that there's debris on the road, similar to what we are seeing here with our roving camera. Neighborhood reporter Alberto Camargo is in Suwannee County at last check. I believe that's where he still is, and this road looks relatively clear. He's come across multiple blockages, though, where trees have been blown onto the roadway. If you were here for Hurricane Michael in 2018, you know that those pine trees blew onto I-10. Florida Highway Patrol had to go out and cut them up to clear the way. I imagine we're going to see similar scenes here in Suwannee County and Hamilton County. I know that the storm's moving up that way right now. What have I got behind me? This is Alligator Point. I mean, along the coast, the wind is still whipping. We might see some beach erosion with those onshore winds that could damage places like Alligator Point, where they're relatively low to begin with. We also continue to track power outages. We understand that there are 20,000 customers without power in Suwannee County as of last check. And this storm just continues moving north. Take a look at this latest map that we've got from our system. This is the percentage of the county that's out right now. Lafayette County, 80% of people without power right now. We do want to check in with Dixie County, though, right now. Michael Paluska's there. He's been standing by monitoring those conditions.
This is Michael Paluska with Scripps News, where we've been reporting in the Big Bend area on Hurricane Debby that we're now on the backside of the Eyewall. 2-3 hours ago, things got really hairy when we were in the Eyewall, the top right quadrant, northeast quadrant of the storm. We were in that for maybe 2.5 hours, and the wind and the rain was blinding, hurricane-force gusts. And we've seen just a ton of these palm fronds go down, but maybe about 20 minutes from where I'm standing is Horseshoe Beach in the Big Bend area. And if you're not familiar with this area, Horseshoe Beach is a quiet, tiny, beautiful, almost like a retirement community, old Florida charm. Right now, people's backyards, their homes are surrounded by water. The Gulf of Mexico has met them, and there's waves and wave action still, according to videos that we saw that were posted on Facebook Live. And also, we were able to talk to the mayor of Horseshoe Beach over the phone, Jeff Williams, and he's describing people that had ceilings collapse on them, people hunkering down on the second floor of their homes, going upstairs where as high as they can to escape the water. The surge projection for this area was 6 to 10 feet, and the mayor said, hey, he thinks at least 6 to 7 feet. His home is right on the water. And his dock was just having the waves just come up under it. It looked like his dock was starting to fall apart. Right now, just to give you the perspective of some of the winds that we're seeing now, they've definitely died down. I think we're pretty much out of the Eyewall, and now we're just getting the tail end of this, which is the weaker part of this hurricane. Hurricane Debby now kind of going up towards Perry and then slowing down, but we're still getting these gusts out here, and people in the Big Bend area, they know that this is a natural environment. There's not a lot of big block structures. There aren't really parking garages where you can park your car safely up top, or you can, be in a big brick condo. These are all old school Florida homes. Some of them frame construction that are up on stilts. And from what the mayor was saying is the husband and wife that are now trapped in their home, they have an older house that sustained a lot of damage from Hurricane Idalia, which was a Cat 3, made landfall at the end of August. Actually, the anniversary is coming up 20-some-odd days or so. And their home was already damaged and compromised because of Hurricane Idalia. And now they just got a double whammy. They've been hit again. And so they described their home collapsing around them. And that was confirmed by the mayor on the phone call with us a short time ago, where their ceiling has collapsed. People here in the lobby of the Putnam Lodge where we're staying, they're watching all the reports, and someone actually just left to try to see if they could get to Horseshoe Beach, which the sign for the road to go is right there. They made it, I don't know, maybe a mile, and the entire road was underwater. And the most dangerous thing now is to go out as the water's rising. You can't see under the road, and your car can get picked up, and you can end up in one of these marshes. And that's a scary situation, because really there's no first responders out that are going to be able to come and get you, and you don't want to put their lives in danger either. I was just talking to another anchor with Scripps News about Hurricane Ian and some of the people that died in that storm. They were all caught in the storm surge, and we evacuated Keaton Beach, which is just north of Horseshoe Beach, because of that 6 to 10 foot storm surge. And so some people stayed behind, they didn't evacuate, and now they're getting that storm surge. Surge is one of the hardest things to predict, because it all depends on how much water's pushing in with the onshore flow, the offshore flow, where it's going to come in. The Gulf of Mexico is extremely shallow in our area. You got to go out 30, 40 miles into the Gulf before you start hitting deep water, and even that's 200 feet or so from where we are. So all that water's been pushing and piling. The good thing about this, Cat 1, so it didn't push as much water as, say, Hurricane Idalia last year. Didn't push as much water as Hurricane Ian, which was a major hurricane as well. So, I mean, there are some silver linings in our coverage, but still right now there are people trapped in their homes on Horseshoe Beach. We're going to need swift water rescue, potentially. We're going to need airboats. FWC is going to be responding. We've got the National Guard responding. And then, of course, getting people food, supplies, whatever they might need. If they're injured, ambulance. So there's a lot of work to be done. And this storm that we're in right now, it's going to start circling back up and then slowing down. All that water is going to dump. Everything flows south here in Florida. It's very porous limestone. So a lot of it will go into the aquifer in this area because we don't have a lot of concrete. It's a nature coast. And so, yeah, we're going to have to deal with this wind. We're going to have to deal with this rain. But the storm surge and the people that are cut off right now, that's the biggest concern for first responders. We're not able to even get out from our hotel right now and go drive into any of these places because we're not going to drive through high water to get there. Really intense moments today where we had to duck in and out of cover. You can see kind of all the debris behind me. We saw explosions from transformers, lightning, the power flickering. It came back on here in our hotel where we're staying at. But it has been a long night. It's going to be a long morning, and it's going to be an even longer day. And a lot of the folks that are impacted up and down Big Bend, they are now rebuilding from a second storm, and they hadn't even rebuilt from their first storm. So we're positioned in a place where when it's safe to go in there and talk to some of those folks and give people a perspective of how bad this was, that's what we're going to do. So for now, we're going to hunker down here, jump in and out when we get these big bands so that we can not get hit by any debris and just keep reporting this for Scripps News all day long. So for now, here we are live in Dixie County. Michael Paluska, Scripps News.
All right, thank you, Michael. And back out to Suwannee County Live. Look at Dowling Park. Look, the Suwannee River is right here. You can't even see it. The rain is coming down so hard. That Eyewall that Michael was talking about being in earlier, it appears to be moving into this part of our viewing area. Holy cow. That is some powerful wind. And with that, more power outages can be expected. Thomasville city government, they just posted 1 minute ago that they've got 1,900 customers out of power due to Hurricane Debby as the outer bands move north and into South Georgia. So this storm is far from over. And if you live in South Georgia, you need to be ready to be in a safe space because First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse is telling us that it's going to go that way and bring some pretty powerful winds with it. Even though it is weakening, it's weakening slowly. And as it moves into those more inland parts of our viewing area, the flooding rains are going to be a big concern. Valdosta has had multiple rounds of flooding this year, and we've got to see where that flooding rain is going to go next. Cass, I'm curious, what is causing this picture in Dowling Park right now?
Oh, goodness. That is the definite eyewall that's moving in through that region of Suwannee County. Fortunately, we don't have the same effect across our Tallahassee neighborhoods, but we do have the gusts of wind and the heavier rain, at least the steadier rain that's been occurring in many areas. And even in South Georgia, in Hayhira, not the eyewall, but you definitely have the winds that are coming at you, and that will cause more power loss, and it will cause more rain accumulation. So those high rain totals, I was looking at the rain gauges, and there were several across Lafayette County in the range of 6 to 7 inches. So I see some verification of the estimates. But what is causing the heavy rain that's occurring now over Dowling Park? It's simply the positioning of the eyewall. And what's left of it will be still intense and causing those gusts of wind, but they are definitely still a potent factor in what's happening across the Suwannee River Valley over the next several minutes and really even beyond. So this is the batch based on the radar echoes and the data that's rolling right into Dowling Park. So that's why we're seeing such a violent motion in those treetops there above the Christian Advent Center, because that's where we're seeing the outflowing gusts coming in. That's Dowling Park there. And that's where we are seeing it in relation to the overall motion of the eyewall. So that's what's causing those very strong winds right now. That is the core of where we're seeing our strongest winds. And that's going to be a factor that continues for a while. And of course, that camera looks like it's at an elevated level. At ground level, you have trees and such that will kind of slow down and disrupt the flow of air. You don't have that disruption when you're at the tops of trees. So you do have that ongoing flow that's just unabated by any kind of friction, so you do get that extra motion at the top there, and it's definitely enhanced by what's the lingering eyewall within that region. So that just gives clear evidence that even at the ground level, you will have some times where the gusts will be pretty hefty, and you don't want to be caught out in it. Let the cameras do their thing, and let your eyes look through the screen and give you that evidence of what's going on. So there's good reason why we still have a variety of warnings, including hurricane warnings. I have not seen with my own evidence, a hurricane force gust within this region, but it's not been far off. When you get those 60-mile-per-hour gusts, it doesn't take much more to eclipse that 74-mile-per-hour level. So there's still that possibility, even though it's not going to be necessarily widespread occurrence, there's still that possibility you can get into that range. Plus, those gustier winds can come even on the backside of the system where the winds have been generally on the weaker side, but still you can get those squalls that come with those heavier batches of rain that have been rotating through this region here on the western side of the circulation. So that's why there's occasions of steady rain that come with those little squally bouts across portions of Leon County and right up and down Woodville Highway to the St. Marks area. That's where we have one of those batches of heavy rain, and that can come with those gusts. Those come around on the weaker side of the system, but they're still not pleasant to be caught out in there. So maybe if you're trying to take a little easier approach here in the Leon-Wakulla County area after such a close brush by with this hurricane, just be aware and cautious that there are still going to be some associated hazards. They can be a little more sporadic or a little more spread out, but they're still present, especially with the fast motion of these rotating around through the heart of the Tallahassee metro. And I've been mentioning over the last hour that western side that's been rotating around, that is what's left of that portion of the Eyewall. So it is over the Greenville area. Maybe some stronger winds on 221 close to Asheville, Lovett Road, those areas. And then rotating south through Lamont. You have those downpours coming at you, and you can see maybe a little more of a horizontal or even diagonal orientation of the raindrops just based on the winds that are flowing out of this. In this region of the Alsilla River near Lamont and to the east, you do have that flash flood warning. I haven't seen major accumulations yet, but definitely the sustained trend of ongoing rain, the rainfall will add up to another good 2 to maybe even 4 inches on top of what's already fallen. And on the south edge of this, along the Highway 98, Covington, Cabbage Grove, Nuttall Rise area, those will be susceptible to maybe another little burst of gusty winds and the downpour that comes with it. A little calmer near Perry. This is where we have that ragged eye that's again kind of expanding in its overall presence and form, where you have calmer conditions surrounding that northern edge. So Perry, Athena, south to Salem, even Keaton Beach, maybe not so much in the way of rough wind conditions for you, but some of those winds will start to come back around. You may be feeling those in Steinhatchee to a lower level compared to earlier this morning when landfall occurred or just before that. But that's going to be the zone, I'd say, over the next hour or so from Madison over towards 129, that corridor there, and what's happening in Dowling Park now will start to move through Lee and Madison and south of there in the next half hour or so. And as this entire zone moves to the north, we've been precautioning folks across the state line South Georgia counties, especially in Lowndes County, that some of those similar wind characteristics will be experienced in the Azalea City and surrounding areas coming up probably around the 10 o'clock hour, and that could last through about midday. So there will be those times of gustier winds. There will be times of perhaps some flooding that will start to occur with a sustained wind and rain event, rather, that can maybe cause higher rain accumulations for some of these areas. And just seeing some of the cameras around the screen here, definitely that combination of strong winds coming in with the downpours in and south of the Madison area.
All right, thank you, Cass. This is a live look, or it was a live look over Madison. Oh, it's back now. Wow, the camera's rocking here as well. I'll step out of the way so you can get a full view and close my laptop here so you can see the wind and the rain just really shaking the camera here. These trees in the distance are swaying pretty precariously here. So the stronger part of the storm moving through right now. And I did just see a post from the Suwannee County Sheriff's Office saying that there are multiple roads now closed in Suwannee County because of the downed debris. And this is a trend that we have seen in multiple parts of the Big Bend, including Interstate 10. And this is a live look from our live drive. Alberto Camargo and his photographer have been scouring the roads in Suwannee County looking for for damage reports and things that are going on and impacting neighborhoods in that area. It looks like right now they are dealing with some very heavy rain. That heavy rain can lead to ponding on roadways, which can lead to hydroplaning. You may have seen on our website overnight that a woman and a 12-year-old boy from Crawfordville died in a car crash in Dixie County, and witnesses said that it appeared that car went out of control due to the bad weather conditions, similar to what we're seeing right here. So if you do have to go out for any reason, take it slow. Make sure that you are giving yourself plenty of stopping distance if you're following anybody. Good news is here, doesn't look like there's really anybody out on the roads, and that's what we want. Those traffic lights there appear to be working, so that is, oh, maybe they're not working. No, they are not working, and we are treating this as a four-way stop, which is what you should do when you come to an intersection like this, letting that truck go, letting that car go, and hopefully Alberto and his photographer can be safe while they are out and about. I don't know if you can hear us, Alberto. If you can hear us, we'd love to know where you are and what you're seeing. All right. I'm not sure if we can if Alberto can hear us right now, but goodness, that rain is coming down very hard. They say you should give yourself plenty of stopping distance. So, okay, well, you have Alberto now. Alberto, where are you and what are you seeing?
All right, you're looking at a live image here of Live Oak again. We've come back up US 129. As the rain continues to fall, the wind gusts continue to pick up. The wind gusts sounding almost like rolling thunder as we're driving here in the First to Know Storm Chaser. The rain continues to fall. We're still in what looks like the most severe bands of what the storm is bringing to the Big Bend. We've seen a couple of areas on the road that have been some standing water, some cars avoiding the standing water, not driving through it. A lot of neighbors are still in their homes. Roads are quite empty, as you might imagine. You can see here this I-10 just ahead of us there. That's I-10, again, here in Live Oak, close to the junction with I-75 here in Suwannee County. We're going to keep on here as the storm develops and see what comes in the next few hours here. Live in the First to Know Storm Chaser, Alberto Camargo.
All right, thank you, Alberto. We appreciate that report. Please stay safe. It's really important to keep in mind in situations like this, it doesn't take much water to cause a car or vehicle to float away. Just checking here with the Weather Service, 12 inches of water can float a car or small SUV. If that water is moving, it only takes about 18 inches of water to carry your car away. And with this heavy rain band that we are seeing moving into Madison now and moving past Mayo, Jasper, you're up next. Valdosta, you still have to get through the heaviest part of this storm. And First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse can give us an idea of how much rain this storm is putting down.
That's right, Channing. We'll use our hand tracker analysis tools to kind of break down some of the details in terms of rain rates, what has fallen over a set amount of time, and of course what is happening in the here and now in many of these impacted neighborhoods of the eastern Big Bend. So there's been plenty of rain. That's a given. And if you're in these areas, you certainly know. I don't have to tell you that it's been raining quite extensively. And the winds are still pretty hefty in these regions as well. Seeing some of the online WeatherStem cameras that are still up and running. It's a great resource provided by WeatherStem to show us what's happening in those neighborhoods specifically, including in Madison, where the rain is still falling. We still have that little burst. I am curious to see if maybe there's been a lapse in the radar data, because that kind of looks a little dated. So let's see what the Valdosta radar is showing. It's very similar, so I guess it's still online. But nonetheless, the point is that band that's been causing very strong wind gusts in and around the Dowling Park area will roll through Madison County. So that is going to be something that keeps the winds howling, and combined with heavy rain, you can get the worsening effects of that situation that can create high water to stand in some areas, and you just can't really see much in the way of visibility outside of those rain shafts that are just hammering those areas. So how much rain is falling within this region? We'll take a look at that with the rain rate. If this area were to just sit and stay there over an hour, this would give us an idea of how much rain could fall in that 1 hour's time. Of course, it's not sitting in one area at one hour's length, but we can certainly have high rain accumulations considering that this is producing rain at a rate of 6.5 inches per hour. If this were to just sit right there on 51, you could theoretically get half a foot of rain in an hour. That is extreme downpour action. Even outside of that, the rain rates are still pretty considerable, 1 to 2 inches per hour. A little north of Day, you have about 3 inches per hour. And this, the whole area of the Eyewall is slow to move while these individual pockets are moving a little faster. So that's what gives us the combination of heavy rain and that can accumulate very quickly, because that is the situation. It's almost like if you were looking at a train on train tracks and the cars just keep rolling over the same tracks in the same position. You kind of get that effect where the rain is very similar. It keeps going in that same general area, and that creates a high rain corridor. And it looks like it's setting up just south of Interstate 10 and even likely approaching I-10 in some capacity around the Suwannee River over to Lee, over towards Highway 53, and beyond that into Highway 14 as well. So that's where we're going to have those higher rain accumulations. What has fallen based on radar estimates in this area over the past hour? Well, there's the core that shows about 2 inches or so. We'll put a few of these values up here on our query model here, and it does show that an estimated 2.5 inches on that portion near Luraville and just outside of Dowling Park, and near there about 1 3/4. So there's definitely been at least the overall estimation of soaking rain that's just been very gradual to reposition itself elsewhere. And that's why we get such high rain accumulations. If we go into a 6-hour range, that same corridor is estimated to have had 6 inches of rain. So that gives you the idea of what causes the flooding issues in terms of flash flooding, and eventually perhaps even that translates into river flooding with the runoff that will be very, very healthy into those river systems around the Suwannee. So we can start to see at least some overall river flood warnings that go into effect. And there was already some projections for the Osceola River, for example, where a water level was set to rise to near a record level around 58 feet, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to recheck the forecast for that, but that is the point to be given, that when you have so much rain in one area, it's tough for it to run off. And when it does, it goes into those rivers and they rise, and that's going to be a gradual process that will likely last for days, if not maybe even a couple of weeks. So that's why there's always that concern for high rain accumulations that can occur with hurricanes and tropical storms. There's been many, even locally. If you go back to Alberto in '94, if you go back to Debby, yes, Debby, Tropical Storm Debby, 2012, in this very same area, we had high rain accumulations that caused river flooding along the Suwannee. Same storm name, but a different year. And this one is a hurricane. So we do have to monitor just how that excess water is going to affect those river levels in the next few days and the next couple weeks. But for the here and now, the more immediate concern is just how much accumulates in these localized areas. So be aware in Madison, you still have that flash flood warning, and it's still in effect until, I think, the midday hour, 2:15 actually. So that's going to go into the early afternoon, and that does extend into Brooks and Lowndes County. And again, as the forecast calls for this portion to eventually move north of the state line, that's where those sustained downpours are going to take place, and that's where the high rain accumulations are going to occur as well. I did check some rain gauges there. About 4 inches or so has fallen since over the last 6 hours in some of those portions. And again, where we don't have actual rain gauges to check, those radar estimates are upwards of 6 inches in that western side of Suwannee County. So a dangerous situation, not just when it comes to the rain and wind gusts, but also just for the high rain accumulations. And yes, there's still going to be times where the winds will gust And there's still very swift motion about 2,000 feet up in the air. So that's going to support those wind gusts that at that level are still pretty strong. They're not saying it's going to be 92-mile-per-hour winds at ground level, but it just shows you just how active, how free-flowing the air is about 2,000 to 3,000 feet up. And when you have that rain and that kind of swift circulation, that definitely will help to support some stronger wind gusts that do occur at the ground level. Not quite at that high, but certainly enough to cause more issues throughout the course of the morning.
All right, Cass, monitoring several different situations here right now in Valdosta. This is a live look at the Azalea City from the Lowndes County Emergency Operations Center. Look at these trees bending in the wind here. The service is a little bit glitchy here because of these strong winds in this situation here. But the rain coming down very heavy right now. The trees whipping back and forth. I'm also keeping a close eye on Steinhatchee. On Twitter, I'm seeing some videos that appear to show some minor street flooding due to storm surge in Steinhatchee. So I'm checking the National Weather Service's river gauge here for the Steinhatchee River. They show as of 8:30, it is at 2.92 feet, which is in minor flood stage. It doesn't get to moderate flood stage until 4 feet. And remember, last year, Idalia got up to 8 feet. So we would have a long way to go to get to the levels that we saw last year. But we are keeping a close eye on this situation as the winds shift, the surge comes in. Hopefully, it will not be as bad as last year. But if you were in Valdosta last year, you do remember with Idalia how heavy that rain was, how bad the flooding was. I remember talking to business owners there who had to essentially gut their businesses to clear out the floors and the mold because of the high water. I'm hoping that we don't see a repeat of that situation with this heavy rain that's moving in. Fortunately, we haven't received any major flash flooding reports from places like Suwannee County, Taylor County. Right now, it sounds like a lot of trees are coming down and blocking roadways. We've seen that on multiple occasions in Suwannee County. I've seen that in multiple places, according to the Florida Highway Patrol on Interstate 10. So if you have to go east today, you might as well just wait until later in the day because you're probably going to get stuck on the interstate, and that would not be a safe place to be. Let's check in with First to Know Chief Meteorologist Casanova Nurse to see where the strongest winds are heading next.
Thank you much, Channing. We still have the overall corridor of those stronger winds across the areas where that Eyewall lingers. So that's going to be in areas around the Suwannee River. The actual reporting sites, official run by the National Weather Service, still showing that winds sustained are around 20 to 30. There have been some of those independently run gauges that have been upwards of 40 miles per hour with sustained winds here around Dowling Park, Mayo vicinity. That's been up and down over the last couple of hours, but that's still the main corridor of strongest winds. And even sustained winds 20 to 25, even outside of this I-core. So there's still quite a bit of a breeze that people will continue to feel, and those winds will continue to gust occasionally, even outside of that into tropical storm range. 43 mile per hour wind gusts in Thomasville. That's 4 miles per hour above the threshold for a tropical storm. So that's why those tropical storm warnings were up, because there's a good likelihood we can at least have occasional gusts like that, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Valdosta Airport, you have had a gust of 46, and Perry 45 recently at Foley Airport. So that has been the trend, where those stronger winds are likely going to continue to propagate a little more towards the north and have an effect across more inland areas. Here's the forecast of where those stronger winds will be. And for those visually able, watch this brown band, because that corresponds with wind gusts that can be above 40 miles per hour. That's going to be a little more likely. Again, Madison County, you're experiencing that now. In Suwannee County, we'll go forward in time a few hours, and that brown shade does move into Brooks and Lowndes County. So I do anticipate your peak gust for the day coming around midday, maybe about 11 or so if we're giving a little buffer of time. 11 to 12, about 1 o'clock is when I think the main wind effects are going to be felt here in our South Georgia tier of counties. Withlacoochee River over towards the Alapaha, that zone is where those stronger wind gusts can be a little more frequent. And into the afternoon, we'll still have some lingering wind effects across the Suwannee River, and again up across the eastern shores of the Big Bend, where those breezes go on the bay and they're not slowed down by anything. And those winds will gradually decrease as we go forward in time. It's just going to be a process that takes hours to achieve. Channing?
All right, thank you, Cass. Another live look from Lowndes County right now as those powerful winds and heavy rain move in. This is a live look at Grassy Pond, thanks to our weather stem camera network that we have there. And Maya Sargent is also monitoring the situation in Perry as the storm clears out. Hopefully things are looking better there. Maya, what have you got?
I'm Maya Sargent, live in Perry. Want to show you what the situation looks like here at the moment. The rain has died down. It really was knocking me over earlier. Looks a lot better now, and we're starting to see some of the damage. We actually just took a drive around and we saw some limbs on the ground. We saw lots of flooding. We saw some signs that had been knocked over, and actually you can kind of see some of that damage at the Pizza Hut behind us. You can see the metal flapping on top of the building. That's just a glimpse into some of the damage that we've seen driving around. They're not the only one. We've seen signs that have been bent in half. We've seen lots of limbs on the ground, just general debris. I'm going to show you over here as well. This light knocked over. We watched it tip actually when the storm came through earlier, and we've got some limbs lying around. The rain has subsided a little bit, but that wind still is there, and we have seen more people start driving along the road, seen a lot of first responders, but the main thing here for Perry residents at the moment is just this loss of power. I spoke with Duke Energy, and they said they have about 6,000 clients here who run their energy sources through them, and majority of them have power. I think the number was 5,800 people. So that's the kind of biggest impact that we're dealing with here in Perry at the moment. Live in Perry, Maya Sargent, ABC 27.
Maya Sargent and her photojournalist, Stefan, who have been working throughout the night and this morning to bring us those pictures. Thank you so much. This is a live look at St. George Island right now, or the bridge to get to St. George Island, rather. The waves not looking too bad there. Maybe some blue sky off in the distance as this storm clears out. But take a look at the right-hand side of your screen there with the power outage reports coming into our viewing area. The green and the blue, those are fewer outages. The yellow, that's worse. And that yellow shading shows where some of the worst parts of the storm have gone. Looks like Suwannee County is now up to 22,000. It was at 20,000. And now look at Thomas County, up to 1,000 estimated outages for customers there. That number has jumped. And we expect to see the numbers climb. In Madison County, you're looking at 8,000 estimated outages right now as this storm continues moving north. The Eyewall moving into the Madison area, and it's approaching the Florida-Georgia line. I'm curious, Cass, in your estimation, how much time the folks in South Georgia, Lowndes County, Valdosta might have before they see the worst of this storm?
I'd say another couple of hours before we start seeing the worst moving into Lowndes County proper. You certainly have had the rain that's been sustained for quite some time, and breezes that have resulted in gusts upwards of about 30 to 40 miles per hour. But what's left of the Eyewall, of course, is going to be a little less powerful in terms of getting to that hurricane level. I don't really see that happening as far as a sustained trend, but definitely with the nature of the gusts that have been still ongoing in regions around Dowling Park over towards Lee. That's going to be a zone in particular where the wind gusts are still going to be rather strong. And again, with the whole system moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour, that's the entire complex that'll be lifting in. A little slowdown, it seems like, just based on the 1 hour loop where there may be some variability in its overall forward rate and motion. So again, that was one of the concerns I had. If it starts slowing down, you can prolong the rain event, and that just adds more to already soggy grounds. Rain gauges around Madison County have been around 4 inches or so. Just going off screen to check real quick, about 5.5 inches south of Live Oak. There's been a rain gauge near Perry, a couple of 6-inch totals. And so far in Lowndes County, the totals have ranged from about 1/2 inch to near 2 inches. So with the consideration of 4 5-inch large rain totals already occurring here, moving generally to the north over the next couple of hours on top of what's already fallen here in Lowndes County. That can easily add up to about 6 inches in all if this holds together and moves north. And if it slows down, you can add more rain to those gauges over time. So that's why there's already flash flood warnings to make sure folks are aware of the hazard of this excess rainfall and the potential slower movement of these downpours as they go inland, and they will drop a pretty good amount of rain. And again, we've already had an active rain cycle last couple weeks. So there is a good chance that we can continue to see oversaturated ground where any kind of little gusts can make trees a little more able to be fallen over. So that is a combination of these hazards that can come together and cause some problems in many of these affected neighborhoods. But again, the overall sustained wind trend will be picking up here around the state line region. Give it about 10 o'clock for the actual state line. So Jasper, Jennings, Pinetta, you'll be included in that by about 10 o'clock. And then north of that, going into the 10 to 11 o'clock hour for our friends and neighbors in southern Lowndes County, southern Brooks County. I think that's when the core of this section will be closing in on you, and maybe a couple of hours before it really starts to push itself away. So you can have those sustained winds 30, 35, 40, and those occasional gusts 50 to 60. So be aware of the results that can occur from having a combination of strong winds and heavy rain in those areas.
All right, thank you, Cass. And just looking at the oranges and the reds on your radar map and showing where they are, here's another look at Dowling Park. It's still getting rocked by the eye wall of what's left of the eye wall of this system. Down here, the Swanee River, which we are going to be tracking as it's expected to come up in the days ahead with all of this heavy rain. It almost looks like a snowstorm. It's coming down so hard. And this is the kind of intense wind and heavy rain that is going to be making its way towards Georgia, gradually weakening. But I do want to let people in Valdosta know in Lowndes County that you've got some storm to work through. You've got some minimal fallen debris right now, a few downed power lines. That's expected to go up. We do have continuing coverage of our neighborhood news. So let's check in to see where the storm is right now and who we've got lined up.
Okay. I'm Kendall Brandt, and I'm off of Crump Road in the northeast Tallahassee neighborhood where crews are currently working to restore power. I'm going to have the camera move over this way so you can see these crews that are working on restoring power. These are Talquin Electric crews, and currently in our neighborhoods, Killarn Estates has 5,851 customers out. All of the Chairs community is out of power with 2,964 outages, and you can also see crews are working right over here as well, trying to get the folks restored here off of Crump Road and Opal Drive. And again, you should not be out on the roads right now. There's some debris. We haven't come across any trees, but that's not to say that there is not damage that is blocking roadways right now in Leon County. Total of Talquin customers that are out of power right now, my phone is showing me 20,737. Those includes areas outside of Tallahassee as well, including parts of Wakulla County, parts of Gadsden County, and our neighboring areas. So again, they're working to restore power for our folks here in Leon County as well as other areas, and we'll keep you updated with the latest information as it comes out. But again, stay home, stay inside, make sure you're safe. There's still some wind, some rain out here in northeast Tallahassee and across our Leon County neighborhoods. And again, those crews are working really hard to get that power restored. You can see even up here, crews are working to restore that power. These even up on top of the power lines. They've been out here for at least 30 minutes. So we're seeing that those crews are working really hard to restore the power here in Leon County. So again, make sure you're staying tuned, make sure you're following local news updates, and really making sure that, again, if you don't have power, turn on your radio. That's something important to do. But the most important thing to do right now is to stay inside and make sure you're safe. There's still rain, there's still wind, there's still debris that you could come across on the road. So make sure you're not on the road and that you're safely inside. I'm Kendall Brandt in Leon County off of Crump Road. I'm sending things back over to our team.
A dangerous job in dangerous weather. Thank you, Kendall. More dangerous weather here in Suwannee County. These sheets of rain moving along Interstate 10 as the wind bends the trees. Forrest Saunders is standing by in Perry for us again this morning. He's monitoring the conditions in Taylor County. Forrest, how are the conditions where you are?
Yeah, guys, yeah, they're improving dramatically. I will say that we have been able to finally just stand upright and not have to worry about these gusts of wind knocking us over. The rain has calmed down considerably. It is coming from a different direction now because, of course, we're on the backside of this storm as it starts to spin further and further inland, and the rain remains a constant problem here. We have had people come up from Steinhatchee. We've had people come up and stay here at this hotel where I'm at in Perry, from Cedar Key, from Keaton Beach. And what I'm seeing now is a few people are going to get back in their cars and maybe try and head back. That's a little bit dangerous, of course, because you still have storm surge out there on the backside of this storm, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge in some of those areas. So you're going to have to be worried about some of that flooding in those coastal areas. Further inland, it's all about flash flooding. It's about some of the river basins like the Steinhatchee River filling up with water as this storm system now sits on top of North Florida and just continues to dump rain as it moves off towards Georgia. That's going to be an ongoing concern. Utility crews are obviously going to be out there as soon as they can to restore power, but right now we're very much in the waiting game, right? Power went out here in Perry around 7 a.m., and so for a couple of hours and now we have had to wait without power. We don't have any idea when it's going to be restored, and I think last check of the power outage map for Florida, I saw somewhere in the neighborhood of about 250,000 that were without power. A lot of that was concentrated up in the Big Bend region, and one of the reasons why that's so concerning is because those are rural areas. And so sometimes when you have trees and debris that clog roads, it can take utility crews that much longer to get out there to those remote areas and restore that energy. And of course, you got to remember that we have Florida August weather that's going to hit us just as soon as this storm gets out of the way, and that means a lot of hot conditions and maybe little to no air conditioning if people don't have generators. That's another thing to keep in mind as we wait for all of this restoration work to begin. One of the nice things is that once Debby does get out of the way, we're going to have a chance to go look and see what it left behind in some of these places. You've heard from crews out in Steinhatchee and some other areas, and that's, of course, where the landfall was. We're about 35 miles away from that, but we still saw some of the tremendous wind and rain up here in Perry. Now it's all about getting things together and starting to recover from yet another storm less than a year after Idalia, right? This is a community that's still recovering from Idalia. We saw blue tarps as we were moving in, still leaky roofs, still homes that were in need of repair from that storm. So this is a community that's very familiar with the dangers of hurricanes and probably wished that it wouldn't have to happen again so soon. But that's the latest out here in Perry.
All right, thank you, Forrest. And here's a look at where Forrest usually is in the capital city, Tallahassee. This is a downtown look from our weather stem camera. Over here, the DoubleTree Hotel and the churches here in the downtown area. Cloudy, a little rainy, a little breezy, but nothing like we're seeing out in Suwannee County and Live Oak, where we have flash flood warnings in effect. And we're tracking this system as it moves north and could put people and neighbors in Valdosta, Lowndes County at risk. And first to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Nurse shows us who is at most risk right now.
Channing, that risk continues to linger around western Suwannee County and southeastern Madison County in terms of where the heavy rain and the strongest winds will be, and even a portion there near and north of Day in Lafayette County. So those are going to be the zones where we have the more immediate concern for that combination of rough conditions. There's still wind gauges there that are showing wind gusts upwards of 40 to 50, and I think there's one elevated that's been about 60 or so in Madison County. So those have been at least some of the near real-time observations that relate to the positioning of the decaying Eyewall at this point. But again, it's not something that just falls apart in a few minutes. It takes a lot of time for this to really lose its overall forcing that was able to be gained when it was over water, but now it's over land. It starts to decay, but it takes a time to get that to really be more obvious, and it's going to take more time for those higher level winds to start to decrease. So let's put an estimated timeline on what some of these conditions will be experienced and where, based on the forecast and focus. It does have a pretty good grasp on where the center of the storm is now, and a depiction of the activity that's rotating around the eyewall, including a little bit of a hit of heavier rain on the western side. So let's go forward in time, shall we? Maybe next hour or so, we will start to have more of that lingering, decaying eyewall that moves over Hamilton County, Lowndes County, 10 to 11 o'clock, even around the Eccles County area, Statenville. You can get those quick little bursts of strong gusty winds that are accompanied by downpours and sustained heavy rain, and that can certainly add up to a quick few inches of rain total over a short amount of time. So we'll watch for flooding issues that may occur across the I-75 corridor and east of there into our South Georgia neighborhoods and counties. 11 o'clock to 12, a very slow movement of that leftover eyewall, but it does drape itself across more of Lowndes County, more of Eccles County, and that'll likely start to lift towards Homerville, while we have the eastern side of this that can have some rotation on the south and east side that kind of rolls back into the I-75, I-10 junction there in Columbia County and far eastern Suwannee County. Likely by about 1 o'clock, we'll see improving conditions in a sustained sense across the Suwannee Valley in terms of wind. You'll still have some winds around 25, maybe 30 miles per hour sustained. You can have a couple of mild gusts near 40 on the backside of this, but I think the 50, 60 mile per hour range will become less frequent and maybe even cease altogether across those immediate inland areas from the coast, while some gusty winds are still likely with the onshore flow that resumes here along the immediate coast from Keaton Beach south. So you'll still have to deal with occasional wind gusts. While those inland wind gust threats will be transferred across the interior sections of south central Georgia, Lanier County, Berrien County, the Alapa River area, so Nashville, Ray City, Lakeland, Homerville, those are going to be areas in the early afternoon that you get in on the stronger winds, the more frequent tropical storm force gusts. And then as that continues to move to the northeast, it may be slower to push into southeast Georgia. That's why there's such an enhanced flooding risk for areas, especially to the east of I-75 and then north towards the Savannah River area. However, as the afternoon goes on, we'll see at least some gradual improvement across most of our North Florida regions. There can still be some periods of passing rain, maybe a few gusts up to 30 miles per hour, a little decrease in the rain intensity and the wind gust threat across the Suwannee Valley by about 3 o'clock, but we'll still monitor areas east of I-75 into the mid to late afternoon hours where there will still be some wind gusts to contend with, and eventually by, say, 5 o'clock, that will start to exit our region entirely with a little bit of backside north to northwest winds that will take hold across the I-75 corridor and the Alapa River region of South Georgia. Those winds will start to decrease a little bit more, as mentioned, about 20 to 30, maybe 35 in gusts, and the rain will not be quite as intense and heavy, but you'll still have at least some wraparound moisture that produces showers on already soggy ground. By later tonight and into your Tuesday morning, it looks like the storm effects will be relaxed even more. We'll still have some leftover pockets of light showers and an ongoing sustained west to northwest wind pattern that eventually brings in some dry air. And a longer range forecast and focus shows a very similar depiction of the movement of that circulation into southeast Georgia. The story on Debby, beyond what the landfall occurred here, will be the flooding rains that will likely gather across the Georgia coast and the Carolinas. And that may also be a point where we could see some sustained strength with this once it comes closer to the Atlantic water. So we'll still be talking about Debby for quite a few days, especially when it comes to the aspect of heavy rain along those coastal areas of the Atlantic. While back here where we are, we'll have more of a west to northwest wind. There can still be some leftover clouds rolling through into Tuesday and maybe a couple passing showers in the I-75 corridor to the east. But overall, I do anticipate a trend towards midweek where there is a suppressed mode of our daytime shower and storm cycle, which will give us opportunities to dry out from all this, and will start to decrease any kind kind of leftover lingering side effects from Debby across our area as we go into Wednesday. And fortunately, as it stands, I mean, our attention has been really focused on Debby. There's not much in the tropics to come up this way. There are a couple more waves that are out there that will be monitored, but it doesn't look like we'll see another higher risk of a tropical system impacting us, at least in the foreseeable future. But we do have to keep in mind that it is August. We go into September in a few weeks, and that's the peak of hurricane activity and tropical storm frequency around these parts.
Yeah, hopefully it stays calm. Thank you, Cass. And what a difference a year makes. Take a look at this live shot of Lake Jackson in Leon County. A year ago, reporter Maya Sargent was in this neighborhood. She did a story about it being empty. Now it's full of water, thanks to, in part, some of the rain that came from this system. Unfortunately, the rain from this system is causing what could be major problems farther to the east in places like Suwannee County, Taylor County, Madison County, and moving up into South Georgia, perhaps. Our neighborhood reporter, Alberto Camargo, is in Suwannee County. He has been chasing the storm, driving around, assessing the damage, assessing the situation and the debris coming down onto the road. Dennis, do we have Alberto? Can we go to him? All right, it sounds like we are still working to get Alberto. But as this storm continues moving north, I got to tell you, we're getting updates from places like Lowndes County and Valdosta, where they are telling people as this storm moves north to not go around barricades when they are put up. They're warning people about downed power lines. I also want to circle back to Steinhatchee, where we've been talking about the potential for flooding there. I'm seeing a photo posted to Bubsy's Bait and Tackle Shop. We've talked with them multiple times for neighborhood reporting on storm surge. They just posted a photo at 8:55 this morning. The building is surrounded by water. It looks to be 6 inches to a foot deep. So not as deep as it was during Idalia, but some flooding to deal with there. It sounds like we have Alberto. So let's go to him, see where he's up to, what he's up to and where he is. Alberto, what are you seeing?
We're live here in Suwannee County, here in Live Oak. I'm Alberto Camargo. We've been here since yesterday, and now we're really starting to see the rain pick up, and the wind gusts are starting to get really strong. I'm standing over some cover here, but the wind gusts are pushing the rain into my face. I'm gonna step out of the frame a little bit, and perhaps you can see the Shell sign there on the Sunstop gas station. It's been torn off of its frame. It's blowing in the wind. There's no telling how much longer it'll last there on the sign. This is just an example of the wind gusts you're seeing here. The wind gusts are picking up. Maybe you can hear it on my microphone. I'm gonna turn away from the camera because the wind gust is really coming straight into my face. I'm gonna turn away so maybe you can hear me a little better. As Hurricane Debby continues to pummel this area here in Suwannee County, we're gonna keep you updated as things develop. I'm Alberto Camargo, live in Suwannee County in Live Oak.
It's incredible to see. If you remember last year, we were watching our coverage of Idalia. We had a reporter in Live Oak, almost that exact spot it looked like, with the winds tearing signs apart. You've got to take cover when you're in situations like this, because that debris, that shrapnel from the signs being blown apart can go flying through the air. It can be very dangerous. Alberto, if you can still hear me, please get behind a wall, get somewhere safe so that you don't get hit by that debris. That wind is certainly ripping through there. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Veneris has an updated look at the radar right now as what appears to be that decaying eyewall we've been watching. It looks like it's swinging into Live Oak, and that's what Alberto's dealing with, Cass.
Channing, we are dealing with the dynamics of the leftovers of the eyewall. There's still a lot of the action that's rotating around, with the heaviest rain action that's still to the east, to the west rather, of Live Oak. But we still have at least the ongoing trend of stronger winds that are accompanying this. And just to give you a little perspective of the wind velocity, at least at a higher level, we may get a better perspective from a closer radar site there from Moody Air Force Base. And all the brightness just simply means at an elevated level there's a lot of wind motion going on here, and that does factor in somewhat to what's being encountered at ground level. So even though these winds, if you put a few sample numbers on there, they'd probably be above the speed that's being reported or at least experienced at the ground level in Live Oak, it does tend to go with the overall very fast motion of air and moisture that's still existing in this segment of the the Eyewall that's still in place across this region. So that does then tend to correspond with what Alberto is experiencing there. Those stronger sustained winds in the range of 30 to 40. They can certainly cause those kind of canopies to be dislodged, and then you have the stronger gusts that come with that in the range of 50 to 60, and then you get those effects which are tough to withstand. So that's why it's so hazardous to be out in this right now, even though this is taking on a much lesser structure, much lesser form compared to what we had earlier. In fact, even the kind of clear spot there that denoted where the eye was is starting to fill in with the moisture. So we're starting to even lose what we had any kind of resemblance of an eye, and that's simply a function of it being over land and losing the overall flow, the fuel of the warmth that causes the circulation to build. Now we've lost that, so the whole structure in a way is collapsing. So the moisture is starting to fill back in. However, maybe, relative good news to some folks who've had to go through the brunt of this storm, but it just continues to lead us to believe that we'll still have lingering effects and even more direct effects when it comes to those winds over the next hour or so and the heavy rain. So those rain totals continue to add up quite substantially here within this region. 12-hour estimates continue to increase across this area, where some estimated rain totals are in the range of 6 to 9 inches. And that was within the forecast range because that's what we've been seeing, especially in some rain gauges there. So there's a good chance that these high numbers are likely going to continue to verify. And even just in the last hour, there have been ongoing trends of high rain accumulations in Suwannee County. So the flooding and the gusty winds, those are tough to deal with across these areas, but it will continue for a little bit.
All right, thank you, Cass. And even outside of that central zone of the highest winds, we're still getting damage reports from even Leon County. This one just came in. The National Weather Service is putting it out here. They said 1 mile southeast of Indian Head Acres, the city of Tallahassee reports trees down in the county. And that is an area that was just rocked by tornadoes back on May 10th. So this storm having wide-reaching impacts, including in Taylor County still, where neighborhood reporter Maya Sargent is standing by with a look at the damage there.
I'm Mayor Sargent, live in Perry. We moved on a little bit further down Highway 19 to come and look at some of the damage that we're seeing following Hurricane Debby. And what we're seeing is really the impact of some of those flash flood warnings and that heavy rain that we were telling you about that's been going on since about 2 a.m. this morning, causing issues like this to residential properties. Lots of water, a lot of submersion. And we spoke to the gentleman who lives in this home, and he said it only took about 4 hours of rain to cause this much damage that you see behind us. He can't get his car out, and he tells me he's not really sure what he's going to do, but really we're just slowly beginning to see the impacts of all of that rain that we came through earlier, that we've been tracking throughout the morning. Driving around, there's also a lot of trees down, a lot of debris, some street signs we've seen knocked over, and it's just really interesting to see the damage and the scope of the damage that's come from the weather that we saw this morning. We're going to keep tracking that, and we'll keep you updated. Live in Perry, Maya Sargent, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Maya. And I'm just seeing here the Taylor County Sheriff's Office posted 6 minutes ago on their Facebook page. They are urging people to stay in their safe place, that there are downed trees and power lines creating potentially dangerous roadway conditions in Taylor County, so please be careful. Just south of there in Dixie County, Michael Paluska has been monitoring the damage and conditions there. He's standing by with this update.
Hey, Channing. Yeah, we're still trying to reconnect with some of the folks that we were communicating with in Horseshoe Beach, but we do know that that area right now, as you know, covering Adalia, that area is cut off. They had a really big storm surge come in when the eye came ashore for Hurricane Debby, and some folks that are still recovering from Adalia, their homes hadn't been fixed yet, and so their homes were already kind of in a deteriorating state, and now this storm has caused even more problems. They said they should have evacuated, but they didn't. They didn't think that the surge and everything was going to transpire the way that it did. So the folks that are friends with them, that are texting them right now, They're scared. They were in a really tough spot when their ceiling collapsed. A husband and wife, I'm told, probably in their 60s. But now they're okay. They're in their living room, but they're surrounded by water, and part of their house has fallen down. The mayor of Horseshoe Beach told us over the phone that he is concerned about what happens next. Since there's so much surge, the power's out over there. He's worried about getting people in, and then obviously you can't really go in right now and assess the damage because it's just too dangerous because the water is so high. We do have an onshore flow here coming in at Cross City in the Big Bend area and the sort of the Dixie County, Taylor County line. And so that onshore flow is going to continue to kick up water. And especially if Debby doesn't move out of here fast enough, it's just going to sort of sit there and keep cranking that water into these areas that were inundated with that storm surge. The prediction on the high end was 10 feet. The mayor said, you know, he thinks maybe his estimate, non-scientific, not confirmed, maybe 6 to 7 feet, but enough water where there was wave action on the roads in Horseshoe Beach. And at one point he said he was in the Eyewall, on the southern Eyewall, and Steinhatchee was in the northern Eyewall at the exact same time. So all these areas hit by Idalia got hit by this almost simultaneously, less than a year after Idalia. Idalia was later on this month is when it made landfall, I think August 30th, if my memory's right. So what we're dealing with now is the back end of this. We have not seen the hurricane force gusts that we saw this morning when we rode out the Eyewall when it came ashore, and then it kind of went a little bit more north. It hooked into us, and then it kind of went up. So, you know, I think it's stay in your house because there's a lot of ponding on the roads. You don't want to get swept away. We've had power hits, but we haven't seen much severe weather except for some, you know, big gusts like you would see in a summer thunderstorm. So that's the latest out here. We're going to try to reconnect with the mayor, see if they've got any new video of the water, if it's gone up or down, and really just kind of let our viewers know that there's a lot of debris on the roads. A lot of things have fallen. And so the best thing to do, just hunker down. I know people want to see their properties, but best thing to do is just stay put for now. We're live here in Dixie County. Michael Paluska reporting.
All right, thank you, Michael. I noticed in his live shot, did you see those utility trucks going behind him, going to start working to restore power already? That's great to see. Another shot that's great to see is Dowling Park. The rain is letting up. You can see the Suwannee River here again. It's expected to rise, but the winds appear to be dying down right now. Taylor County, we've been keeping a close eye on that situation as well. Neighborhood reporter Kenya Cardone filed this update.
I'm Kenya Cardone in the Perry neighborhood outside Taylor County Elementary School, one of the emergency shelters for the folks here. I want to show you that conditions here have definitely weakened. The rain and the wind is not pounding nearly as hard as it was earlier this morning. The trees are not flailing as much as they were before, and all of the flooding that we were expecting to see has pooled behind the fence there. You can see a substantial amount of water just standing behind that fence. It's definitely kept things from flooding in this area. We took a drive to the streets nearby, and we're seeing the streets starting to flood a little bit, so that pooling there definitely did help. We'll of course stay on top of all the conditions here as the day continues, but for now, that's the latest from Perry. I'm Kenya Cardone.
All right, thank you, Kenya. Good to see those flood control ponds doing their job, making sure that all that excess water has a place to go. Even so, there are multiple flash flood warnings in effect right now, which could put your life in danger. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cass and Nurse shows us where they are.
You're absolutely right, Channing, and there's just a flurry of warnings scattered all over. The map is a mess, but one of the more recent issuances of the flash flood warning has been involving this core here that's been dropping upwards of 6 to 8 inches of rain based on estimates, and that's produced our latest long-lasting flash flood warning. So it's northern Lafayette County, northeastern Taylor, a good portion of Madison County, all that in effect until 3:45. And that's on top of other warnings that are also still in effect for western Suwannee County until 12:15. But it's been this corridor here that's been monitored for the last hour or so with a sustained trend of ongoing heavy rain. So this is impacting areas along Highway 14, 53, near Lee, and along and south of there on 53 going into northern Lafayette County, so near and north of Day, Dowling Park. All these areas included in that flash flood warning occurring because of the high expectation of considerable flood risk that is occurring because of all the rain that's been accumulating here within this region. So that has been a big concern just over the last 6 hours, ongoing trends of rain totals near 6 to 8 inches and 12-hour rain totals that even expand upon that across this region. So that is just way too much rain for anything to really handle over that period of time, and that's why there is that big concern here. So the latest 12-hour rain totals on the verge of 8, 9 inches, perhaps even higher in a few isolated locations. So with more rain falling on this already saturated land, there's bound to be the reaction of flash flooding. So it's a considerable danger, and hopefully folks are taking this seriously. Hopefully you're not caught in something like this, but it is very tough to navigate through a rain situation like this. But just keep in mind that the risk is real, and it is an ongoing threat that will last for several more hours until we can get this mess out. And eventually that is likely to occur, but it is, again, just going to take some time to start to get this action moving north. But it will eventually do so. But while it's sitting where it is right now, it is taking its sweet, precious time and dropping a lot of that deep moisture in the very same regions between Live Oak and Madison and south of there. So that's going to be a huge flooding risk over the next couple of hours before that starts to move out. But the whole process, again, we've been noting that there is just a little bit of a decrease in the forward motion of all this. So there is a high likelihood that we will not see a rapid push of this into South Georgia. But I do still believe in the timeline that we can see this come a little closer by about 11 o'clock to midday into South Georgia. But again, here's the overall spin over the last hour, and it's basically been in place, maybe a slight northward shift, but this has been some steady ongoing trends where it just has really moved out of its current position in western Suwannee County through southern Madison County. So that's going to be a huge, serious issue when it comes to the overwhelming amount of water that's going to come from this band of rain that's just taking its time to go anywhere.
Yeah, Caston, we've been talking about that risk of the flooding rain for nearly a week now, and we're seeing it play out right before our eyes. And the most concerning thing about people trying to drive through that water, which you should not do, is because most flood deaths occur in vehicles. The engine can stall, you can get swept away. It's very dangerous. Please do not drive through that water. We want to check in now in Northeast Tallahassee again with neighborhood reporter Kendall Brandt. She has been monitoring power restoration efforts in the city of Tallahassee, Leon County. She's got an update on where things stand right now.
Well, Channing, I'm off of Crump Road and Opal Drive, where, as you can see, there are power crews out here working to restore power to neighbors that might have lost it here in this community. I just checked with Talca Electric Company. Those are the crews that are out here working right now. There are 20,000 of their customers out of power. That's about 37% of the people that they serve. But those power outages aren't just in Leon County. They're also in McCulloch County and Gadsden County, and as well as other neighboring communities. When we were driving here down some of the canopy roads, we saw some debris on the road, nothing obstructing the road, but that doesn't mean that there aren't trees that are across the road obstructing people from getting to where they're going. But again, that's the important reason as to why you should be staying inside and staying off the road right now. You don't know what you could encounter when you're on those roads. And again, they're slick. So those power crews right now are actually moving. They're working on getting power restored in another area right now. So we will keep you up to date with the latest on those efforts and other efforts here in Leon County to clean up. I'm Kendall Brandt in Northeast Tallahassee, and I'm sending things back to our team.
All right, thank you, Kendall. It's great to see those crews getting to work, restoring the power. I know it's frustrating to not have that electricity, but it's good to see that they are able to start doing that hard work. Earlier, we told you the governor says that about 17,000 linemen have been mobilized to help with those restoration efforts. Obviously, in places like Madison County, Live Oak, Suwannee County, Hamilton County, that effort's going to take a little while to get started because we have that intense rainfall and those strong winds still moving through. So please please be patient. If you have a portable generator and you have lost power, please place it outside about 30 feet away from your home. Those fumes that it emits, they can have carbon monoxide and other poisonous fumes which can kill you. So make sure that they're away from any open windows so those fumes cannot get inside. We have a very informative report at WTXL.TV. Neighborhood reporter Ashley Engel put together a report on how you can stay safe using that generator. We don't want to be reporting on any illnesses or deaths related to generators, so please be safe, be careful. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cass Ivenders, I think, has an updated look at the radar situation right now as this storm continues to swirl north. It's a storm we've been tracking for days, Cass. You've been giving us the heads up for nearly a week now before it even had a name. Now it's decaying, but it's still got a punch to it.
It really does, and that's why I've been saying in the last few days that flooding is my primary concern. Yes, hurricanes have wind, they are impactful, they cause damage, no doubt about that. But with a slower moving system like this is starting to exhibit, and the moisture it still contains, it creates a huge flooding risk. That has been the primary concern, and we're seeing that play out even within our own region. I have not seen, this is on a 1 hour loop, and I just have not seen much motion of that northern edge here near Interstate 10 to the Suwannee River in Madison County. So that means the rain will continue to accumulate, and it's going to be too much to handle. And that's why the National Weather Service put in that considerable risk label for this flash flood warning here, which encompasses southeastern Madison, really up to the state line. But the main core has been on this Highway 53 corridor and surrounding neighborhoods there, and on to the south and to the west of there over Dowling Park. So those are going to be areas where the rain continues to fall at a very high clip, and that will be a zone in particular that has the highest risk for flash flooding and perhaps active motion of any kind of water that is just not able to be absorbed by land or other retention ponds and whatnot. So that's going to be a very real danger without me being there to see it. Folks who are within this region, you've got to take that very seriously. And I know there's not a lot of room to really move around when you have gusty winds and whatnot, but you have to keep in mind the risk that is occurring within this region of this flash flood warning. And outside of that, in anticipation of further movement of this band, eventually we're seeing at least some increase in the rate of rain activity nearing Highway 6 to Interstate 75 region there in Hamilton County. So there is a new flash flood warning that is in effect that includes portions of Hamilton County. That's in effect until 3:45 as well. That extends into Eccles County too for the very same reasons. Rain has been falling. More is coming. It's slow to move out. It will accumulate to multiple inches. So you will have overrunning of small streams and tributaries very likely, perhaps poor drainage areas. Those will be inundated by this rain, and you can certainly have an increasing flooding risk across many of these local communities and neighborhoods in the Suwannee River area over to Interstate 75. And again, until this starts to move a little faster, we're not going to see any big improvement in the overall rain oversaturation that's taking place across this area. This is still going to stay to the east of the Tallahassee Metro, so we don't have any related flood advisories or warnings, I should say. There is a flood watch, but no flood warnings for Leon County at this point in time. So if there is some concern about where you are, it may seem it's getting too wet for you, and that may be the case, but at least the rain is falling at a much lower intensity and rate in comparison to what's happening with our neighbors and friends to the east here in the Madison County area. So those rain rates continue to be quite high, and the overall accumulations, remember I told you that when it comes to the rain rate, what can fall in one area per hour if it weren't to move, well, that one zone has been very slow to move. So those rain rates are still very high in these areas around Highway 53. So 4, 5, 5-6 inches per hour possible, and we've seen that resulting in some cases. In fact, about 3 inches within this region over the last hour, and 6-hour rain totals do exceed 6 inches based on radar estimates within this area. So that is an increasingly concerning setup, and there's not much relief coming, at least in the short term, when it comes to how quickly this rain can move out, because it seems to me that the overall system has slowed down in its overall forward motion, and that gives us a little more concern for lingering flooding issues for not just next few hours, but maybe the next few days across this area. Channing?
Yeah, that is very concerning, Cass. And take a look at what else is concerning here. We've got multiple hurricane alerts, the storm surge we've been telling you about. Riley's clicking through the graphics. I appreciate it so much. But we do have multiple alerts that we are tracking throughout the next several hours or so, including that flash flooding that we have to keep a close eye on. We also have to check on the capital city. Our neighborhood reporter, Terry Gilliam, has been talking with neighbors taking shelter from the storm. There's still some rain. There's still some wind in our part of the viewing area. So let's see who he's speaking with.
I'm Terry Gilliam in the Northeast Tallahassee neighborhood, still right outside Childs High School, which is one of the 6 locations, shelter locations here in Leon County. I'm standing with one neighbor who's been in overnight, Barbara Conyers. Barbara, how are you doing today?
Doing great, great.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling? I know that Hurricane Debby just made landfall. I just wanted to ask, how are you doing for your own personal benefit?
For my own personal benefit, I'm doing well. I'll just say this. God is ahead of my life. Philippians 4:6 says, do not be anxious about anything. And so the circumstances will change, and they did. And so I made a decision to come here to Childs for the shelter. I didn't want to be alone as the storm came on land.
Absolutely. You mentioned not being alone, and we talked earlier off camera about how there's a sense of community inside. Folks are just checking on each other, being good neighbors. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. It gives me the family that I don't have here in Tallahassee. Mm-hmm. Yes, it means a lot. Miss Misty, I'm going to give a shout out to her. She's been great. She's like the hostess of this shelter. She's been wonderful.
Right. Absolutely. And I did want to ask you one more question that, we're here in Leon County, and of course, the scenery here outside is not like how it is in Live Oak and even in Perry. They're getting the worst of this storm. So I wanted to ask you, what do you hope to see when this is all said and done?
Well, as we all know, and I sort of remember May 10th when those 3 tornadoes came through. I should hope that there's nothing, and I know that there won't be any devastation like that. I haven't had a phone, which is, in a sense, I thought it was a bad thing, but it was a good thing because I believe I would have gotten a little anxious. I've been watching. I've been concerned about those people, but I have a great feeling that Tallahassee, Leon County have not suffered through this, but my heart goes out for the others that are standing in the path, but just keep God first. That's what I say.
Absolutely. Barbara, thank you for being a part of my interview. Like I said earlier, neighbors are still inside playing the waiting game, but they're trying their best to stay cozy, and I'll have more updates as soon as I get them. At Childs High School, Terry Gilliam, ABC 27.
All right, thank you, Terry. Let's get you another live look at Jasper. First to know meteorologist Casanova Nurse was talking about that prolific rainfall that was coming for northern parts of the Big Bend, including Hamilton County and Madison County and Suwannee County. I think this is what they call ground verification, where you see this heavy rain, these massive drops coming down, along with the strong winds that are pushing these trees back and forth. With these systems, the winds can just continue to buffet things, which can lead to additional damage compared to a quick burst or a gust. You can see these trees over here waving in the winds. This is at the Hamilton County Emergency Operations Center. This is part of our Weather STEM network, which helps us see these things when they're going on. Of course, we have multiple neighborhood reporters throughout the area working to get stories, talking with neighbors about what they're going through. We do want to check in now with neighborhood reporter AJ Douglas. She's giving us an update on her part of the viewing area.
Hi, I'm AJ Douglas in the Valdosta neighborhood. So we know that Debby is a hurricane. We know that it is really wet out. And for neighbors who are without power or just looking for resources, Park Avenue Church has partnered with the Salvation Army. They are keeping a safe space for neighbors to go. Now, I know that law enforcement is out patrolling the entire city. They're looking for damage. They're looking for trees down. They're looking for neighbors who are in need. So we know that on the northern side of the city, a tree was down, but they have already taken care of that. So if you see something like that in your neighborhood, if you need that extra help, definitely reach out to law enforcement. I will be in the Valdosta neighborhood giving resources and updates to the community throughout the day.
All right, thank you, AJ. That wind, it looks like it's picking up out there, so be safe, be careful. This is Madison. This is live. It's hard to see these trees in the distance with the prolific rainfall that is falling. The wind's also picking up. You can see the trees bending over here. I know it's kind of hard to see, but this storm is not letting up. It's almost barely moving. First to know, Chief Meteorologist Cassidy Ovanuris has his eye on the heaviest rain falling right now.
That's right, and it's within this corridor that we had been forecasting to get 4 to 10 inches. So that forecast is coming to good verification, especially in this region of southeastern Madison County. So that has certainly been the case because of the slow movement of that edge of the Eyewall across this region. It just has not had much of a thrust to get into the state line area yet. So that's why we're still seeing those higher rain accumulations, and that's why we say some isolated higher totals are possible. We can see that maybe surpass that 10-inch high range in some of these areas unless there is a swifter movement of the overall lingering effects of the decaying eye over this region here. So also corresponding with that is the gustier winds. We may pull back on some of these numbers, especially given the extent of time that's been over land, but nonetheless, gusts have still been able to reach 40 to 50 in some cases, and some of the observation points have gone down for whatever reason, so it's a little tougher to see real-time verification of wind gusts across this area, but there's still going to be that wicked combination that keeps things very hazardous and not very easy for folks in the interior sections of the Big Bend in Madison County and near the junction of the Suwannee and the Withlacoochee rivers. We will eventually see this move a little more into South Georgia, maybe a little delayed. I remember last night we were saying that there can be a chance this slows down compared to what's being forecast. There's some evidence that may be occurring, so that can certainly exacerbate any kind of rain issues and accumulation issues that may be resulting from that. So 6 to 12-inch totals based on what we've seen already, and that's been baked into the forecast for a while, so that seems to be a legitimate expectation for our South Central Georgia neighborhoods and communities, Lowndes to Clinch County, north to Berrien. There will be some of those flooding issues that move towards these regions through late today, and we have that time frame even into Tuesday. So keep in mind, the rain is going to eventually subside, but it has to pick up in intensity before we get to that decreasing level for you here. So there's going to be some flooding issues for you across these counties as well in South Georgia. But on the western side of this, lower rain totals for the Leon County area, so I do think we can certainly avoid the worst of the flooding threat that's occurring in the eastern Big Bend. I do not see that transferring over into Leon County, but yes, before all is said and done through late tonight, there can be a few pockets of maybe 2 to 4 inch totals, especially on the east and south side. Thomas County, you can be certainly on the lower half of that 1 to 4 inch range. And yes, we've had the winds gusting to where it has caused power outages, so that can continue to be an issue. Maybe not to the same extent as what we had in past hurricanes, but still the inconvenience of lost power is there. And the tri-state is really kind of looking on the sidelines when it comes to all this, because all the action had been shifting in that little easterly jog late last night, kind of shifted away from our area, at least in this portion of the region. So that's why there is lesser effects for you in the tri-state region. But if you are inclined to maybe help out your neighbors in our eastern areas where you haven't had so many impacts, you might want to consider doing that over the next several days and see how maybe you, if you didn't have much storm impacts, can help out those that did have those impacts.
All right, thank you, Cass. And continuing our team coverage of this historic storm, bringing heavy rain and flooding and damage to trees. Our neighborhood reporter, Maya Sargent, joins us from Taylor County, and she's going to be bringing us updates because she's been really covering this community since Hurricane Idalia made landfall not far from there in Keaton Beach, a little less than a year ago on August 30th of last year. That community has been rebuilding buildings and businesses. Neighbors have been helping neighbors. Maya, what have you got right now?
Sergeant in Perry. We've been driving down Highway 19 looking for some of the damage that was caused by the severe weather that we've been tracking since this morning and from Hurricane Debby. I want to show you what that looks like. A lot of flooding, and that's come from those flash flood warnings we were telling you about and from that heavy rain we were showing you earlier. And it's not only caused impacts to roads, making them impassable, but it's also caused some impacts to residential properties like the one that you see behind me. A lot of water, a lot of submersion in water. We actually got to speak to the gentleman who owns this house. He told me it took only about 4 hours for this much damage to be caused. And it's just really interesting to see the beginning of the impacts of Hurricane Debby and understanding how neighbors are going to work through them. In Perry, Mayor Sargent, ABC 27.
Gosh, Taylor County has been through so much over the last year. Liz, you and I went to Steinhatchee earlier this year and talked with people about the damage there. It's really heartbreaking to see another storm sweeping through these neighborhoods.
It is heartbreaking, and unfortunately, right through those same neighborhoods, like you said, Idalia hit
extremely rural. There's
less than a year ago, and now we're experiencing Hurricane Debby making its way through those same areas where heavy rain and wind all impacted areas.
Yeah, we have been tracking those storms. Apparently, we're having a microphone situation with Liz. We'll work to get that resolved as quickly as we can. But we continue to track this storm with multiple flash flood warnings in effect for Suwannee, Madison, Hamilton counties, moving up through the Big Bend as this storm essentially slows almost to a stall and just continues to spin, dropping that heavy rainfall that First to Know Chief Meteorologist Cassidy has been predicting for days. So your best bet is to stay home, stay out of the wind, stay out of the rain. If you do have to go anywhere, power lines are down, do not touch them, stay away from them. We don't want you to get hurt. And we're going to keep on top of this situation as the storm continues to dump very heavy rain. Let's bring Liz back in for a closer look at where the storm is right now.
Yeah, Channing, so a lot of those areas, just less than a year ago that were affected by the rain, wind, and some places still recovering from Idalia, now bearing down on what is Hurricane Debby, still moving across South Florida and into South Georgia over the next several hours. This is a live look right now out of Jasper, one of our mini cams where a lot of those heavier bands of rain are moving through. So you can see, the trees in the background are still swaying. Those are pretty large branches that have caught the wind, allowing those branches to move back and forth. Some of them across the southeast side of the Big Bend even snapping. And we've seen quite a few of those reports. I know you've been keeping up with it, Channing, especially for those trees on roadways. So be extra careful out there. This is not the time to go out there. Madison County as well, where one of those heavier bands of rain and those stronger wind gusts are now pushing through. I know we don't have a solid Eyewall anymore, but we still have that big band of rain moving right up over I-10 into the Madison County area and Madison, the city as well. So we'll be watching that for a bit. And then, of course, Valdosta, we have not forgotten about you, South Georgia. It's taken a while for those showers and storms to make their way into South Georgia, but now they're here. And now is not the time for you to go outside with those strong winds still pushing around the trees out of our emergency operations center there in Lowndes County. Heavy rain falling sideways there, reducing visibility, making for some flooding concerns this afternoon. Now, here is the last 12 hours. Here is kind of how it all played out. So we had then Hurricane Debby form, make landfall right there near Steinhatchee around 7 a.m. and now moving. Look how much that has slowed down. So a 12-hour view. It starts right off the western side of Tampa, moving fairly quickly. That Eyewall forming, kind of wobbling at times, not well defined, moving inland, and you lose the Eyewall. But look how much that rain has slowed down. Live Oak, the I-10 corridor, has gotten that band of rain over the last several hours. And that's where the heaviest amount of rain is falling now and has been for those last hours as well. And that's where we also find most of our flash flood warnings. All these very bright greens here, those polygons, those are all flash flood warnings that are still ongoing. And a lot of them for major corridors that people would typically drive on a Monday morning. That includes I-10 through Madison County over into Suwannee County and Live Oak, where that heavy rain, you can detect that by these darker reds here, is still falling. And what would be the eye center, but of course now it's losing strength. It's not over those open, warm waters gaining strength. It's losing strength quite a bit. Friction is helping to tear that storm apart, but not enough for this outer band here from basically I-10 wrapping down and around to Branford, all the way down into parts of Dixie County still, where we still have some of that heavy rain still kind of wrapping around in a counterclockwise movement. So places like Jasper, be prepared for some of that gusty wind heading your way. Lake Park as well, Valdosta, we saw that live camera there. That was that outer band. You still have more to go throughout the morning hours as more rain and wind are expected. A wider view here shows rain all the way from Dixie County all the way up into southeast Georgia. A lot of that rain staying to the north and east of that storm system, and that's where we're going to have more of the rain through the afternoon and see that 24-hour rain total really increase. I mean, we saw that storm move up over the last 24 hours. We saw the path there, and the 24-hour rain total just started quickly adding up right there across the 75 quarter. Dixie County, this is 10, 11 o'clock at night, and then boom, we hit these early morning hours, and you're going to start to see these rates really increase as that eye now has come on shore, and then pushing a lot of that heavy rain through Lafayette County. That was at 9:30, and now Madison County at 10 a.m. And those purples are going to start climbing up into Valdosta as well, where more flooding concerns are ongoing through the day. That also goes for wind gusts that are right around 30 miles per hour now across Perry, up to 50 miles per hour later this morning in Valdosta. So a lot of that wind, I mean, even in Mayo early this morning, about 70 mile per hour gusts. So we're going to have more reports to come as far as rain and wind go, but of course following everything that's going on in your neighborhood as well, Channing.
A lot going on. I just saw on Facebook Sea Hag Marina, which is right there on the Steinhatchee River. We visited there for our hurricane special. It's got water inside it again, less than a year after Hurricane Idalia flooded the business. So Debby really doing a number on businesses and neighborhoods around the area. Let's check in with Forrest Saunders. He's in Taylor County monitoring the situation. What do you got, Forrest?
I'm Forrest Saunders standing in Perry, Florida. We are about 35 miles away from where Debby made landfall in the Steinhatchee area. What I can tell you is it has been a wild ride over the last several hours. Starting at around 3:30 this morning, you saw rain and wind slamming against the windows at the hotel where I'm staying. And from there, it only got worse. The power went out here in Perry around 7 a.m. And at last check, we were still waiting for it to come back on. And that's really what we're entering here is the waiting game. And Perry is far from the only community without power right now. It looks like it's mostly concentrated in the Big Bend area. The big concern is that these are rural communities, and it may be more difficult to get out there and get power restored to them if you have a lot of debris down, if you have a lot of floodwaters. Speaking of water, that continues to be the issue with Debby. We are seeing some flash flooding here in the Perry area. That's subsided a little bit now that we're sort of getting a little bit of a break in some of that rain, but we're expecting it to continue as we continue moving into the rest of the day, as Debby is a slow mover and is going to continue to dump inches of water on top of these communities, potentially into the river basins as well. So places like the Steinhatchee River, surrounding communities, they're going to have to worry about that, not just the flash flooding. Utility crews are going to have to get out as soon as they can to try and repair that power. Governor told us on Sunday that he felt the state was as prepared as possible for this storm, and he brought out somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 17,000 utility crews to try and stage across the state and surge into areas where they are needed most as soon as it's safe to do so. We also saw that emergency management officials were putting up temporary flood barriers around vital infrastructure. We're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 10,000 feet of these temporary structures that can be filled with water, stacked up to 8 feet tall. They are protecting things like power substations. They are protecting things like wastewater treatment facilities. The idea here is that if you protect them now, on the backside of this storm, you may not have as much damage or any damage at all, and that will again help restore energy and other vital utilities as quickly as possible. Speaking of that power outage, one more thing to consider here is that it could be hours, it could be days before power is restored, and we are still in Florida in August. That means hot temperatures. We expect to see temperatures to get at least into the 80s here very soon as Debby moves out of the area. And without AC, that could be a potentially really dangerous situation, especially for people who are most vulnerable to that kind of thing. And that is the latest out here in Perry so far. Again, waiting for power to get restored, but right now it seems like we have escaped any serious damage to trees or buildings, but Debby's not done yet. We'll have to watch and see what the flooding situation looks like as we continue into the day. But for now, that's the latest out here in Perry.
All right, thank you for that update, Forrest. And sticking with Taylor County and the flooding theme, I'm just looking at the river gauge in Steinhatchee. Once again, it continues to rise up to nearly 3.5 feet. That's approaching moderate flood stage. And we've seen some photos and videos on Facebook from the Steinhatchee neighborhood where that water has come out of its banks. It's not as high as it was during Idalia, but it is doing some minor flooding in the Steinhatchee area. I also want to circle back to the power outages. I just got a text during Forrest's report about the outage situation in Tallahassee, where they say that more than 12,000 customers are without power right now. Mutual aid crews from Alabama are working with City of Tallahassee crews to restore power. They also say that Louisiana has crews arriving and will get to work soon on restoring your electricity if you live in the capital city. Obviously, a lot of patience required with this situation. Hopefully those crews can get the power back on soon. For an update on the radar situation now, I want to turn it back over to First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland. She is tracking where the heaviest rain and strongest winds are right now.
Yeah, Channing, and to those power outages, not only in Leon County, but all across Suwannee County as well. Numbers just keep growing as we kind of see this system, Debby, stall right across the southeast side of the Big Bend. So like you said, 12,000 outages in Leon County, over 22,000 in Suwannee County. So you can see where the bulk of that wind and rain has fallen, allowing more of those power poles or limbs to fall on power poles across the southeast side of the Big Bend. And again, this storm hasn't really made its way quite yet into, or at least the heaviest amount of rain or strongest wind into South Georgia. So unfortunately, we probably will see those numbers grow as it moves into Lowndes County, Eccles, and Clinch County over the next several hours. Right now, though, in Jasper and Madison, we do have some heavy wind and heavy rain blowing around out there. These live looks give you an example of, 1 minute we might show you a live look and it looks pretty calm and clear. The next minute, the wind is blowing, the rain is falling sideways because we have these gusts of wind that will be blowing through. So just because you kind of get a lull in between squalls doesn't mean the storm is out of your area. Matter of fact, probably going to get another one, especially if you live on the Florida-Georgia line, kind of closer to that 75 I-10 interchange there, where the heaviest amount of wind and heaviest amounts of rain are still brewing up after Debby has made landfall and now is moving inland. That includes Valdosta, where again, that kind of outer edge, we're going to show you in just a minute, this outer edge, this outer line of showers and storms have moved across this band, not even part of the bulk of the band that was around the center of Debby, which holds the most rainfall, this making the most rain over the next 12 hours or so. We're seeing those totals up to 5 inches. That's not even quite in Valdosta yet. This is just one of the outer bands that's blowing around those trees, a little bit of pooling of water even on unpaved surfaces here. Probably seeing some more paved surfaces get some water accumulation downtown in Valdosta as well, where there's more concrete and less likely area for that rain to be absorbed into the surface. It's just going to run off and pool in those low-lying areas. So places like this outer band in Valdosta that's just moved through, that's exactly what I'm talking about there. That's one of those outer bands pushing through. You see the reds there, the yellows, that's pushing up 75 corridor. Now down across I-10, here is what is kind of left of Debby's Eye, very undefined, kind of torn apart as it moves inland. But you can still see the counterclockwise motion right across where that eye would have been of those heavier showers notified by the red in the Taylor County area, up the Madison, up the I-10 corridor down to Live Oak, Suwannee County, and Lafayette County. But that's all where the heaviest rain and some of the strongest wind gusts have been clocked over the last, half hour or so. That has not moved a lot. I mean, you look at the I-10 corridor, just look at one spot over the last, say, 45 minutes to an hour. It's just kind of stalled right on top of I-10, maybe making its way just to the north there. You see a little bit of those reds starting to turn into yellows. That's actually good news. That means that a weakening is starting to occur, not only with the hefty rain amounts, but when we see those hefty rain amounts start to lower, we know that the storm is being torn apart. The strength is being torn apart and lowered quite a bit, so rain amounts are going to lower. Unfortunately, not enough to where we're not concerned about flooding anymore. Flooding is going to be continuing for the next several hours. And keep in mind, a pretty important note to stress here is, places like Perry or even Steinhatchee that are still under this flash flood warning, maybe it's not raining so hard for you or even at all. Flooding is still possible, especially around those rivers, especially around those streams in places that are closer and further south of that bulk of the rain up north. That's because a lot of this area is filled with rivers and streams, and as that water not only falls on top of you but to the north of you, all that water is going to go somewhere, and typically it runs into streams and creeks. Those streams and creeks are already, basically at their banks, and that's when more of that water from the north still flowing in. It's not raining outside, but those rivers and streams could still overflow their banks days after the storm has passed. So that's going to be something we're really going to be watching over the next several days, especially around rivers, creeks, and streams, those tributaries that lead out to Appalachia Bay. But right now, even inland flooding because of heavy rain is still occurring around the I-10 corridor, wrapping around Suwannee County and up to South Georgia as well. So keeping an eye on that over the next several days. And again, the totals are just been impressive across the last 24 hours. Seeing that rain slowly creep up there across places like Lafayette County. You see the purple slowly growing. That's where that eye has just kind of been pulling that moisture around what is now the center, or what's left of the center of Debby. And it's going to be slowly creeping up into South Georgia here over the next few hours. Starting to see those totals even grow now in Valdosta and Madison. But eventually that rain will continue up into the South Georgia, Lowndes County, Eccles County, and Hamilton counties. For those neighborhoods, just be prepared for more rain that will be on the way. As far as wind goes, wind is going to be sustained right now all around Perry and then Madison County, right about 25 to even 30 miles per hour. These are sustained winds clocked over a minute. Now, when you talk about those gusts, we see those gusts a little bit higher, closer to 30, 40 miles per hour, 53 in Valdosta. So some very windy conditions now picking up in Valdosta. You saw that out of our weather stem camera there that's been helping show off what's going on around the neighborhoods, as well as our local reporters and our neighborhood reporters helping us out, kind of getting a visual of what's going on outside. But, that will tell a story a little bit better than a lot of these maps, just because we know if you're on the roadway, especially on I-75 or I-10, it's pretty dangerous because of all those downed trees, thanks to a lot of that wind and, again, that rain. Wind gusts over the last couple of hours, clocking in this morning, Mayo at 70 miles per hour, Perry at 59, and I can assure you these will not be the last of the wind gusts to come in from reports by the National Weather Service. I'm sure there's quite a few more to go as that storm continues tracking to the northeast. It's just really slowing down, dumping quite a bit of rain over the southeast side of our area. So now I'm going to toss it over to our first to know meteorologist, Riley Winch, and he's going to talk more about what that wind can also impact. Riley?
Yeah, Elizabeth, we have seen Debby make landfall and it's starting to move inland. So that starts to help reduce some of those coastal impacts for our region. However, those impacts are not done yet, especially when it comes to some coastal inundation. We may not see upwards of that 6 to 10 feet of storm surge anymore for Taylor County. But I want you to notice, now that we have that center of the storm inland, notice where the winds are coming from. They're blowing onshore in Taylor County, also offshore of Wakulla County. So Wakulla County will see a reduction in your storm surge totals, but a little bit more inundation is possible over coastal portions of Taylor County. And we do see high tide times today. We're at around low tide right now in Steinhatchee, which was around 9 a.m. But now we're expecting the tide to rise. We'll have that high tide at around 3 p.m. this afternoon. So with that onshore wind flow, we're also starting to see an increase in the tides, and we're already seeing some coastal inundation in parts of Steinhatchee in southern Taylor County. So that is somewhere where we may see some problems with coastal inundation as we head throughout the next couple of hours. And again, this really just goes to show Wakulla County, it's dodging that impacts from our storm surge right now. But onshore wind flow for Taylor County, specifically southern Taylor County, still could have a couple feet of storm surge as we head over the next couple of hours, especially as we approach towards high tide at 3 o'clock. After then, we'll start to see those conditions subside. But future wind gusts, again, that wind flow continues to push into Taylor County as we head into this afternoon. But as the center of the storm gets further away, the strength of those winds pushing that water into Taylor County also start to dissipate. So we're really going to have that concern lasting through around that high tide time frame. And now we are going to turn things off to Kendall, who is in the city of Tallahassee. Kendall, what are you seeing in your neighborhood?
I'm Kendall Brandt. I'm off of Miccosukee Road near Miles Johnson Road, where there are crews right now replacing a power pole after City of Tallahassee leaders say that there was a car crash here that knocked out that power pole down the road on Miccosukee Road. Again, this is an important reminder as to why you should be staying inside, staying off the roads. You don't know what debris or what slick conditions can be out here on the roads. I can tell you right now there's tons of leaves, things like that, lots of water here on Miccosukee Road, not to flooding levels, but enough to make your car hydroplane. So again, make sure you are staying off those roads. And City of Tallahassee leaders again put out an X this morning that those crews are working on replacing that power pole after that car accident. The driver is okay, thankfully, but take this as a lesson. We should not be on our roads. So I'm sending things back over to our team with Channing Frampton at the desk.
All right, thank you, Kendall. And you're not the only one saying to stay off the roads. Thomasville Police Department, just 9 minutes ago on Facebook, they posted a traffic alert that there are reports of trees and power lines down around the Rose City. Thomas County Sheriff's deputies are working to help patrol the streets and keep the roads safe as this storm continues to move through. Rain bands continue to affect places like Thomas County, Thomasville, the eastern parts of Leon County, and we're continuing to see that heaviest of rainfall in parts of Suwannee and Hamilton and Madison County. I have seen reports of high water covering roads in parts of Suwannee County. So the water is coming up as the rain comes down. It's coming down in buckets. And we're going to check in with Valdosta because they are also in line to get some of this strong wind and heavy rain. I want to check in with AJ Douglas. She's standing by in the Azalea City. AJ, how are things where you are?
I'm AJ Douglas, and I'm in the Valdosta neighborhood. So we see that the storm is definitely picking up out here. It's definitely wet. The wind is definitely picking up. It's still early in the day, but we are expecting it to get a bit worse. I'm hearing that a historic flooding can happen here in this area. Police are out monitoring the streets, just looking for damage, looking for any trees that may be down. I know for a fact that in the northern part of the city, a tree was down, but they went ahead and took care of that. Neighbors who are without power can go to Park Avenue Shelter. They have partnered with Salvation Army. They're going to be open and available to neighbors throughout the day. I'm going to be here with your neighborhood reporter, Malia Thomas, just scanning for any damage, scanning for any resources, and definitely tracking outages in the area. We are here with you throughout the severe weather during Hurricane Debby. At WTXL, we're hoping everyone stays inside and stays safe and reaches out to the police or first responders if they are in need of anything. In the Valdosta neighborhood, I'm AJ Douglas.
AJ, the wind just looks like it keeps getting stronger and stronger there. Stay safe. You know, a lot of schools in South Georgia were supposed to have their first day back to school today. School leaders in many counties in our South Georgia neighborhoods making the call to postpone that first day of school, and probably with good reason with these storms moving through. First to know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland is tracking where Debby is right now. This prolific rain-making storm is really putting neighbors in the Big Bend in danger right now, Liz.
Yeah, that's correct, Channing. And before I let you go, I do have a question for you because, you know, a lot of these reports are coming in. We've gotten the text updates. We've gotten reports from our live reporters all across the neighborhood. Very thankful for them. But if viewers are safely taking pictures from home, where can they send them where we can see them on air and put our reports in the National Weather Service and also maybe even see from their perspective on air what's going on?
Probably the easiest way to send your pictures and videos, if you can safely do so, is directly to the WTXL Tallahassee Facebook page. You can send them through direct message. Be prepared. We ask you if you took the picture and if you give us permission to use it, but we can credit you and we would love to share what you are seeing, again, as long as you can safely get those pictures and videos. So please send them in.
Yes, we would definitely love to see them, and we cannot stress enough, please do not go outside to get them if you just happen to be at your home in a safe spot and capture some of that flooding or what you're seeing outside. Again, we love to see it because this ongoing, widespread impact is impacting all across the Big Bend today and South Georgia. So thank you for that, Channing. I just wanted to make sure that we had a place where people could go to share their experience during this storm. So again, just the second storm in less than a year for a lot of these same neighbors that have been going through some rebuild from Hurricane Idalia. And of course, no two storms are the same, and we never want to compare Idalia to Hurricane Debby, but we're still going to find that widespread impacts from flooding and wind will occur throughout the day today. So I do want to take a look now at places like Taylor County, places like Suwannee County, and all across the Big Bend, where we do have flash flood warnings, I should say, in effect for the next several hours. So if we take this play button off here, might have to do it on the yeah, there we go. We're not going to be able to do it from here, so I'm going to go switch over to the regular radar. But we do have flash flood warnings ongoing for all of our counties in the Big Bend and across places into South Georgia now. So we're going to see more of that flash flooding concern all the way into here's Lowndes County and down into Eccles, Hamilton County, into Florida. So a lot of our areas over the next few hours will continue seeing heavy rain accumulate. And I like to go back to Valdosta here, not because that's the only place we're concerned about by any means, but rain is still to come for these areas. South Georgia hasn't gotten the bulk of that activity yet. Most of that activity has stayed as far south as the Big Bend I-10 corridor. Now slowly rising above that, we're going to start to see the first kind of big gusts of wind out of the bulk of that storm, out of the strongest amounts of wind, out of the heaviest rain, and it's still on the way from Valdosta. And I say that and show you this live picture because it still looks pretty dangerous to be outside, and we're not even into that area where, the heaviest rain is falling over the shortest amount of time, and we're already seeing reports of flooding in Valdosta. I mean, just in the background here, you see puddles of water. This wind is just knocking around trees. This is out of our Emergency Operations Center in Lowndes County. So, we still have quite a bit of weather to go. Not a good idea to be out on those roadways. That's why we say if you have pictures, send them, but don't go out to get them for us, please. We'd rather you be safe and update you with some of our neighborhood reporters in the area rather than you go out and try to get that video yourself. But that being said, the rain is still moving through the I-10 corridor and moving up through South Georgia over the next several hours. So here is kind of a 45-minute break over the next couple of hours for places like Perry and Taylor County. And then we do have some heavy rain in store for the I-10 corridor moving up to the north. Flash flood warnings are going to be widespread over the next few hours. Good news is it's looking like the rain, a lot of those reds are kind of letting up. So the heaviest amounts of rain are still going to be around, but maybe not as high as a rate as it was, say, 45 minutes ago when we saw that stronger storm over the last couple of hours, Channing.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for that analysis. Hopefully this winds down soon because Suwannee County is just getting so hard right now with that heavy flooding rain, the strong winds. We go back out live to our storm tracker with Alberto Camargo and his photojournalist. And the rain continues to fall. I'm not exactly sure where this is, but I'm told it's in Suwannee County. There are cars out on the roads. This road appears to be clear. There don't appear to be any trees blocking the way. There doesn't appear to be any ponding on the side of the road despite that heavy rain. However, I have been seeing reports of low-lying areas being flooded, cars stalling out. If you come to a spot where there is water across the road, don't assume that you can just drive through it. You don't know if it could be washed out underneath. It only takes a few inches for a car to suck the water up into the engine and then being able to stall that engine. Alexa, if you could repeat that, I didn't hear that. This is US 129. Thank you. My assistant news director giving me some additional information here. US 129 going through Suwannee County. I know Alberto has told us multiple reports along this route as trees have come down and crews are working to clear the way so that cars can go to where they need to go, maybe evacuate because of the flooding or maybe go back home to where they evacuated from. Fortunately, this road looks to be in good shape. Although if you do go out like these folks are doing, keep that speed down. You could come to an area where the water has ponded over and you could hydroplane, which could be very dangerous, send your car out of control. We've talked about multiple cases of hydroplaning crashes that led to fatalities in recent weeks with this summer and the heavy rain, so you got to be careful. I'm glad to see that Alberto is on the move again and giving us these live pictures, because it really is hard to tell what's going on without actually being out in these neighborhoods, which is why we have our team of neighborhood reporters spread across South Georgia and the Big Bend of Florida, from Tallahassee to Steinhatchee to Perry to Valdosta. So we're going to continue to work to bring you these live updates and these reports from these different neighborhoods as this situation continues to unfold. Hopefully we get some clarity on where that flooding is occurring right now in Suwannee County. We'll let you know as soon as we have that confirmed. I want to check back in with First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland to see where that heaviest rain's falling.
Thanks, Channing. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a live look at some of those areas, including Suwannee County. I mean, look at this swath of reds right here. This is about 45 minutes ago, where that swath of red is going to continue to fall right across places like I-10. You know, kind of the last little bit here, right around 10:37 of those reds showing up in our kind of wraparound counterclockwise movement around kind of a degrading system of Debby. So not as strong, obviously, as it made landfall. But you see the update here. I mean, there are some reds still popping up right in the southwest corner of Suwannee County, kind of bordering close to that Lafayette County line here. Perry, you're still getting a heavy shower there on the wraparound, kind of the backside of this area of low pressure, which is still Debby, as it moves to the northeast. So as this moves counterclockwise, I mean, Perry, even with this wraparound moisture, heavy rain there for you, but really a lot of this is going to be pulling up all across Suwannee County over the I-10 corridor, and especially the I-10 corridor as that wraps around is just going to get inundated with all of that rain, and that's where those flooding concerns really come into play, especially through the afternoon. Now, eventually, the storm is still expected to track to the northeast, and then all of this heavy rain, kind of the bulk of that activity still what is the northeast side of the storm, even though it is kind of ragged, still going to move across places like Jasper, the 75 corridor, up through Lake City, and eventually down over into Hamilton, Eccles County, up through the Florida-Georgia line here over the next several hours. But again, it's just not moving too much here over the last couple hours, and that's where all this heavy rain has been falling for us and continues to fall over the next several hours. So we do still have all those flash flood warnings ongoing across the area. I'm going to go ahead and show you some of that movement on that storm so we can look at some of those heaviest totals that are still occurring right now. So if you go over to analysis here, we can take a look at what's going on a little bit better for you. So here is a play of the last 45 minutes or so, and you can tell, just circle in, I'll zoom in on Suwannee County here. This is where, yes, a few of those heavier showers across Madison County have dissipated, and it's still darker green, so still a good rate of rainfall. But just look right here at Live Oak. I'll hold my hand over as it rotates. Reds, oranges, and yellows. I mean, almost nonstop right to the southwest of Live Oak and even through Live Oak. So just heavy rain over 45 minutes. That's just a small section of a larger scale of the storm activity. I mean, 45 minutes over, what has it made landfall at 7 a.m., just 3 hours ago. It's still falling in those same areas. It was raining there as Debby made landfall, and now we're still getting rain at the very heavy, moderate to heavy rate. It's not like it's been letting up for Suwannee County. So widespread flooding potential for Suwannee County and the I-10 corridor. The good news is, again, we kind of see a little bit less of the red still there, though, in those places that it still is raining heavily. Still going to incur quite a bit of flooding. But the good news is as this system moves further toward the northeast, the weaker it gets, the weaker the wind, and the less heavy the rain. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of moisture to be found with this storm, and as it moves to the northeast, it's moving at a very slow rate. That was kind of our concern this morning, is it made landfall, started tracking through the Gulf pretty quickly, made landfall early, around 7 a.m., around Steinhatchee, then moving up to now Taylor County, Lafayette County. Here's where it made landfall. Not too far away, that, relatively ragged center, but still the center has moved. Not a very far distance. I mean, you can drive from Perry to Steinhatchee in, 45 minutes or so. So, just a very short drive there. That eye has not really moved too far inland. And so the problem with that is, yeah, you're still going to get wind, repetitively, but this rain is just sitting right on top of a lot of areas, just dumping rain. It's almost like it's nonstop for those neighbors who are in Live Oak, Branford, Mayo as well. So that's what we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours. I mean, if we kind of close in, even on places like Valdosta and South Georgia, you can see some of those bands. I assume that Lake Park, you're probably feeling quite a bit of wind right now. Dasher, Jennings as well, Potter, and up through that 75 quarter, kind of just west of Jasper, up through Jennings, Lake Park, Valdosta, you have a few light showers right now, maybe a little bit of a breeze, but this next little kind of broken band is going to be moving through. Probably has a little bit of those stronger winds with it as well. So we're going to be watching that. But here's the bulk of that activity still. The heaviest rain amounts Midway, San Pedro Junction, Mayo, Buckville, Day. Here's McAlpin, Beachville, Branford, and then down to Hatchbend. So all those areas still just getting that rain nonstop over the last hour or two on top of the rain that we've gotten earlier this morning. That goes for places like Perry as well, which are now seeing some wraparound moisture on the backside of that counterclockwise movement. So Boyd, Perry, Foley as well, Roach, all those areas down 19 over into 98. That's where a lot of that rain is still coming down. So just because it's not raining doesn't mean that your flood concerns or your rain concerns, for that matter, are gone. That's just not the case. We still have widespread rain and storms in the forecast for the next several hours. And unfortunately, the storm's just kind of sitting still at this point, or moving very slowly. And we're just going to get this rain over and over again, especially as this eye starts to move apart, starts to get more ragged. We're going to see more widespread rain and mostly a counterclockwise movement. But either way, you're kind of going to get those rain showers from the north for Boyd, Perry, and Foley, more for the southeast across Live Oak, as we still see most of that moisture kind of wrapping around, being pulled up and around what is left of that center of Debby for this morning. Now let's go over to places like Lake City, White Springs, and then even up through Valdosta and even north of that. So Hayhira, you had a nice little what is left of this band that's moved through Hayhira, as well as Dixie, 84 into Boston, over into Thomas County. Thomasville, probably going to get some rain showers here. Haven't gotten a lot of activity, maybe some light showers here and there, but most of the activity has stayed to the east. There's a good chance you get a few showers here and there. Down into Tallahassee, not a lot of rain has moved across our area, kind of wrapping around now from that, again, backside from the northwest, starting to get some showers and storms in Cher, that's 27. Rose, Cody, and then Bel Air, also going to see a few showers and storms here. Now, obviously, these outer bands not as strong as, let's say, these bands over here closer to Lee, Madison, Mercer, Live Oak, Padlock, and O'Brien, but a lot of that shower and storm has been sitting there. That's the problem. That's why these heavier showers across I-10 and 27, yes, they'll dump rain. And of course, you got to be careful out there if you're driving, not to drive through floodwaters. But closer to this I-10 corridor and then down 75, this is where the main concern still remains over the next several hours, as we have, quite a bit of rain still falling. Rain will continue to trickle down and through these, a lot of these, they got the Osceola River over here, closer to Jefferson County. We've got quite a few of those inland areas, low-lying kind of marshlands through Taylor County as well, down into Steinhatchee as well. So a lot of these areas still not only seeing water or storm surge come in, but also heavy rain and even some inland rain trying to move out through like Steinhatchee River and places like that. So a lot of competing water sources trying to find a way to get off land, but unfortunately just not able to do so, especially with that heavy rain rate over the last couple of hours. And we're still going to have a lot more of that rain to come, unfortunately, over the next few as well. So still watching this very slow movement to the northeast, and just kind of a concern with a lot of our South Georgia counties and really North Florida counties for flooding. That's going to be the biggest impact going forward, especially as Debby weakens in strength, but stays pretty relevant with the amount of rainfall for the next couple of hours, moving eventually into Hamilton County. You can say the kind of the outer edge there, right on that 75 corridor. Not a great time to be out and about on I-10 or 75 right now. Thanks to the rain, thanks to the downed trees. Something we'll be keeping an eye out for you, and I know we have for the last several hours. Kind of look at our wind gusts here over the next few as well. I'll go over here and change over from our interaction over to our look at the current conditions. So here is some of the current wind, sustained winds at least, for our area. These are sustained winds, meaning they will be clocked over a minute, 60 seconds. And you can see, you know, a lot of that eye is still ragged, but right across, you know, parts of, there's Taylor County and then over into Suwannee County, that's kind of southwest side where we're seeing that heavy rain into Madison County. That's where we have the highest wind gusts, kind of still pulling all that moisture and wind to what is left of Debby Center. Now, if you live places like Bainbridge or over in Mariana, Bluntstown, Sopchoppy, luckily not as much wind right now for us. So are there still power outage possibilities? Sure. They're going to be much more isolated than, let's say, Madison County and then Lowndes County eventually as the storm moves to the northeast. Suwannee County is still in the bulk of that sustained wind, but look at these wind gusts. That's where it becomes more of a problem. These wind gusts are going to be closer to, let's say, 40 miles per hour if it will fast forward here for us. But we will have more of the 45, there we go, well, rainfall amounts, but 45 mile per hour gusts in Madison County. Our system is just being a little slow now that it's got so much information and data coming in over the last couple of hours. But rainfall amounts will continue to grow, especially right there in Suwannee County. We're going to see more of Madison County I-10 corridor, so those totals grow. And here's the thing, though. If you look, 10 a.m. to 10:20 to 10:30, a lot of these purples have now turned white. That's that heavy rain just basically sitting there across one area. So that's where a lot of those showers have just been falling over that one spot right there, unfortunately, across Suwannee County and Lafayette County. So, I mean, here's 8:40 a.m., slowly creeping forward at a decent rate, 9 a.m. to Madison County, and then it slows down. That's when we start to see more rain, more of those whites start to pop up right there across Lafayette County, Suwannee County coastline, where we have that reported flooding, and then down there across places like Dixie County, and then that storm slowly moving up, and that's what's going to be the issue for southeast Georgia. It's just a lot of slow moving in the storm system. So, we're going to have a lot more of that rain to come. We'll be tracking it for you all morning long. But now I do want to throw it over to Channing Frampton, who has more for us. Channing.
Yeah, Liz, just 9 minutes ago, the Live Oak Police Department posted on Facebook there are several roads within the city of Live Oak that are completely underwater and impassable. Do not attempt to drive through that water. I'm sure it is not confined to just Live Oak. This flooding situation really becoming serious across that part of the Big Bend. Alexa, you said we had some damage video. I'd like to show some folks from the Tallahassee area. If we have that, let me know. Yeah, this is it. This is from the Indian Head Acres neighborhood where some damage was done. This is an area that was wrecked by tornadoes back on May 10th. It appears that the outer bands of Debby have now brought even more trees down and power lines with it. So they've got a mess on this road. Hopefully they can get that cleaned up soon. And we also want to check in with Alberto Camargo. He's been driving around in Suwannee County assessing the situation. Can we pull up his live shot? Do we have Alberto? Yeah, there he is. So this is in Suwannee County, I'm told. This appears to be a home with part of its roof blown off. We had some powerful winds blowing through Suwannee County, the Live Oak area, earlier this morning as the eyewall, or what was left of the eyewall of Hurricane Debby, rolled on through. The rain is still falling. Like Liz has said, this system just continues to sit and spin like a top, dumping billions of gallons of water over this part of Florida. So these rain totals are adding up quickly. It's going to be incredible to see how what they top out at. This situation, though, I'm not exactly sure where this is, but it's an example of the damage that we have been seeing. It's not like what we saw with Idalia, where its part of the roof is gone. We saw a business where part of it had some metal, sheet metal like this hanging off of it. We saw some signs damaged in Live Oak. We saw metal canopies blown over and tipped over in parking lots in the Live Oak area. So Suwannee County really taking the brunt of this storm right now. We'll be working to bring you more pictures and more reports of where the water is over the road and where the damage has occurred and where the power outages are, so you can stay safe and move forward from this storm. 2 hurricanes in less than a year in essentially the same part of the Big Bend. It is just a historic event that people, I'm sure, are going to talk about for years. I want to check back in with First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland, who continues tracking this situation, this dangerous, life-threatening situation now, not from the wind, but from the very heavy flooding rain. Liz, where's the rain falling now?
That's a great point, Channing. You know, a lot of people think hurricane and they worry about the winds, but really a lot of these inland winds are going to calm down quite a bit as this storm starts to degrade or starts to weaken. What's happening, though, is a lot of moisture is in the air. I mean, we've felt it over the last several days. It is hot and humid and sticky outside. Now we have a powerful storm that's moved onshore and now inland, pulling that moisture with it. And so we get this repetitive rainfall, and flash flood warnings have gone with it. Now, usually in a typical maybe summer day, we see these flash flood warnings for what, an hour or two? These are long-term flash flood warnings, and that's when it gets pretty dangerous. That's when water can rise very quickly, catching a lot of people off guard. So it's not just one or two neighborhoods that's affected. It's most of the Big Bend and South Georgia, at least the southeast side of the Big Bend and South Georgia. So what we have now, I'm just going to kind of go over some of those flash flood warnings for you, all encompassing through Lafayette County, Taylor County, just to the east of Jefferson County, Madison County, all encompassed there as well. I know some of those are kind of overlapping, but it's because these patches of rain have been falling in different areas over a prolonged period of time. So where you see places like Live Oak and these larger scale flash flood warnings, that's because the bulk of that rain has just been sitting still across that Suwannee County. We've been talking about that a lot because that's really the biggest, most widespread impact that we're going to have is rain right across the southeast side of the Big Bend in an area that's A, got quite a few people, but B, it's a highly traveled area. I mean, it is 10:51 a.m. on a Monday morning. A lot of people at this point are on the roadways on a typical normal day. Now, today, probably not the day that you want to be out on the roadways because we have flooding, because we have downed trees. And, you know, downed trees not just because of wind. A little bit of wind with some saturated ground, those roots, especially trees with shallow roots, can tip over and be uprooted very easily. It just takes a little breeze for some of that to happen. So just because maybe you don't feel the wind outside, you think, oh, it's a little rain. Well, it's not, unfortunately, just a little rain today. It's a lot of rain, and a lot of rain can lead to quite a few hazards, including pooling on water on roadways. We can see streams and rivers banks overflow days after the rain has gone, thanks to a lot of this system that will be moving to the north. That water has to keep going somewhere, and it's going to go into our creeks and rivers and streams that are unfortunately pretty much compacted right there through the Suwannee County Valley and then down into Taylor County, Dixie County, and Osceola. So even the Jefferson County line, a lot of that rain has to go somewhere back into the Gulf, and it typically goes, you know, downhill or down in elevation. And unfortunately, that's just right through our area. So a lot of this rain is going to impact us for days in some cases. So heavy rain is going to be a big part of that. The bulk of the rain right now, Perry, you're seeing a heavy shower there. Live Oak, Mayo, Branford, Jasper on 75, Lake Park, and then eventually Valdosta. Lighter showers still pushing through Thomas County and eastern Leon County. We can't exclude you because some rain will be impacting your roadways early this morning, even some light wind. But we know that, again, the ground has been saturated, especially through eastern Leon County, some of Jefferson County from ongoing rain this morning. So we can't rule out some down trees in those areas. Not maybe as many as, say, southeast side of the Big Bend, closer to Hamilton County, eventually Eccles County, and then Suwannee and Lafayette County and Madison County. But, you know, a few are possible. More widespread outages are expected across the southeast side of the Big Bend, thanks to, you know, just saturated ground and a little bit of wind. That's where we can see those problems with power outages still ongoing. So I would suggest if you still have power in Jasper or up into Eccles County, so Hamilton, Eccles, Clinch County even Lowndes County, you might want to charge those devices now. Make sure you have alerts because we're not really done with this storm. Yes, the wind might be slowing down and the storm might be slowing down itself, but that doesn't mean that we're done with the rain just yet, Channing. It's going to be an all-day event.
All right, we're going to check with Alberto Camargo again in Suwannee County. He's showing us more damage as he drives around assessing the situation in Suwannee County. We pull up that live shot. There it is. It is an uprooted tree. And, you know, it's not really a big surprise to see this. The ground being so saturated with water, those winds come through. They just take the whole tree, roots and all, over. I'm sure there are a lot of uprooted trees like this in the area. So that heavy rain continues to fall. It's just really incredible to see. You see that maybe for an afternoon thunderstorm for maybe 20, 30 minutes on a typical day. This has been falling for what seems like hours, and there is no end in sight, unfortunately, for the neighborhoods in the Big Bend that Suwannee County, Hamilton County, Madison County are really the ones I'm focusing in on. But Jefferson County also getting in on this situation with the rain coming down. Florida Highway Patrol reporting multiple crashes and multiple instances of trees across I-10 between Tallahassee and I-75. So this storm is far from over, and we are anticipating the latest update on Debby coming from the National Hurricane Center. I see Liz. She just grabbed it off the printer. I'll give her a few moments to look over what it says, but we are expecting this storm to weaken as it sits over land as opposed to the warm waters of the Gulf and Appalachee Bay. Liz, can you just give it to us hot off the presses? What's the National Hurricane Center saying?
You know, just like we've been saying recently, you know, the biggest threat here is going to be some major flooding over the southeast United States during the next few days. We still, and this is impressive enough, this storm sits about 120 miles south of Valdosta, but still has sustained winds around the center of 70 miles per hour. So that's still, you know, a strong storm as it moves to the northeast. We still have storm surge warnings across Florida. So just because it's moved to the northeast does not mean that we're actually out of the way of storm surge concerns yet. So we'll be watching for those. We still have tropical storm warnings in effect from St. Augustine up to the Santee River in South Carolina. So just kind of widespread impacts still expected from what is now 70 mile per hour sustained winds of Debby over the next few days. And again, like the National Hurricane Center has said, we still have major flooding to go and is expected all across the southeast from this storm.
All right, good to see it's finally been downgraded to a tropical storm. It's hard to say how much longer it'll sustain those winds with this heavy rainfall. And so we are going to continue tracking this storm as we wrap up our nonstop coverage here. But we will continue, I do believe, a newscast planned for our midday. And then, of course, we'll have updates on air and online as we go into this evening. We got our 5, our 6, and our 11, of course. We've got our team of neighborhood reporters spread out from Valdosta to Live Oak to Steinhatchee to Tallahassee to Perry, all the places. We've got so many folks out there working hard to tell your story and to show the damage that's been done and really start that road to recovery once again, less than a year after Hurricane Idalia. So I do want to go one more time back to Suwannee County with a live look at this uprooted tree. We've been following Alberto Camargo riding around the roads and streets of Suwannee County and Live Oak, showing us damage pictures just like this uprooted tree. I imagine that there are power lines down around the county. I imagine that there are roads flooded around the county. Please do not drive through those roads. If you're looking to keep up with us when we are not on the air, we do have a live blog that we are updating constantly as we get new pictures and new reports from our neighborhood reporters. We'll be uploading them to our live blog. You can find that at WTXL.tv, and we'll be working to update that in the hours and the days and probably the weeks to come if Hurricane Idalia is any sense of what recovery could be like. As we wind down our show here, I do want to bring First to Know meteorologist Elizabeth Copeland back in for one final check of that radar before we end our coverage here. Can we bring her back?
Yeah, Channing, I mean, like you said, widespread flooding impacts, especially through Suwannee County where Alberto is. But, you know, a lot of our neighborhoods still sustaining quite a bit of rain and, of course, a gusty wind right around Madison County, the I-10 corridor. I suspect this is where the most gusty wind is. And, of course, checking in quite a bit with our neighborhood reporters. Again, like Channing said, we'll be back at noon for the latest look around the area, especially tracking with you and your neighborhood, what kind of damage has been done or what we can expect to see as we head across places like I-1075 to check on our neighbors across the southeast side of the Big Bend. This storm is slowly still moving up into South Georgia. Now tropical storm Debby, sustained winds at 70 miles per hour around the core of that storm, still starting to tear apart, but still sustained at 70 miles per hour again after making landfall just down here at Steinhatchee, 7 a.m. this morning, and then moving slowly but surely inland. And the big movement of that slow storm is really what's hindering any kind of cleanup through Suwannee County because of that heavy rain that's been falling. So we'll be tracking this all day long. Like Channing said, please follow us on air and online. We'll be back here live at noon for a 12 o'clock show. Thanks, everybody, for joining us.
Please contact us, and thank you for your service.
Jabs. how Dr. Anthony Fauci's testimony turned toxic when House Republicans raged against his pandemic response.